Welcome. Oh, that's not good. That's never good for me. All right, we're gonna start our public meeting this morning, and we will start it with the Pledge of Allegiance. I'm guessing, look at. Here it comes. I pledge
allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
It's funny, we all get really accustomed to Zoom and a recording, and it feels kind of good to be here in person and cite the pledge in person. Thank you all, board members, for coming to Casper. Little unplanned, but wonderful. And I am so glad for today's meeting. Super excited for tomorrow's work session with Engage. So we appreciate your commitment for these couple days. And I think we need to do roll call with the man behind the curtain, Warren.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. Members of the board, I will call out your name. Please give me a verbal response and we'll note you as present. Mr. Ahrens.
Here.
Thank you, sir. Good morning. Mr. Brown.
Present.
Thank you, sir. Good morning. Mr. Coyne.
Present.
Thank you, sir. Miss DeVore.
Here.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Easley will be joining us presently, I understand. Miss Johnson.
Here.
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning. Mr. Kenyon.
Here.
Thank you, Chuck. Mr. Kinsler.
Here.
Thank you. Mr. Klein.
Here.
Thank you. Mr. Law.
Here.
Thank you, sir. Miss Moore.
Here.
Thank you. Miss Thayer.
Present.
Thank you. And Miss Tomasi.
Here.
Thank you. Mr. Easley, has Mr. Easley joined us quite yet?
He has not.
Well, Madam Co-Chair, that does constitute a quorum.
Thank you. And just a little reminder, much like being on Zoom and the mute button, you need to push the button on your mic and make sure your green light is on. Not that we can't hear you, but then the rest of the world can hear you. So, all right, we have our first action item of the morning is we have 2 sets of board minutes to approve. Are there any changes, additions, or deletions to the minutes? If not, I would entertain a motion to approve. Thank you, Cindy.
Second.
Second, Mark Law. Any discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Okay, motion passed. That was pretty easy. And Kim Reitmer is here. She's our regional that represents this area and lives in Casper. She's here to do the welcome to Casper along with my good friend Jason.
There we go. Madam Co-Chair, members of the board, good morning and welcome to Casper. Again, you were here in March, albeit virtually, but you were here, and at the time, you actually got an update from Impact 307 and Advanced Casper as to their entrepreneurial efforts. So this morning, I'm going to give you a really quick update on what has happened since March, because a lot has happened. So Impact 307 continues to provide statewide entrepreneur support through their 3 business incubators in the state. They're now expanding their mission to other communities with the assistance of an EDA grant. Impact Casper is expanding its outreach networking in the form of a Bits and Brew networking event held once a month. It just started. The first one was last month. They anticipate that the next attendance will even grow. They're also providing support to Visit Casper in the Visit Casper Business Challenge, which focuses on tourism-based businesses in Natrona County. This has already created a lot of interest in other communities throughout the state as they hope to emulate the success of this event. As they continue to grow their statewide presence, Impact 307 has started providing Start 307, which is an online and ongoing event that provides information on Impact 307 methodology, as well as the other resources of the Wyoming Business Council, Business Resource Network, and other entrepreneurial service providers. Overall, the EDA grant is enabling them to continue to expand and provide assistance statewide. They continue to gain traction with the assistance of the Business Council's regional representatives, me and my cohorts, and as well as community college administration and faculty. These funds and efforts have allowed them to connect with more than 30 entrepreneurs who they've assisted either directly or referred to other appropriate entities. In addition, Advanced Casper worked with Impact Casper in developing the first WyoBio Summit held here in Casper College in August. This partnership also included the UW School of Pharmacy, the Bioscience Hub, Ride for 8, and the Wyoming Business Council. The summit had more than 100 speakers and attendees, and it was extremely good for an inaugural event that took place during the time of COVID. In addition to this very successful summit, Advanced Casper attended the Colorado Space Symposium in Colorado Springs, where they visited with representatives in the aerospace industry and discussed ways to connect Wyoming companies with larger contractors who already have their aerospace contracts in place. Breakthrough 307 had its first business exit. This comes after only 3 years, which was much sooner than the original proposition of 5 to 7 years. The exit yielded an increase in value of 114%. What that means is Advanced Casper will receive more than 2 times its original investment. This is the first company to exit, and the companies that are still operating in the fund's portfolio are also doing quite well. Advanced Casper continues to engage in several promising discussions with companies looking to locate or expand in Natrona County. So now I'd like to introduce you to Jason Dewitt. He's president and CEO of the Casper Chamber of Commerce. Jason is a Casper native and has been active in the chamber for many years. He was appointed president and CEO in late 2020, the tail end of a very trying year for most businesses. And he's proving to actually be a real asset for the chamber and our business community. So Jason.
Thank you, Kim. Good morning, esteemed members of the Board of Directors of the Wyoming Business Council, and welcome to Natrona County. I say welcome to Natrona County because the Casper Area Chamber of Commerce wants to be just that, the business resource and advocacy headquarters for the entire Casper area. This includes Mills, Evansville, and Bar None. We've even created partnerships with the sometimes underserved businesses of local governments in Midwest and Edgerton. So we're trying to create a larger footprint. Sometimes those folks want to, I shouldn't say whine, but they often say that Casper gets everything, and we're trying to expand that footprint and make them not feel that way. One of those partnerships recently resulted in a community readiness grant for the City of Mills Riverfront Property Preparations Project. And while the chamber isn't going to benefit directly from that grant, our member businesses will, and we're happy to support their efforts. And I want to thank you all for supporting that effort as well. The Casper Area Chamber of Commerce, it's kind of a new thing that we started doing. We like to support financially some of the initiatives that go around the county. We supplied money to Casper Pride, Casper Art Walk, and Engage. And this is a new initiative for the Casper Area Chamber of Commerce. It's not a place that we've often found ourselves being involved. I've been the president and CEO of the Casper Area Chamber of Commerce for 11 months tomorrow. And in those 11 months, the chamber has seen a meteoric rebound in businesses joining or rejoining our alliance. Several new businesses have opened throughout the county, and many more have reopened, as you might imagine, sort of quasi post-COVID. A new restaurant and music venue in downtown Casper, a wealth management company resides in a newly renovated building on 2nd Street. A nationally recognized real estate brokerage has made its home on Center Street, and you can now throw axes in 2 different places in Casper. Next week, the chamber will roll out a highly sophisticated, hyper-targeted display programming campaign. The targets, if you will, of this campaign are the stakeholders and decision makers of the prototypical Natrium nuclear plant we hope to secure in Converse County. The selection of this Dave Johnson site would benefit the area for 50 miles in every direction. And what we've done is established, I mean, it's really sophisticated. We're targeting the areas of Bellevue, Washington, and Portland, Oregon, where both TerraPower and Rocky Mountain Power are headquartered. And we've built a geofence around these two companies, hoping to target the 2,000 or so employees who work at these facilities to just bring them up to date on how cool. We've also named it the North Platte Corridor. So it's Casper, Glenrock, and Douglas. And so we're promoting that area, obviously as a place to visit, but surely a place to build your power plant and come work. Another initiative involves a beautification project of a corridor between David Street Station and our downtown parking garage. There's not a lot of parking around David Street Station, and our efforts are to beautify this alley that leads between the two entities with an interactive, engaging, well-lit projection mapping project. I think there's one in Cheyenne at the depot, and we're hoping to follow their suit. Thank you for being here today. It looks like I'm out of notes. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. Thank you.
Any questions?
I forgot to push my button. I did that so that none of you would be embarrassed if that happened to you later. I've got your back. Thank you so much.
Questions? Anybody?
Any questions for Kim?
I have
Or
a
Jason?
question, and my microphone doesn't seem to be.
Oh,
Gotcha. You have to hold it. And this is just a trivial question. When you mentioned bits and brews, a light bulb went on in my head, and I thought, well, if I'm ever in Casper, what day of the month is that on?
I don't know, but I'll get you that information.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thanks.
And Kathy, I think you were just saying that since you've retired, you seem to fill up your schedule, and we just saw it happen firsthand.
That would be very fun, I think. But thank you.
Thank you both
Well,
very,
welcome,
very
everybody.
much. All right, it just gets better and better. It's time for our CEO report. Josh, take it away.
Thanks, Kim, and or Madam Co-Chair.
Kim.
Thank you, and board. Thanks for traveling here to be with us all in Casper. It's great to have a number of our folks on our team here as well. We're looking forward to getting together, and you know, we get a lot out of these visits to the communities, and it's good to be here in Casper. It's nice and centrally located, and it's easy for everyone to get to. It's good to be here. We've got some good things on the agenda today, but I also want to walk through a few different slides of some things that we've been doing organizationally. In a lot of ways, this represents in some ways almost 2 years of me being here, about 18 months. But in some ways, it represents a whopping 6 months. And if you think about the year 2020 sort of being a bit of a departure, a good one in a lot of ways for, I think, the Business Council and what we're able to do for businesses around the state and help people, support those businesses and make sure that they're in a spot where they can survive. And we'll talk more about that later, about that survival, that drive, and that thrive that we really want to do with the governor's programs. But I thought it would be a good time for us to just do a little bit of reflection on where we've come and what we've been able to do over the last year or so, and definitely in 2021. There's been a lot of work that's gone on, and we call those foundational projects. There are a lot of the things that you don't see visible, but they make a big difference. And I think that all of us in our organizations and the business ventures that we've been in, we know that there's the things that happen in the sort of the public sphere or that your customers can feel and touch. And we realize that those come because of the foundation that you've laid internally. And one of the things that the Business Council has, I think, done a lot of over the course of its history is been able to impact communities and make a big difference. And sometimes it's done it in a way that was a heroic effort, and not necessarily as a process or course of business. And having just enough engineering in me to think about how do we, you know, make that repeatable, and how do we make that process happen more and more often, and maybe not necessarily less heroic, but less you know, the deeds of a person just taking and putting things on their back. But really, how do we make that foundation strong, and how do we make that something that is a repeatable process and that we can continue to make efficient? And so we've been working a lot internally to make that happen. And again, it takes an extreme amount of effort to be able to do the things externally that make a difference. And you'll see some of that today, of course, in the board meeting. But to be able to make sure that you can do that repeated and with a foundation that will not require one or two necessarily heroic efforts or people, and that can a foundation that can continue to live on, I think is really important to all of us at the Business Council, and the 35 or so folks that work there. And of course, sometimes people be like, well, I think it's really only 33 today, and maybe it's 36 tomorrow. No, it's all of us working all the time on things like that. And but we really want to walk through some of the important things that we're working on. So Ben, if you wouldn't mind putting the slides up there on foundational projects, and I'll just, if you don't mind, I'll just ask you to advance the slides. Yeah.
Maybe.
I could probably do it from memory, Ben. Some hand waving. Oh, it's not supposed to show up until 10:30.
Yeah, it's probably like. Yes.
Ben, is your license up to date?
Have you, the common statement from the IT guy every time I call, have you restarted your computer? Yes, twice.
And then the second question is, are you up to date on your licenses?
Woohoo.
Thanks, Ben. So we call these foundational projects, but I want to take a step back because it's really important for everyone to think about the progression of what's been going on over the last year and a half or so. And one of the things that we wanted to do originally was really align our team better with we'll call them products and services that we offer. And so one of the changes that we made early on was to really take a look at the way our groups were structured and move away from what we would call like the whole idea of business development and community development, and turn that more into investments and services. Because if you look at the Business Council, we deliver services and investments and funding mechanisms for our communities. And so we thought, let's take those teams and shake them up a little bit and focus them more on the products or services that they deliver to our communities. And so that was a pretty interesting change, because if you think about business development and community development, it was really made up of individuals that some delivered services and some worked on funding mechanisms. And it's not that there were those silos that you might think of, but there were some silos. In fact, people were really focused on their job and working on being experts on what they do, but there wasn't as much, sort of like cross-pollination as you would want to have. And so by moving them into the divisions of investments team and services team, we really were able to take the learnings that people had for the communities and for businesses and mix them up. So now they were looking at investments and services a little bit differently. And that's something that I think is a good thing to do every so often in your organization, to just make sure you're sharing those best practices and maybe breaking folks out of their comfort zone. So that's something that was really important for us to do. And if you jump to the next slide here, Ben, we also went through 2020 and I like to think about 2020 in a lot of the positives that happen, not just internally at the business council, but also throughout the state and building that, really kind of getting that survival and building some resilience. But the projects that we were able to work on really helped us develop a different methodology for how we were going to do business in the future and how the business council was going to approach community resilience and building that throughout the state. And one of the big things that we did is we took on an agile approach to the business relief programs. And while this is not, agile 100% that maybe a software development team might utilize. Actually, I don't know too many people who use agile 100%. It can be challenging, right? It's more agile. But we looked at it and thought, how do we make sure that we're able to have we want to make sure that our folks are empowered. And so people can make decisions and people can do the things that they need to do. We also know that there needs to be a foundation of process there. And we thought about sometimes it's less about a process for the actual decision and more about the process for the rhythm in which we meet and the rhythm in which we share information and showing the idea of what we want to get done and letting people do that. And then, but at the same time, we know we have to have processes around that so that we can have the discipline that allows for freedom. And I think that a lot of people don't understand how much freedom you have when you have discipline to a structure. And I think that there's a balance there that we want to achieve. And so we really worked in 2020, in addition to the actual work that we put out, we worked internally on changing the way we worked. And working across the organization. It was probably the first time that everyone worked on the same project. All 35 folks worked on the exact same project. And I think that there was a lot that we learned from that. And we learned that not only do we have a great team and a lot of people with fantastic ideas, but we have a lot of folks who are very talented in areas that maybe we didn't hire them for. And so that's a great thing to find out. And so balancing all of those things was really important to us. And if you jump to the next slide here, Ben, we'll talk a little bit about that. That what we started to realize is that we needed to really get into the foundation of how we do work. And what do we do and how do we do it became just as important as anything else within our organization.
Every time it dings, it's locked out.
Oh. And so we came up with this concept of foundational projects. And I'm sure those of you who are on the board or have been following the Business Council knew that for many years, we worked on what were strategic initiatives. And I think when I started, there were, I believe, 8 or so strategic initiatives. And those were things that various teams worked on. And that information I think it was useful and it was great. But as we started to look this year at what we should be working on, we really realized that what we really needed to do was work on how we do our work and the way in which we work internally so that we could deliver services and our investments the best we could. And so if you jump to the next slide here, Ben, I say this, and this is a lot of buzzwords. I would say these are buzz phrases: innovating operations and operationalizing innovation. And all jokes aside, it's something that we take very seriously. And so serious is innovation to us that we defined a role within our organization. And so we created a role that was our product and service innovator. And Marcio Paez-Barreto is in that role today. His work on the business relief programs and his ideas around how to innovate really kind of catapulted him into that role and made it an obvious choice. And one of the things that we wanted to do was say, we've been doing a number of programs for many years. So the funding mechanisms that we have, the services that we deliver, we've been doing them for quite a while. And how do we make sure that we're doing them the best we can do? And how do we make sure that can continue to live on regardless of where people move within the organization or grow out of the organization, if you will? And so one of the things that we asked Marcio to do was really innovate on our services and take a look at how we deliver them. And so he started off in January, along with the entire team. We built cross-functional teams amongst our entire staff. And we began to look at how we deliver our services. And after about 6 months of putting all of that together and developing some project charters and developing a schedule and developing what we really thought we could accomplish in a certain amount of time, well, then we began operationalizing that innovation. And a couple of weeks ago, I was at Kinnan Products ribbon cutting in Sheridan, and that was a project that this board and our team had a lot to do with. And it was really exciting to see all of the engineering that was going on and the production of that and the research and development that happens. And as we were touring the facility, we went to the R&D, we talked to the R&D group. And the R&D group is all about, yes, if we can do this way, we can get it done. And the Air Force would come to them and say, okay, here's a challenge we have. And they would immediately say, yeah, we can get that done. And the R&D people would get together and they would innovate and they would come up with a solution. But it turns out that R&D doesn't really make anything. They make ideas, right? They make solutions. And then they sort of passed it upstairs to the folks in production. And the folks in production take what the folks in R&D do and they turn it into something that can actually be made over and over again. And there were two different groups. And I was thinking about that. And I thought that's exactly what we've been doing internally as well. Because the innovation that you create is sort of a prototype. It's a this might work situation. But to do that in a repeatable way, you've got to operationalize it. It's got to become part of our daily life. It's got to become part of the way we do work. And that was at that point, Marcio took what he had innovated and researched on and developed in this prototype, and he handed that over to Amy Grenfell, our Chief Operating Officer. And she's been working really hard to operationalize that innovation. And we all have, and it's different. What comes out of the R&D lab is not always what hits the shelves. And I think it's important to note that those are two different challenges. And they're things that allow our innovators to continue to innovate, and our folks that deliver those products and services out there to be able to do in a repeatable way. And the closer that innovation and operations work, the better that transition is. And that's something that we're going to continue to work on, because this is the way we'll do projects from now on. And so then jump to the next slide if you can. So there are 3 different foundational projects. And at first you might say, well, gosh, that's not that many. I think you said last year we had 8 strategic initiatives. It seems like we should be doing more. And I think what you'll understand is these foundational projects are really, really important because they define how we work. And so there are really, in my mind, there are 3 things that the Business Council can do. We can deliver funding mechanisms to help with community resilience and businesses. We can provide services and technical assistance to those communities and businesses. And then we can provide leadership. And those are the things that we all think about every day that we're out there doing is providing those things. And so our foundational projects center around those. Now, Unity happens to deal with communications and leadership. And we hear it a lot that it's important for us to communicate with communities. It's important for us to communicate with the leaders in our businesses and in our towns. And we know that that's a big component of leadership. And so we've been working hard to develop the ways in which we communicate and the messages that we send, and ensuring that those lines of communication are very clear. Now, we also know that, and platform is really our investments mechanisms, right? That is the way that we invest, what we invest in, how we make those decisions, and how we think we can make the biggest difference in Wyoming with the limited funding that we have. And then there's, of course, services, because just providing funding is not enough. We know that we need to also educate and provide the capacity that communities need to be resilient, and businesses need to expand, or those that need to move and relocate to Wyoming. And so our services group is focused all around, business, entrepreneurship, expansion, retention. And if you drop that last R, you get a pretty interesting acronym. So we'll just leave it at that. Insert laughter here.
Yes, I had to actually look at it.
Let's dive in quickly to Unity, which is all around communication and leadership, and talk about what that team has been working on. Now, I do want to say that each of these teams, while they do line up nicely with the divisions that we have, these teams are cross-functional and they're across the organization. They're not just all the people from the communications and strategy group don't live in Unity. In fact, that's a team that spans our entire organization. And I think it's important to do that because it's really good to have diverse teams to get the thought, but it's also good to get those different perspectives and to make sure that the messages that we deliver and the way that we deliver them make sense. I think it's also important to note that, again, not to utilize my background in software development and all of those things too much, but we're also developing beta groups of customers, because one of the things you want to do in Agile is you want to get something in the hands of the customers as fast as possible so they could break it and take a look at it and say what works and what doesn't. And not only is that useful in cross organization teams, and you see that in cross organizational teams, but getting it in the hands of communities and the hands of customers is really important. So that's something that we'll be working on over the next few months as well. But I think you can see here, taking a look at who are our customers, who do we want to talk with? And as a small team, one of the things that we definitely see that's important is that we're not going to be able to deliver the message to everybody. We're going to have to utilize our partners. We're going to have to utilize those nodes in that network that can then spread that message. But as we all know, it's really important for that message to be clear and as simple as possible, and able to be repeated for those nodes to be able to use that information and spread it well. And so doing a lot of this work is important. And some of the very exciting things that you'll be able to see in the next few months is that we'll be redoing our digital presence, if you will, but and that of course means our website, but it also means a lot of the communication mechanisms that we use. And one of the things that we're developing is a way to manage those lists and have the people that consume that information to be able to self-select and choose what they see and be able to deliver targeted messages. And while as Mr. Dewitt said, they're doing some geo-fencing and some fancy delivery of information to the folks around the Natrium Project, we may not be down to that level, but it's definitely important for us to keep our lists of customers and lists of communities getting the right message at the right time. And that's something that's very important to us, as well as people being able to self-serve on the website. I think that's something that's really important for a small team, is to be able to provide information that's useful via your website so that people can self-serve and can utilize that information as much as possible. So we'll go ahead and jump to the next one, platform. This is one that it goes as high level and sort of lofty as developing an investment thesis, but also really getting the methodology and having an evaluation tool so that we can look at projects in that similar fashion. And I think that was really the evaluation tool and the application process for the Business Ready Communities program is probably the most identifiable and really, quite frankly, the one that was asked of us back in February of 2020 when I started is, hey, we need to make sure that we're evaluating these projects in a consistent format. We need to have an evaluation tool that gives us the right information so that as a board, you all can make the right decision and make the best decisions with the state's money. That's a project that, again, took a bit of a year off for other reasons, but has been really something we've focused on and been delivering over the course of this year, and we'll be able to utilize that evaluation tool moving forward. As folks have mentioned within that team, that evaluation tool will really never be complete. It will be something that continues to iterate, that we continue to learn and continue to work with. But I think it will continue to improve is really the key there. And so again, making sure that we have the process in place for all of these mechanisms that we fund, whether it be funding those communities to do community readiness, to do business, to do those business expansion or recruitments. It's really important for us to have that process in place so that we can make it repeatable, but also so that people understand how to interact with the business council, because it's not always clear. And I want it to be clear. I think we all do. We want to be able to make sure that people know when the ball's in their court and when it's in our court, and when we're working together on something, or when it's clearly in you know, that community's hands to take it to the next step. And that's something that our team has been working very hard on, is understanding what those processes are, and making sure that we can lay those out. Not to get too far into the weeds, but it really gets down to a level of, let's look at the process as it stands today, as we think it stands, and then look at how we can change that to make it better. And I think laying that process out, if you write it down, it's a heck of a lot easier to edit it. That's for sure. And so we've been working really hard on that process mapping, and I think that's going to be an important component, not just for us internally, but also for the communities and folks that utilize our investment mechanisms. Ben? And finally, services, with the interesting acronym. It actually, they actually call themselves HOPS, as a bit of a play on that. And really, you know, when it comes to services, I think it is really about creating that network of services that allow our communities to be successful. There's no doubt about it. And one of the first things that HOPS came up with was really a methodology of solving problems, which it sounds, again, it sounds a little esoteric, but it's a really important thing for us to consider, is that we need to go about solving problems in a certain way if we're actually going to solve the complex problems that economic development is. You know, there are always a lot of simple answers, and those are usually the ones that all of us think of immediately. But it turns out that a lot of times it's much more complex than that. And getting back to the actual root of the problem and determining that is an area that this team really dug in on. And from that work, and this is, I think, what was really cool about it, is they built a foundation for their foundation, is that they were able to, they're working on interaction guides. How do people interact with the business council? How do we deliver our services in the best way? Making sure that we understand what we deliver and what our customers need, and where there might be a gap, is really critical for us. This is not to say that these projects are going to continue to go on and on forever and we'll never really come up with a solution. Rather, it's, let's make our best attempt, get it out there in the hands of the customer, and then let it run for a while and learn from it. And I think that whole dimming cycle of plan, do, check, act is something that we're going to continue to do with these projects. And I think it's an important thing for us to remember, that these foundational projects will never be chiseled in stone and done, but they will definitely continue to be worked on. And it's something that I'm really encouraged by our team grabbing a hold of these. I will tell you, for the first few months of starting it in the innovation and the first few months of operationalizing it, there are always some hiccups. I was also really fortunate, last week I was able to go go to the power plant in Kimmer and see the turbines there, the steam turbines, and we talked about starting up a turbine. Well, again, the mechanical engineer and me got all excited about it. I said, okay, so when you start up a turbine, there are certain times when it reaches a harmonic that could be dangerous for the turbine, right? And they're like, yeah, and it's an unstable system, so you try to get through that part as fast as possible. And it was just fascinating to me. And quite frankly, it's sort of like that when you're working on a process like this. There are moments in that are really uncomfortable, that people are like, I'm not sure this is going to work. This doesn't make any sense. And you just kind of have to plow through that part. And I think in a lot of ways we're there. We're in those spots where they're pretty challenging. People are scratching their head going, you know, it's a heck of a lot easier for me to stay and just do what I've always done. And I think what I'm seeing is that people are saying, you know what? There are other ways to solve these problems. We work in a complex world. The economy of Wyoming is a challenging one to try to wrestle and get pointed in the right direction. And I'm definitely seeing our team say, in fact, this was maybe a bit of a paraphrase, but a quote from the other day was, you know, I see us doing this type of methodology for everything that we do. Even if it's a small project, only a few weeks, I can see us bringing people together, figuring out a way to solve it, and then go do it, and then disband. And it, you know, frankly, it kind of made my heart sing that we had reached that in really just a few months. And if you think about 18 months in creating change within an organization it's pretty incredible. And I think that the support of the board, I think that the work from our team And a lot of external factors that many of us don't really want to go through again contributed to that. And what I think what we're looking at is how do we continue this momentum into the future, and how do we continue to help our communities be resilient by not only the mechanisms that we have in investments and in services, but also the way we solve problems. And I think the Business Council can show a lot of leadership there. And so I'd be happy to stand for any questions the board has. We're pretty excited about the future. I don't think you can work at the Business Council and not be pretty optimistic about the future and okay with some challenges. And so, thanks for my time today, and thanks for the support over the course of the last year and a half. It's definitely made a huge difference. So thank you.
All right. Did you finish that early? Wow.
You're welcome.
I'm impressed. Nice. Nice. Any questions for Josh or any of the staff? I appreciate this. For anyone who's been on the board for a long time, and also for anyone who came onto the board right before the world changed last year, which we have quite a few, and the staff as a whole, this is something that we don't focus on often as a board. I would say our external partners don't realize this piece exists at all. This is functionally, you all are a business. And this is your culture. This is how you do things. This is how you get things done. This is how you think. All of those aspects have never been a primary focus or a discussion topic for us. But those aspects are the only reason you guys outperformed just about all of your peers across the nation in deploying money when the state was in crisis. So it's wildly important. I would say for any of us in business, it's one of your absolute top priorities, because you can accomplish just about anything if you are a machine that knows how to move forward through it. So I give you all lots of credit and appreciation for what you've done for yourselves internally and for the state, for sure.
Madam
Thanks,
Co-Chair,
Josh.
I have a quick question, if that's okay.
Please.
Yeah, Josh, thank you for that presentation. I just started reflecting a number of years back a little bit, maybe that'll be better. Trying to navigate through what the Wyoming Business Council offered and different things like that. And it was, quite frankly, it was a bit of a tangled web for me to try to wrap my arms around. And I just kind of waved the white flag. And I say that because I bump into different individuals, even at a federal level, and different groups that they spend a lot of time and effort. They ask the right questions. They do. They're persistent, and they kind of figure out the system on how to get there, whatever, let's say affordable housing or whatever. I mean, those are certain hurdles and things like that. I noticed your interaction or your interactive guide for, I really like that. I think it optimizes and levels the playing field for people that maybe want to engage and look for opportunities, because I think a lot of times people they get weary and just go do their own thing or don't do anything at all. So I think anytime you can have a little bit of a cookbook that can help walk people through, and it made me even actually think, our visit with Ken, I don't know if this would be in the budget, but I think and maybe you've done some of those, but I think a profile video of talking to people that have had successful projects from the inception to where they are now. And again, because I'm familiar with Ken and I'm using that as an example, but there's others out there that could be an inspiration to other people that say, I have an idea. I think we could do that. And that, along with your ability to walk people through and be very clear when, as you said, the ball's in their court and they either do their thing or they don't. And then it's clearly defined. And anyway, that's just my thoughts.
Thanks, Mark.
Go ahead, Jason.
Madam Chair and Josh, I just wanted, I mean, I don't know why, but I'm feeling reflective today. But 3 years ago, when I got on this board, my second meeting was in Casper. And I think there was maybe Mike and Kim and I don't know who else was on the board at that time. But anyway, it was a very different board. Oh, Aaron, we joined at the same time. And I remember saying, and I was kind of dropped into this business council thing. Governor Meade, graciously asked if I would be interested. And I said, I don't know what it is. I don't understand it. I don't know what they do. They build buildings, and so I was kind of an opponent to the whole situation, really kind of going into it. And so in my way, I challenged everybody and said, I don't understand what we do. I don't understand our strategy. I don't understand our why. I don't understand. And I said, there's really an opportunity for this organization to take a leadership role in pushing Wyoming forward, whatever that means. That was our opportunity. And so I just think, it's amazing to see that actually how far that's come. And that for whatever reason today, seeing this presentation, it feels like we're there. And I'm super happy with the decision that was made to bring Josh on at the time we did. And I think he was the right guy for that mission. And, last year aside and all the different distractions we had last year, I think it's great to see this sort of pulled through. And, I think there's a lot to go from here, because as the organization that takes on this leadership role, we now have a responsibility to pull this through to the rest of the entities in the state. We need to pull this through to legislators. We need to pull it through to communities. We need to pull it right. And so that's going to be that's kind of the next level of this. But so I just wanted to, say I'm super impressed. I think it's awesome. And, finally kind of see it all starting to stack up. And that's kind of where we should be. If we want to lead, we got to be out in front. And that's what it feels like. So nice job on all that.
Anybody else? Well, Chuck?
Hold it down, yes. So being a bit of a word buff, I want you to know that I learned a new word, operationalizing this morning. So, I will tuck that away, future reference.
Word of the day. 5 points every time you use it. Go ahead.
Madam Co-Chair, Kim, thank you. And thanks for those comments. I think it's important to recognize that we do have a team of leaders at the Business Council, and we have a lot of folks who have great ideas about how to push the state forward. And there was clearly a lot of work done prior to 2020. And so I think we can't forget that there's a lot of work done. I think we've been able to take that and arrange it in a way that can make some sense. I do agree with Jason. We have a long way to go. We have a lot of cool things ahead of us. And what I will say, thank you to this board, and I think, thank you to the governor as well, is for the patience in allowing us to do work that is behind the scenes that doesn't always get viewed by the folks that we work with, to have the patience to realize that complex problems require a lot of work that you don't get to see. And maybe not unlike those communities that are overnight successes, it takes a long time to create that overnight success. I think in economic development, it's no less than 10 years to create that overnight success. And so I think there's still a lot of work that we have to do. And so I'm going to ask for even more patience. We're going to continue to roll things out, guides on making things easier, processes that people can follow, a new website to show off what we're up to. But I do think that I appreciate that the board and the governor realize that there isn't a simple solution to the complex problem that we have. And so that grace is really important. And I think the input is important as well. So, thank you for that. And then, thank you to the team for always bringing ideas forward. That's a really key point. And we have that and we'll continue to show that. So thank you.
Okay, well, in the spirit of looking back and reflecting, as we move into Alex's committee report, I always find it really important to link things, especially when we rotate in and off of this board. So I think back when I came on 5 years ago and where we were sitting and what I learned from Mike, who came on a couple years before that, and all of the cycle as we go through this. When we move into the strategy committee, there's a history behind that. That committee did not exist in the past. And this is a very purposeful strategy. It's not just a strategy so we can check that box off. We've got a current strategy. Where this came from in the very beginning, if you remember back, is we went through a change in administration at the state. Went from Governor Meade to Governor Gordon. There was this period at the end of Meade, beginning of Gordon, that Endow was kind of hanging out there, but not convening, not meeting, didn't have leadership to move them through at an employee level. So they were just lingering. And then we were also at that same time lingering because we weren't quite sure what our role was as the business council versus Endow's role. So we had this, I kind of feel like we were all at the prom or maybe homecoming. A better description would be the freshmen going to homecoming for the first time. We're all standing against the wall. Does anybody want to dance? Oh my God, no, don't, please, let's not dance. And finally, as business people, what we did is, well, this is enough. We don't need someone to tell us what to do. So our board reached out to the Endow board and said, hey, let's get together. Let's have some coffee because you guys have this phenomenal book, Bible of what's going to move our state forward. What you don't have is the operationalization, whatever that word was. I only get 3 points because I didn't pronounce it right. But what we did not have at the time was the action arm of that. Who was going to take this work and make it actually happen? So we decided as a group, that's us. We're going to do it. There has to be an action arm. We don't need anyone to tell us how to do it. And we needed a strategy so that we could make sure it happened. So that's where this strategy right now that has been adopted by the state, adopted by the governor, we talk about it all the time, but that's where this strategy was born. And I think that's really important for everyone to know that this isn't just something that we wrote and we put on a shelf. And it was important enough that we built a committee around it to ensure that it was continually a part of everything we did. Is it a part of our investment thesis? Is it a part of the services we deliver? And most importantly, is it a part of the unity we're trying to create around it in this state? So that was really long-winded, but I had extra time because Josh gave me a little leeway. So Alex.
Madam Chair, thank you. My role is to tee up Gerald, who I think has done an excellent job as we transitioned out of 2020, as he spoke to Josh, and into 2021, and we try to get back on track. How do you keep it on?
You just have to hold
You have
it.
to hold it for a while. I'm not even going to try to pronounce the word of the day, by the way, but Madam Chair, that was a good effort. So I am assuming that Sarah is going to appear somewhere magically on the screen here shortly. And so I'll turn it over to her.
Hello, everybody. Did I appear magically?
Your voice did.
Hear me? Okay. All right. I'm going to try to share my screen and maybe that will appear magically for you all too. How did that work? Can you see that?
If your screen is blank, we can see it.
That's perfect.
Okay, great. Good deal. Good. I think that was I think that was an excellent sort of segue and introduction to what Marcio and I are going to talk about here today in the strategy committee update. And I love that you guys are putting together kind of the evolution of how the strategy has really turned from maybe the highest level vision at the endow level to a little bit lower down when we developed the state's economic development strategy back a few years ago, and then now into executing or operationalizing the strategy in a really concrete way. And Josh talked about how we are getting the internal and organizational, and internal I don't think is the right word because it's really not internal. We can't do this all on our own, but kind of that organizational and foundational pieces of executing the strategy together. And what Marcio and I are going to talk about is how we are building up on top of that foundation and on top of those foundational projects in a little bit more external way and kind of in the next step. So we'll give you a little bit of hints for what is going on kind of in that pipeline of projects and initiatives that we will be able to execute because of the strong foundation that we're building. And just before I jump in, I just want to say that I'm so sorry that I'm not able to be there. I really wish I could, but I am 6 days away from my due date. So I am not allowed to travel currently. Just wanted to mention that, and I look forward to seeing you guys in March probably. So okay, with that, I will jump in. We're gonna start really far out and take a big step back with looking at some economics and doing an economic update. And then what we're going to do is talk about the customer perspective. And then Marcio will talk about how we are taking all of this, data and information and translating that into initiatives and how we're doing our work. So these charts, I showed these same charts to you guys in March, but what we have the luxury of looking at now, because we have time that has passed since March, is we can see what's happening in terms of our recovery from COVID-19 in the US versus in Wyoming. So if you remember back in March, you can see that the impact of COVID-19 on the US has been really pretty somewhat different from the impact that it's had in Wyoming. In the US, the economy has been growing pretty steadily and pretty fast since the recession in 2008, 2009. Whereas in Wyoming, as we all know, we see boom and bust cycles, and we see kind of generally a decline over the past several decade or so. And when COVID happened in the US, that really was a reversal of that really strong growth into really, really strong decline. Whereas, with that background of a kind of downward trend already in Wyoming, what we saw in Wyoming is we saw a sort of an exacerbation of underlying trends and an acceleration of that underlying trend. Since March, and as we kind of look at how the country is recovering versus how the Wyoming is recovering, we see again that underlying theme of those existing trends. So we see the US starting to climb at, similar, maybe even faster rates that it was in before COVID happened. Whereas in Wyoming, we see it kind of plateauing out a little bit. We saw a really fast increase in the number of jobs in total, but we're starting to see some of those similar trends. We think it's been a few months, so but we think we're starting to see similar trends to what we saw pre-COVID. We can learn a ton by looking at our peer states and start to kind of pull out trends and see what might be underlying, what are the causes underlying these patterns that we're seeing. And when we look at our peer states who have economies that are resource and energy based, we see sort of a similar pattern in terms of recovery in terms of jobs. So it's pretty flat recovery, but not necessarily declining. Whereas when we look at our border states who have economies with strong knowledge sectors, like Idaho and Utah and Colorado, we see that growth actually strong, and in Idaho and Utah, strong, that their economies have recovered to above pre-COVID levels in terms of numbers of jobs. And we'll see that reflected in a little bit more granularity in a second, what underlies that. And then our neighbors in South Dakota and Montana, their growth largely mirrors the growth in the US. We talked back in March about the differences in the impacts of COVID-19 on Wyoming versus the US as a result of just the different makeup of our economy. And we saw a lot of job loss in our extractive industries. And as we all know, those make up a much greater percentage of Wyoming's jobs and GDP than they do in the US. And those jobs tend to be a lot higher paying than the other types of jobs that saw losses due to COVID-19. And so what that means is that we in Wyoming have disproportionate job losses in high paying occupations. That trend has continued. We haven't seen that go away since we talked about this in March. So these charts are updated to now, and when we still see a lot of job losses in our highest paying occupations. Digging a little bit into that job recovery, what you're looking at here is in orange. That's the magnitude of the jobs that were lost since COVID-19. And in blue, that's either the jobs recover on the negative side, or in some cases, we see that we've gained jobs beyond what was lost during COVID-19. And so the important things to point out here is that these are all sorted in terms of highest number of jobs by industry. And we're seeing little to no recovery in the mining and extraction industries and in the construction industry, which in Wyoming is very, very complementary and tied to the mining and extraction industry. But there are some bright spots here as well. In terms of, there are some industries where we've seen growth beyond recovery. So some positive growth in some industries, and those include professional, scientific, and technical services, finance and insurance, so those knowledge sector industries, as well as arts, entertainment, and recreation. And the specific occupations, if you even dig a little bit deeper into that, they include things like software developers and management consultants. And so I think a lot to, we can think about why those might be, but a lot to be learned from the sectors that are growing, and a lot to think about in terms of, are those remote workers? are those jobs that are being created because of the unique environment that COVID created. When we look at that chart against our peer states, you can really start to see some differences pop out. So you can see that in our peer states with resource and energy-based economies, we see similar patterns where mining and extraction comprise a large percentage of jobs in those states, and we don't see recovery in that across any of those states. A little bit of kind of background there. Most of you probably know that we have seen prices recover, right? So oil prices are up, commodity prices are up, but jobs are not coming back. And that's really different from the patterns that we've seen in the past, where jobs tend to track oil prices, tend to track commodity prices. So we see that kind of diverging after COVID-19. And that, analysts say that's because of different investor preferences now. In Idaho and Utah, you see a lot of job growth beyond recovery. And the job growth that's happening in our neighbors in Idaho and Utah are really in the knowledge sector, plus construction in Idaho, and plus construction and manufacturing in Utah. So that means there's not a tie between construction in those two states like there is in mining in Wyoming. And instead that might be reflective of just their economies growing there. All right. Moving on from that, and maybe I'll pause here. I'm going to move on to some customer perspectives, because we all know that high-level economic data doesn't tell us everything. We need to talk to our customers. But before I move on, any questions on that high-level economic data?
I think you're good.
All right, sounds good. We have, in addition to all of that very high level research, through the processes that we are going through to develop new solutions, both as it relates to American Rescue Plan funding, as well as the state budget and other initiatives. We have heard from hundreds of businesses and stakeholders about the problems that they're seeing on the ground. And I just pulled out a few quotes from our conversations with them. And just to kind of shed a light on the most important problems that we see across the state. Supply chain remains something that businesses are struggling with. We hear from communities about blighted buildings and properties. And we continue to hear about startup businesses needing resources. And we continue to hear about retraining and other things related to making sure that communities' economies are resilient against the background of a boom and bust cycle. And so what I want to point out here is, we see reflected both in that kind of macroeconomic data and in what we're hearing on the ground, except for that supply chain issue, we're seeing a lot of the kind of underlying causes and underlying problems that might not necessarily be extremely related to COVID. And so we're really looking at those same kind of underlying issues, but they've been accelerated, they've been exacerbated, and that's really important, because bringing it back to the state's economic development strategy, that strategy is all based around how do we use our strengths in our competitive advantages that many of our core industries have lent to the state to grow and activate new economic sectors. And I think we see with growth in the knowledge sector, with sort of suppressed growth in our more core industries, and with these customer perspectives, that that the strategy remains dynamic and more important now than ever. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Marcio to talk about how we are taking the kind of high level analyses that we've been able to do a step farther to gain greater understanding, and then some of the sort of techniques and approaches and mindsets that we're bringing to innovation around the different initiatives, looking a little bit more external than the foundational projects that Josh talked about.
Sarah, if I could just interrupt quickly, I think Kathy has a question.
Hi, Sarah. Congratulations. I hope you make it 6 more days. Hey, I do have a question. Under customer perspectives, I was surprised that housing and workforce were not even mentioned in those. What is the outlook on that and the perspective of that from your customers, from our customers?
Excellent question. And that is actually reflected throughout the feedback that we get from folks. I didn't include it here because there's a separate work group working on it that the governor's office is leading. And so we aren't looking at that very directly, but of course we have a role to play in that work group. But absolutely, Kathy, that is, it continues to be something that's brought up both in terms of housing affordability and housing availability. And there's a lot of nuance that we can talk about there, but we definitely do see it reflected in feedback from customers.
Thank you.
All right, Marcio, go ahead.
Great. Any other questions? Can I start? Good. Well, hello. Thanks for the opportunity to share some of the projects that I'm working on. You can move to the next slide there, Sarah, if you will. Thank you. The projects we are discussing today are part of this three-pronged approach to clarify which actions are more likely to increase Wyoming economic resiliency. So more likely to increase resilience in the Wyoming economy. Those 3 projects are the investment thesis that is strongly connected with the investment platform and how we measure program performance. A partnership that we are developing with Harvard Growth Lab. And last but not least is how can we bring the customer from the business perspective to the table. And when we look at the Wyoming economy with business and industrial capabilities lenses. So next slide, please, Sarah. So let's start with the investment thesis. A good way to put is investment thesis is a framework that aims to promote an evidence-based approach to economic development. And do this by bringing more rigor and discipline to the process of making decisions regarding what are the best investments and how we allocate resources. The concept is supposed to be a liberating structure. I think it connects a little bit what Josh said earlier today. You know, structure empowers people to act. And we hope that with that liberating structure, we can focus on people by empowering them to act and add value and activate parts of our strategy. Can you go for the next slide, Sarah? Before I talk specific about the framework, I want to detail a little bit more what is evidence-based, because some of those terms mean different things for different people, but actually there is one meaning that is more appropriate, and I want to just clarify. So evidence-based approach is not gold standard science, which sometimes has a very high confidence that something could work, but is not very practical or applicable. And also try to stay away from myth and lore. And then you can think about evidence based as something that exists in an effective zone that goes our way, where we need to be a little bit careful with opinion and preferences, and you start migrating to industry standards or things that were done this way for some reasons. Sometimes you hear that exploring, we always done this way, which is not very positive, and other times is catching up with the best practices in science out there. So it's not something that is complicated or formulaic. It's actually trying to understand a very complex problem and transforming simple actions. You can move to the next one. So going back here to the framework itself, you can think this framework as something that it starts by clarifying that a program that or service that we offer should aim to increase the resiliency of the Wyoming economy via diversification. And then that is a pause there to reflect, because a lot of times we're trying to shortcut and we say things like, oh, our goal is to diversify the Wyoming economy. However, diversification for the sake of diversification can be very counterproductive. Now, a diversification that aims to a resilient economy, it goes back to Sarah's presentation, where there is the fluctuations that we see in the Wyoming economy via the lenses of jobs. We are start to clarifying what is the real intent. Now, when we have that clarification, program managers should articulate why and how in this framework a program will achieve this goal. And I'm paraphrasing here, Richard Feynman, you cannot prove yourself right, you can only prove yourself wrong. So you start by refuting assumptions and really questioning and challenging those assumptions. And if you cannot prove yourself wrong, then we can proceed to start quantifying the opportunities. Is where it shifts in investment thesis from narrative to numbers. The investment criteria is a way to optimize investments using return of investment and social returns projections. We went through some of these exercises with the evaluation tool, and we keep to refining these investment criteria and prioritization. The two last parts of the framework here is how we implement, which I'm calling mechanisms, this intent and this prioritization via programs and services. Those programs and services should have in the future a very clear objective and goals, a clear process, what is the critical success factors, and evaluation tools that support all this building up to the program. And last but not least, what are key performance indicator metrics that shows that we are moving the needle towards the diversification that is a more resilient economy. Any questions so far regarding the investment thesis, the framework approach, and what is the rationale behind it?
It's up here in the room, Marcio.
Okay, I will take that. My accent is not getting in the way, but I will go back one slide there, please, Sarah. When I had a discussion with Kim DeVore about the investment thesis, one thing that it is important to repeat that she told me that I really appreciate that. Sometimes you try to use this rationale to an existing program, and that is very challenging because the program is already running, exists, there are process and procedures in place. So Kim suggested that we use this for the new programs. And we are already doing some of that. I will mention later in a presentation. Thank you, Sarah. You can move to the next slide. So that was investment thesis. The other prong of this approach is the partnership, a strategic partnership that we are working with the Growth Lab. The Growth Lab is part of the Center for International Development. This partnership will help us to translate our economic development strategy into action by providing more information to the investment thesis, where we hope that help us to understand where are really the opportunities for growth of a resilient economy. I think that this partnership will also allow us to better understand the binding constraints to economic growth and diversification in Wyoming. And they start working in their methodology in this partnership by identifying what are the opportunities for growth in the constraints I just mentioned, using lenses of economic complexity. That's basically a short version of economic complexity means not always what you see in the surface is really what is happening under the surface. They use this methodology in theory of product space, analyzing the existing product space in Wyoming. So what are the clusters, the ecosystems, and how can we leverage that? And last but not least, how we can use the existing skills and human capital in Wyoming to get in a direction of growth. But this is just the tip of the iceberg. If you can move the next slide, Sarah, please. It's important to understand that the Growth Lab main business is economic diversification. So I was very pleased when I learned that their approach for economic development is economic diversification. And their entire work is based in finding answers of how regions move to new industries. And they start by analyzing highly complex products and services that exist in the economy, because these highly complex products and services, they depend and have a very specific set of capabilities. Let's forget a little bit about infrastructure, or let's forget a little bit about quality of life. Let's forget a little bit about other things. And then they focus in know-hows. What are the know-hows to produce this product and service? And then diversification of an economy will be inherently connected to these know-hows. They do this via what is called a growth diagnostic. And then we think that we'll get a very solid diversification strategy after we work with them in this growth diagnostic. Sorry, you can move to the next. So how we are operationalizing, just in case you question if I could pronounce that, this work with the Growth Lab. Well, we'll start by having 6 people from Wyoming taking what is called the Leading Economic Growth course, where we are going to understand how they work and see how can we leverage these 60 years of proving economic development results, and then see how it applies for Wyoming. After this 10-week engagement with Harvard via a course, we'll develop a work plan, which is co-created by these 6 folks from Wyoming and the staff on the Growth Lab. I put a little graph there that not just because it's visually appealing, but exemplifies what are their know-hows. And here they did 2 studies with Saudi Arabia economy and another one with Vietnam. And they are comparing oil-dependent economy with a technology-led economic growth. And then in the case of the Vietnam, you can see the progressions and less fluctuations. And then in Saudi Arabia economy, you can see the fluctuations of the revenues of that economy. Very focused in trade and export data here right now. But one economy is less resilient, less diverse. Another one is more resilient. And what you do to diversify an economy. They currently work with Saudi Arabia and other countries that have similar challenges that we have in Wyoming. You can move to the next one. So after we develop this working plan, I mentioned that we hope to have a very interesting engagement. It's estimated to be a 2 years engagement with 9 economists from the Growth Lab engaged with our different agencies and staff. And then we will co-create a diversification strategy. We are very aware there are other studies being around in the state fluctuating. For example, the Wyoming, the WIP, I forgot what WIP stands for. I'm sorry, Innovation Partnership. It's contracting with McKinsey for a study. And we think that if we approach this with assuming positive intent and there are many different perspectives for the same problem, we can find some good synergies. And in this image there, you can see that is not Saudi Arabia or Vietnam graphic representation of the economy. This is a Wyoming economy organized by what are the complexity of the products we export and how related that is to Wyoming, meaning bigger relation is more existing Wyoming, and less relatedness means that it's a brand new industry or we don't have in Wyoming. And then we have very interesting questions. For example, we could invest more in inorganic chemicals, chemical compounds, precious metals, etc. But that complexity, the resiliency of this sector maybe will not change the fluctuations we have now when we focus so much in energy minerals. Now, the fabrication and manufacturing capabilities existing in Wyoming that were created to support oil, gas, and coal operations, they seems to be in enough concentration that can create a new opportunity for Wyoming in a highly complex product that tends to be more resilient, and in the nuclear energy sector. So thank you, Sarah. You can move to the next one. And before we move to talk about industry and business capabilities, do we have any questions regarding the work with the Growth Lab, its intent, and what we hope to get out of it?
And from Mr. Easley.
Yeah, how long was the time frame for the finished product? Did you say, was it a couple of years? Is that what I heard?
Thank you, Mike. The initial engagement is 10 weeks, where we are having this online course. Every 2 weeks during those 10 weeks, we check with the Growth Lab staff. Because we don't want just to think about 2 years in our head. It's like, meanwhile, we are deciding critical things about how we are going to use the ARPA funds, how we can support the Wyoming Energy Authority with Build Back Better initiative and grant application. So we want to learn things, how to use these tools and apply right away. So 10 weeks with 5 consulting meetings with Harvard. And after that, we'll develop a work plan. They estimate that this is a 2-year engagement, the initial part of this bigger project. I asked the same question. If there will be a finished product? Yes, there is a finished product. There is a strategy that we can develop together. However, they tend to have a relationship with the countries that they work that never ends. It becomes a partnership, and where they see and reevaluate if we are achieving those metrics or those goals. So yes, it's 2 years, but it could be an ongoing conversation after those 2 years. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, thanks. And I guess what I heard, just to kind of maybe restate what I heard you say, is you're doing some initial work to sort of maybe seed the playing field and get some early wins, but you're really looking at creating some kind of a sustainable initiative
Yes.
over the long term.
Yeah.
Thanks.
That's accurate. Thank you.
Yeah, and if I can just add to that, Mike, to add some color to that, the purpose of this engagement is not that, you know, some engagements with consultants are to have some sort of a document or deliverable at the end, and that's really not what we're going for. We have kind of that framework already, and really it's about operationalizing the framework that we've built already and really getting down to the next level of action and granularity there. So
Thank you, Sarah. Any other questions regarding the engagement with Growth Lab?
I'm going to channel Kathy Tomasi here for a second. I have a question.
Yes.
Could you back up to that slide that had your relatedness
Yes.
diagram with kind of the scatter chart on that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, could you maybe just kind of walk us through the axis on that and kind of provide a little context to what that means? I think it's really interesting, and I just want to make sure that I got it whenever I was looking at it.
That sounds good. It sounds good. I love this graph and I can talk that forever. So I'll try to be very objective. In the bottom axis, which usually is called the X axis there, you have the diversification relatedness, meaning this diversification opportunity is graded in how related to the existing ecosystem, business ecosystem in Wyoming. How do they get to that data? They use export data. Those are products that we export outside Wyoming. And when we talk about export, I'm talking about international export. The national export data is something that we need to work with them to acquire. So this is international export. So when you have a high relatedness, there are existing business in Wyoming that create enough of a momentum, a sector around that product. Now, the product complexity is an index that it's based on how complex is to produce this product or service, meaning how many complementary know-hows you need to make something like that. So if you look on a smartphone, there are a vast amount of know-hows involved in making an iPhone, for example. Now, when you look at more simple and less complex product, you have maybe a concentration of know-how in one or two professionals. Now, the entire premise that the higher the complexity of a product, more resilient the product is to outside factors, including competition and market disruptions. Now, when we organize those clusters of products in Wyoming, in that graph there, in those two axes, you're going to start to see where there is a diversification frontier, which is the line in the middle. Things there are in this, and Mike, just to make sure this is an algorithm, so this is just the beginning of the work. We need to put human minds behind this. The line of complexity, the complexity frontier is things that are above the line are more desirable in terms of investments from the government perspective, public policy, and etc. Things that are under are not necessarily no-go, but they also don't increase the economic resilience. You could diversify by increasing those sectors, but they are not necessarily going to increase economic resilience. Did I answer your question, Mike?
Yeah, very good, thanks.
Can I ask a question, Marcio?
Yes, please.
And it's, I just want to make sure, so I'm going to ask a similar question in a different way, or I'm going to try to answer it and see if I'm correct.
Perfect.
We have an enormous amount of unique skill sets, most of them tailored to the energy industry, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if I was going to find one of these growth, diverse, let's see, growth, I don't know what the label is, but a place to grow that isn't a commoditized, energy industry, it would be to, let's say I make a product that requires expert welders or people in, that understand flow testing and all these things. If I had a business I could spin out of that wasn't reliant on the energy industry, that was a manufacturing thing, for example, that would be the type of opportunity we're talking about.
yes and no. Let me just complement your conclusion there. Let's imagine that I have a business that is the entire purpose is to get sand out of the ground. The amount of know-hows required to dig out sand, they are limited. However, there are amount of know-hows and complementary know-hows to fix, to maintain the excavation equipment is higher. So if suddenly sand becomes very cheap, cheaper than dirt, to make a joke, and then the market collapse, the business that were providing maintenance and refurbishing and rebuilding of the excavation machinery will find another market. It could be coal, it could be some other mineral. So this lens is not assuming that mineral extraction doesn't have a path in the economy. They have. They are just more susceptible to fluctuations in the market. When the other businesses that support the mineral extraction tend to be more resilient. With a few exceptions, for example, nuclear reactors, nuclear boilers, machinery, and mechanical appliances for that industry. Mining is a small part of this. You need just a little bit of uranium to produce the same energy that tons of coal will need. But the business that support the high sophisticated industry, if nuclear becomes something of the past, they can pivot and they start supplying things for aerospace industry or gas turbines. Does that answer your question, Jason?
Yeah, it definitely puts a finer tip. One thing you said in there that that I was reminded by in Sarah's presentation that I think is, I don't know, it's just context for us, is that we get hung up on the mineral side because that's what our economy, has leveraged, but it's not that. So when she had those other states up that were Alaska and these mineral extraction states, I would argue you could also put Kansas and other commodity economy states. It's not just minerals, it's commodity. It's the idea that we're selling things cheaply to a third party, or, instead of selling it direct to customers and things like that. And that's where the knowledge economy thing sort of throws a wrench in all that. So, but anyway, this is great. I love it.
Thank you. There are different ways to label, categorize, or analyze this. And we want to rely on the experience of the Growth Lab because they are doing this for a long time with tremendous success sometimes, and sometimes with not so great success. So we think that we can learn from that and shortcut this learning curve. If there are no other questions, we can move to the third part of the third project that I'm working on.
Marcia, there's one more question from.
Okay, I'm sorry for that.
Cindy Johnson.
Yeah, we can go back.
I'm sorry, Marcia. I know we're running out of time here, but the culmination of all of this work, because I really, really like the fact that we're going to diversify, looking at diversifying our economy. I'm really kind of big on that. But one of the things that I want to ask is at the end of this, when we get the results, when we take a look at what we can do in Wyoming, do we have a thought on how we're going to get this information to businesses, say in France, in Germany, and say, really, we're the best option for you to move to Wyoming. Maybe it's a business in Minnesota. And we say, really take a look at what we have. We're the best for you. Once we've targeted that, do we have, and maybe you're going to get to this, do we have that follow-up plan?
That's great, Cindy. I think it's a great question and maybe begs two-part answer here. The first one is it's very direct and straight to the point. Yes. The second one is connected to this next part of the presentation, which is the slide that we have right in front of us. Going back a little bit to the first part, which is yes, It's going to become very clear during this study what is that, not the competitive advantage, because that is used sometimes with other intent, but the comparative advantage in Wyoming, meaning Wyoming is the best place in the world, if we talk about world trade, to produce or create these products or services. So that is the first part. Now, the second part is when we got the announcement, and that is the third project that I'm working, that TerraPower is going to build a new demonstration nuclear power plant, and I'm calling the Natrium Project. We, Wyoming Business Council, thought this is a significant investment, $4 billion in the Wyoming economy. This is not our project, is TerraPower project. Eventually, Pacific is going to buy the nuclear power plant after demonstration and run it in their energy mix. What can we do? How can we leverage Wyoming competitive and comparative advantages, even if sometimes we have not a very clear idea? So we start by studying a little bit of nuclear industry, not with the intent of becoming a nuclear expert, but what is happening out there. And what are the capabilities and capacities we exist in Wyoming that can support that project? And that led to the third project, which is creating a conceptual framework that how can we leverage business opportunities. So let's go there. If you take a look in this Venn diagram that looks very complicated, it's not, we just need to walk through. Think about the center of the approach is how can we support a project that's not ours? How can we have TerraPower meet their time and budget? Because it's very hard, United States, to be on budget on time when we talk about nuclear energy. It's a huge challenge. So what are the TerraPower project needs? Now let's look our industry, capacity and capability, and there will be immediate participation of local industry in the project because either the economics favor Wyoming, example, moving in steel and large amount of concrete, it's not cheap, so maybe use local distribution or local concrete. It's going to be economic in favor of Wyoming. And also we have a specialization that favors Wyoming, building a pressure vessel to oil and gas, building complex machinery is a specialization we have because coal, oil and gas industries in Wyoming, the mineral needs for that thing. So if we look that, we can facilitate conversations between TerraPower and existing business and increase the chances of project participation. At the same time, if we coordinate efforts with manufacturing works and other organizations, and we have agile response, we can promote, incentivize additional participation. For example, a company that just relocates from Colorado to Cheyenne area, it's very good in welding and bending tubes, but they currently don't have an ISO 9000 certification. So with a program that promotes ISO 9000 certifications, we can increase the participation of that company in the project. Now, partially answering your question, Cindy, it's going to become very obvious in these approaches that there are other projects or opportunities that we don't have a local industry or even regional industry that can supply. So that is an opportunity for what I'm calling inorganic growth. Is a target recruitment saying, there is this project need. We would like you to get this project and move to Wyoming, maybe to better supply to this industry. Now, if we move to the next slide, the same approach, the same conceptual framework can be used for other projects. We have a significant amount of projects coming. We are hopefully, I'm knocking on the wood here, around a hydrogen hub. If we use the same lenses, we can help those companies that exist in Wyoming to pivot and diversify. Now, one thing I did not talk in the previous slide, you can see that there is in the Venn diagram there is a part that there's an overlap. Let's imagine that company that got the ISO 9000 certification. They did not successful land a proposal. They could not answer a request for proposal. They were not competitive, but they got the ISO 9000 with the goal of serving a hydrogen hub. We believe that there will be positive externalities, will be spin-offs of those investments, because now you didn't work for the hydrogen project, but you could provide a successful bid on the aerospace industry, for example. And if Fisara moves the next slide, there is a significant investments coming too in a carbon capture, utilization, and sequestration. If we use those lenses that I'm proposing of an industrial and business capability approach, we can maximize the benefits for Wyoming business, putting business in the center. What do we do again? Now the last slide. All those three things, they work in an integrated way. If you think the growth diagnostic is one gear, the investment thesis is another gear, and the business industrial capability approach is another gear, they are iterating and working together in an engine of growth. How do we communicate better? And it's part of the Cindy's question there. Think about the grease that goes in those gear, and that is working to understand how we better leverage our partnerships and relationships with probably using a polycentric network approach or social network analysis that understand how you communicate and talk with not just the companies in Germany or France, like you mentioned, Sydney, but also the companies and these partners in Wyoming. We are already doing this. Josh Turrell probably is thinking that I did a great job because you guys laughed more in my presentation than him and had more questions. So he's probably itching to say something that how we applying this on an energy related project. So Josh, I think it's your time.
Let me give you the mic, Mr. Durrell.
Well, thank you, Ms. DeVore. Thanks, Marcio. I'm not jealous at all because your presentation was longer and you had more opportunities for laughs. No, I think it's important to realize that again, and this innovation is something that we're going to continue to do, but there's always a tie to the things that we're doing now. And I think Mr. Easley asked a good question about the engagement with the Growth Lab and us trying to get wins now, and what does that look like, and is it sustainable? And I think there's a really good tie in with the energy related projects that we're working on with the EDA Build Back Better coordination that we're providing. In that capacity, the Business Council is really acting as a coordinator for all of the entities that are looking to, and the communities that are looking to do projects in the Build Back Better arena for EDA, because we know there is a lot of federal money coming at us through the American Recovery Plan Act, as well as a Rescue Plan Act, as well as the Build Back Better and other EDA funding mechanisms. There's a ton of money coming at us, and we need to be able to coordinate and organize ourselves to not just make sure that we put together good proposals, but also so that we utilize a lot of the information that we're learning about which industries should we use to diversify and build resilience, because we could put effort into industries that may be okay, but they don't give us the resilience that we want. And so we want to coordinate those efforts. And so with Build Back Better, we're working closely with the Wyoming Energy Authority, who's actually writing one of the proposals for those projects. And we're helping coordinate that effort and communicate the efforts around the state. I think that's a really important thing. And then the other area that we're working is on the governor's strike teams around the ARPA funding. And really that goes to the Survive, Drive, and Thrive program that he's developing for all of the ARP funding. And how do we utilize that funding? And in goal 2, that's around business resilience and revenue, and how do we improve the state's economy with those programs. And so we've been utilizing these techniques to not just look out to the future and how do we do that, but also in today, how do we utilize these funding mechanisms to set forth programs with the ARPA funding so that we can get the best bang for our buck in the short term as well.
And if I can just add, a lot about this meeting today and tomorrow is about what Marcio discussed with our investment thesis. It's the process in our minds that we go through, that the staff goes through, that hopefully the whole state goes through when we decide if this is an optimal investment for the state. It's another piece in our toolbox. So we're going to talk later about the metrics tool. That is a tool in our toolbox that helps us in each one of those decisions of, is this a good investment for us? This cooperation with the Growth Lab provides us data and support for our internal thought process when we look at deals, whether it's this whole new world of ARP funding and EDA funding, or it's our old world of business-ready communities. It's still another toolbox, another tool in the toolbox to tell us whether this is an optimal investment for our state. And tomorrow we're going to talk to Engage. And we know a resounding problem in our state is retaining and attracting young people. The information they provide us is another tool in our toolbox so that we make good decisions. That's all a part of this investment thesis. That's why that scatter graph is super exciting, because it just gives us more concrete data to make good decisions with our investment dollars. I love watching the business council move this way. Okay, enough. We're behind. Sorry. Alex, where are we in the?
Hey, Kim, if I could
Just on track, Madam Chair.
just to wrap up, sorry to interrupt there. I wanted to wrap that up into even more of a kind of arc of where we've come and where we're going, because what the investment thesis, what the collaboration with the Growth Lab, and what the approach Marcio just walked through is doing is connecting the vision of the state's economic development strategy to, like you said, Kim, the investment decisions that we make every day. And not only the project investment decisions, but also the program investment decisions. And so this work is kind of that critical sandwich, that glue that we maybe have been missing for a little bit. And so I'm like you, Kim, I'm just really excited about the work that we're doing and bringing that into what matters for the customer, what matters for our stakeholders, what matters for the people of Wyoming. So sorry, just wanted to wrap that up a little bit.
Thank you, Sarah. I appreciate it. And it's not lost on me, my vice chair, Mr. Arns, reminded me that actually the committee has been renamed the Strategic Implementation Committee. And I think Execution? Yes, sir. And I'm sorry, well done. Well done. I think that was better than last time, but I think we're seeing how it's all coming together. So great presentation, and I think good interaction and engagement from the board as well. I think next up is Amy Quick on strategic communications.
There we go. All right. Well, thank you, Madam Co-Chair and board members. Great to be here with you all this morning in person and see everybody's faces. I wanted to give an update on what we're doing in strategic communications. I moved into this role in May and have really enjoyed, and there's been a lot that we're doing, a lot of things that we're changing, and a lot of things that we're executing on. Josh touched on a lot of them about our foundational projects. That Unity team is really key because they've been helping a lot to inform what we're doing. As Josh mentioned, we've really looked at who our customers are at the Business Council. While we think, and it's easy to say, that we're all things to all people, we cannot really be all things to all people. So we've really identified that our customers are businesses and communities, And the beneficiaries of our work are the people of Wyoming. So we have gone into the who we are and what we do. What we do is we provide and we connect businesses and communities to the resources they need to create opportunities for the people of Wyoming. So with that work, and some of it became really, getting into semantics and, looking at words very specifically. We did some target work and worked with outside customers to see what resonated both externally and internally, because all of that is helping to inform both how we communicate internally, but then also who and how we communicate externally. And one of the big projects that we're working on is the website. It's something that we've been talking about for years and years, and we are actually executing on it. We released an RFP Lite earlier this year and selected Callan Marketing Solutions of Casper, who I was able to go meet with in person yesterday. So that was great, got to meet their team. We're working with them. And they have already gotten started. We have done a lot of internal listening sessions and discovery work with our teams to identify how we use the website, how our customers use the website, what works and what doesn't, because the big key is that we really want something that is intuitive, that is customer driven and customer focused, and that is, the first bullet up there, less is more. Right now, there's a lot of information on there and we have a lot of information to provide, but like Board Member Law said, it can be very confusing to find information and to figure out who you need to connect with and where you should go. So we want to make sure that self-service is an option. We're not too governmenty. We can go ahead and move to the next slide. I guess I have some possibility to do that. Oops. And user experience, as I said, is number one. We want to make sure that when people get on our website, they understand who we are and what we do, that we are the state of Wyoming's economic development agency and the programs and services we offer, but we don't want it cluttered. We want to keep it simple. We don't want to overload it. We want to stay focused. We want strong calls to action, and we want to make sure that each and every page, we have a defined goal and understand the customer for that page. And these are just a couple examples. That one up in the corner is the Wyoming Energy Authority, who just recently went through, had a new website developed. And then down in the bottom is South Dakota's. When I met with Callan yesterday, they pulled up a couple websites that they'd found that they liked, and South Dakota was one of theirs too. So I already feel very comfortable that they understand where we're wanting to go. Navigation is key. It needs to be intuitive, as I said, so it needs to be simple, easy to find the information you're looking for. And three of the main areas, contacts. Our staff page, it's not really easy to understand who does what and who to go to when you're looking for some help. So this example on this vision board shows kind of color coded. If you're looking for something about services or business development, or maybe investments, you're looking for a loan or a grant, who could you select and go to? So these are just some examples, some ideas that we've shared with Callan. Regions, focusing things geographically. So if you're in the Northwest region, you know who serves you and who you can connect with, and also not just business council wide, but also other resources that might be available to you there. And then programs, again, more self-service, identifying how to go through a process, where to start first. And we've talked about more flow charts and, walking through those and helping that to be understandable to people as they're looking for assistance. Purpose was a really big question and conversation we came up with and started getting into. And at first we were concerned that our purpose, some of the ideas that are different through our different listening sessions might be conflicting, but we really feel they're very complementary. So number one, we want our website, we want the Business Council to be seen as a thought leader and the source of truth. We are the economic development agency for the state of Wyoming. And so we want that to be evident in our website and everything that we provide, as well as we want to show that we're different and we're differentiated. So what we do is important, and it should be very visible and understandable what we can do. But then it's important for the information sharing and problem solving. Like I've said, that people can find the information they need, find the resources they're looking for, or the contacts to help them get there. And then promoting Wyoming is key. At this point, why Wyoming is kind of hidden. And some of the best practices in economic development websites are really showcasing the assets that your state has. And we need to do that better. Look and feel, like I said, while we are a quasi-state agency, we don't want to look and feel too governmenty. We want to look and feel more businessy, right? We want our businesses and communities, our customers, to feel like it's a welcoming site. We want a modern look, but we don't want too trendy because we don't want to have to redo this in a couple of years. So remembering less is more, finding a good balance, and more images and video. So that's something that we've shared with them. And then there are a variety of other elements that we've talked about through our listening sessions that are important, demonstrating that ROI. Certainly the board info is important, and it's important by statute. It has to be there. So we need to have a good document repository, and it needs to be something that's easily found. Right now, it's kind of buried. Wyoming sites, again, very critical for promoting Wyoming and helping site selectors and businesses find us and what's available. And that's also going to require our partners to help us to build that site out. That's up to them to add information there as well. And so we are working on more trainings and to help that be more robust. The calendar, it is something that we've identified as important, and other partners do use it, but right now it's not a very useful tool. So if we're going to have a calendar, it needs to be important and useful, and it also needs to be maintained and current. FAQs and talking points, again, so that people can find information at their fingertips before they have to call us. So if there's certain things that we're always hearing, which there certainly are, then if we can put those on there and save a phone call. And job postings are another that are required on there and another important source. But really just in bringing this website to life, these listening sessions and a lot of the internal work has been key. That we really want a sustainable platform, something flexible, something that we can maintain internally. Right now, maintaining the website is very challenging. And so that's another key aspect of the redesign. We've shared all of this information with Callan, and they are working to put together some demo sites or mock-ups of pages, and we'll see those next week. So then we can identify if they're on the right path, if they're getting what we're wanting. We've also asked them to help us with some of the external discovery and to find out more about how our customers do use the site. I think it's important that a third party can ask some of those questions instead of us necessarily asking them, and maybe hearing what we really getting down to more information. And so, like I said, they are working on that, and we're excited. We anticipate having this site launched before the end of the year. That is our goal. And then in hand with that, we are implementing an automation, as Josh said, for our email and social posting and outreach. So that is all to help make our very small communications team more efficient. And we're working with contractors, also looking at some other outside help to help us with that messaging and outreach and targeting some champions and helping others tell our story. So, but if there's any other questions, I just wanted to share a quick update on what's happened in a very short and fast few months.
Can I throw 2 cents in?
Sure.
Yeah, I love what you were referring to. I just got to, as you were discussing, I got to thinking about maybe just an idea that if you could have something, a very unimposing sort of questionnaire that generates, and you could just have a algorithm if you want or something like that, but it generates a custom roadmap for inquiries that maybe say, based on the questionnaire, who they need to talk to, what they need to do, that maybe a RX for success that's specific for the person that's making the inquiry. It just makes them, it's a little warmer, a little fuzzier, but I don't know how that'd be difficult to maintain or not, but anyway.
Well, and that's something that we're exploring with that email automation. It's through Marketing Cloud, which is a Salesforce product. And through our preference center and some of our journeys that we're going to build, we hope that we can do some more targeting for our outreach that way and find out where people are coming from on our site, and also what information they're seeking, so that we can provide them the best information possible instead of just a lot of canned or no information, which has been what it's been a bit lately. So
Amy, one thing I would encourage us to look at is one of the things when I'm in a conversation with businesses that call or people that are thinking about Wyoming, the thing that resonates with them is when you give them an example of another business that's in Wyoming. So people, entrepreneurs, business people, companies, corporations, whatever it is, so that they see that those people are in Wyoming. Like that's a big one. Microsoft, some of these companies that are here. So if there's a way to sort of expose that in the process, that'd be awesome.
Yeah, and I think that's really been key, telling our story better, again, through the successes and the businesses and customers, the communities that are here. Through that navigation, we're looking at, making it very simplified to focus on business and community. And then from there are different resources that help those, but, through visual assets, through photography and video, storyboarding and all, just more stories and more success story sharing is definitely a goal.
Oh, I really think you're on the right track with it. So great job. I'm kind of excited about all the stuff that you talked about. So please don't let my next comment ruin anything. But could we actually put the word governmenty alongside the operationalizing word as bonus points for the day? I think governmenty is pretty cool too.
Governmenty is, we'll do 3 points for governmenty.
I'm glad I could add to the
5 for
vocabulary list.
Oh, that's awesome. Notization. Dang it. Operationalizing. I got it. Said it. Governmenty.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Great. Thank you all. Have a good rest of your day.
Okay, we are a little bit behind, but this is one of the best parts, and we get to do this all in person. So field operations, all of our regionals can give us updates about what is happening around the state. And just in case anybody's starting to stress about lunch, we are going to shorten our lunch period, but it is here. So it's all good. You'll just have to eat faster.
Okay. Push the button and then talk. We say that a lot when we snowmobile because the radios have a delay. So I'm used to that. Good morning, not morning anymore. Good afternoon, board. We're happy to be here today. I'm Heather Tepper. I'm the Southeast Regional Director for the Wyoming Business Council. I am also the team lead for the regionals. So just thought I would start us off mostly with great news that since the last time we met with you, we do have a full team again, which is super exciting. Yes, the last 2 presenters were part of our team and have obviously moved on to help other parts of the Business Council, but we're super excited that we've now completed our team again and we are off and running. We've spent the last couple of months doing a lot of getting to know our partners outside of the Business Council. So that's been great for new regional directors to learn about all the different programs and opportunities for businesses and communities in the state. It's been really good for the rest of us too. I think it's always good to get a refresh. So you saw that we did written reports in the board book, but we wanted to take an opportunity since we were here in person for you to just see us all and chat and ask any questions. A couple of highlights from my report that I just wanted to make sure that you all saw. 2 projects that have been continuing full speed ahead despite supply chain and other issues. In Saratoga, the North Platte Valley Medical Center is going full speed. They're doing great. They've got most of their in-ground infrastructure done. You might remember that was a project that was mostly funded with the USDA loan, and the Business Council funds came in to help with the infrastructure. So our portion was fairly small, but the impact of that project overall is going to be really great for the community. They're targeting a summer 22 opening, and I think that shouldn't be a problem. So I saw today they were putting one of their main beams up this afternoon. So very exciting. Another project that is nearing completion, and I think really just finishing touches really, is the Evergreen Assisted Living Facility in Goshen County. That was another one that we funded, I think it was 2 years ago. I can't remember exactly when it was, but through a BRC grant. And then there was some private funds, and they did a lot of fundraising on their own to help with that. So that will be opening in October and already has a waiting list. So definitely needed. Assisted living is alongside with housing that we hear a lot in all of our communities. One other update I wanted to give you, because I think you may start to hear this in other places. Northrop Grumman, who is the contractor that's been selected to lead the ground-based strategic deterrent project through the Department of Military, they have hired a project manager for the entire project. He is based in Cheyenne and is essentially a community liaison is a big part of his job. He has started getting out and visiting with different groups in the community to let them know the plans, how do small businesses interact with Northrop Grumman, what their timeline looks like. So it's exciting to see that that is starting to actually get legs and start moving. I feel like we've been talking about it for years. So such is the case with economic development. I'm going to turn it over to the rest of my team unless any of you have any questions for me. All righty.
Hello, I'm Kristen Fong from Cody, Northwest Regional Director for the Wyoming Business Council. So thank you so much for having me. Happy to join you this morning in person and happy to be one of the newest members of this team. So the Northwest region has done surprisingly well over the summer, given the circumstances of COVID and especially given the recent circumstances with the resurgence. But all of the local economic developers have been reporting to me that they have done extremely well this past summer. So I'm happy to kind of be stepping into some upward growth that way. And I've made it my goal as one of the newest members of this team to make sure that I connect with all of the local economic development organizations throughout the Northwest region in person, and to also connect with Chamber of Commerce directors, elected officials, and town administrators, just to make sure that they know that there's a new face with the Business Council and a new contact for them and a new resource for them. So luckily, was able to do that over the summer months before kind of the recent resurgence of COVID. So happy to report that they're all doing well, and just really looking forward to getting to know them better as I settle into the role. So come and visit me in Cody sometime. All right, any questions for me? All right, thanks. Thank you. Yeah, happy to be here.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Brandy Harlow. I'm the Northeast Regional Director, so Crook, Weston, Campbell, Johnson, and Sheridan counties. And in almost 5 years, I've actually remembered all 5 of those counties in front of the board. So please, usually I forget one, and it's usually the one I live in. So just wanted to give you a quick update. Like Heather said, we did do written reports as well, but wanted to start with our existing BRC projects that we have going on. Canon Products had a great grand opening a couple weeks ago. They doubled their square footage. That was a project that we partnered with the EDA on with federal funds to make it happen. They're at about 40,000 square feet. They've also been very successful in using our small business innovation and research program that matches those funds to help with R&D. If you have an opportunity to get to Sheridan, it is really worth stopping in and seeing what they're doing. They talked about some of their projects, got to see hands-on, working on bulletproof materials that would actually be used to line military aircraft, manufacture different types of plugs that protect aircraft engines once they're on the ground. And then the really cool one to me, and I know some of you saw the life vest that they've been working on for the Navy for several years, where it was blowing up and deflating so many times. Well, now they are working on trying to make it actually turn somebody over in the water so they're face up. So if they're unconscious in the water, it's not going to help if you're face down. So they're doing some really, really cool things, and I wanted to share that with you guys. Also, we have the Advanced Carbon Products Innovation Center. That's started in Gillette several years ago. It's now been renamed the Wyoming Innovation Center. It's under construction and should be done probably by the end of the year. It'll have that lab space and actually have space with coal handling equipment to help companies take their concepts and actually graduate it to a larger scale, take it out of the lab and use actual coal handling equipment. So that's a great project that's been going on for a long time. The other one that's out there is the Red Grade Trails. They recently came to the investments committee and talked about, they've actually raised additional funds that they weren't expecting. So they changed their scope of work and they're going to be able to do more work than that was expected with the business council funds. So they're getting further down the, further up the mountain, and I think 2 parking lots at this point. They also offered a tour this fall sometime. So we're trying to get that on the calendar and hoping for the weather to stay nice. So. Other common themes I hear across, the Northeast, and I think that everybody hears, is that demand for employees. It's hard to fill jobs. It's hard to fill all kinds of jobs. And then the housing is huge demand everywhere. But most of my communities are really working on planning at this point. Sundance is working on a revitalization roadmap, which was part of a USDA rural development grant that we got. And they have a consultant that'll come in October 13th and help them work through that. Moorcroft is currently undergoing their economic development strategy that we funded a couple years ago. So that's taking place. Sheridan is doing a housing study right now, trying to identify those needs and how to stimulate that. Newcastle is actually looking at probably bringing in a planning grant to put together some type of a community enhancement community project, probably be like similar to what Sundance did with the Town Square project. They haven't quite fleshed that out yet, but they want to, have a plan and figure out what makes sense for them. Only other thing that couple other things I wanted to talk about. Upton recently announced that they're having a groundbreaking next week for a cobblestone hotel. Business Council, I haven't worked with them on that, but that was the Upton Economic Development Board. It actually came together for, I think 2 or 3 Business Council grants in the past. That was the rail park. So when you start talking about asset mapping, I didn't have anything to do with the Cobblestone Hotel, or the Business Council did, but those things all came together to make that happen. So pretty exciting for Upton and that small community. And the only other thing is Sheridan Startup Challenge is on the calendar now. That's through Impact 307. They received over 40 applications to be part of that. And it's open to the entire Northeast region. I think that they'll boil it down to, 3 top finalists, and then they'll present in November on that one. And then Impact 307 is also looking at doing a similar event in Gillette next spring. Any questions? Thank you, guys.
Let's sit back there by myself. Madam Chairperson and board members, thank you so much for having me, and I really appreciate the opportunity to come talk to you. I'm really excited to meet you and work more with you. My name is Kylie Ingersoll, and I'm the new Southwest Wyoming Regional Director for the Business Council. The region includes Lincoln, Uinta, and Sweetwater, and I only have 3, so I think I'm doing okay.
And you remembered them.
That's true. When I was told that we were going to have to give a little report, I asked Heather probably 2 or 3 times, what do you actually want me to say? And she said, well, just tell them what you've been doing. And so I'm a very process person. And so here's what I've been doing since I started. What comes to mind first is meetings. I have been to a lot of both internal and external meetings to try and figure out
what the Business Council does, what other resources do outside of that, as well as all of the opportunities and extra resources around the state. So meetings is right up there. I also found an office space. And I got that set up. So I have an office in Evanston. It's at 228 9th Street. It's with the UW Extension office. Please come visit. I'd love to say hi to all of you. And I really have to thank Warren and the rest of the team who helped with that. They dealt with all the legal part. I just hung up some pictures, so it was really nice. The other thing that I've been doing, I've been answering questions. I had no idea how many people just randomly call your phone and ask for things. It is really, it was really interesting, and it really is a huge learning curve. And I have had a really good time meeting people with that. On the flip side of that, every time I got a question, I'd say, thank you so much for contacting me. I'll get right back to you. And then I would ask the staff and other regionals questions. And I have to say they've been just a wealth of information and very, very gracious to answer all of my questions. So I've really appreciated that. I have tried my best to meet and connect with a lot of people in my region. And I hope to continue that. Along with that, I was lucky enough to have Josh Durrell visit for a day and a half or 2 days. And both Josh Durrell, Kathy Tomasi, and Cindy Johnson and I went on a kind of whirlwind tour of Evanston, Kemmer, and Rock Springs and Green River. And it was really fun. I think I got to meet a lot of people, go on a few tours of industry. It was a good experience, and I hope they enjoyed it, and I hope they all come back. So, well, 2 of them live there. The other thing, but please come visit and we'll take you on it. The other thing that I have done in a few months is I've said yes to invitations. I was talking with an economic developer in the region, and he was describing me to a meeting that I hadn't been introduced to yet. And he said, you know, the only thing I can say is she's always like, yeah, invite me, I'll be there. And so I look forward to more invitations. I am trying to learn and take in as much as I can so that I can be helpful. As for my 3 counties, I did do the board report that you may have all read, but Lincoln, I guess I'll just give you a highlight or updates. Lincoln County, I'm just working to get to know the area. They did just finish up, or they're finishing up their EDA grant that was awarded to them. They hired Angelou Economics to help them with that. Lincoln County is also fairly focused on trying to put forth a good foot for TerraPower and the nuclear plant. And they're hopeful for that because the coal industry there is declining as it is around the state. I also attended JCPenney Days in Kemmer. They put up this large statue of JCPenney, and they hope to bring in tourism for that. And so it's really a cool statue. It's way bigger than I ever anticipated, and it was a fun event to visit. In Sweetwater County, I've been looking at meeting folks there. The airport project, that was the Business Council BRC project. And I've been working to learn these, but if you have questions, please give me just a minute because they were funded before I started. But that airport project construction is well underway. It's going full speed. They do hope to have a good portion of the grade and construction done by the end of October. So it really is good. I'm excited. I have a lot to do with Devin, and so he's keeping me updated on that. Sweetwater is also putting forth a 6th penny tax for public safety and economic development, and I think that should be a good thing for economic development if that passes. In Uinta, the Avalon project, that was also a BRC project, has had a little bit of a roadblock. The construction or the estimate doubled. And so they have broken down that project and they're doing different phases. So they did get bids for the first phase, and they are looking at all opportunities to find additional funding, but there is kind of a gap that they're looking for. And then also in Uinta, the state hospital feasibility study is about to finish. I think the Business Council funded that as well. While the study is going well, I think there's still some understanding that's needed from the state as to what the direction that they're going to go with that land for the property. The other thing I have been doing, before I started, I was accepted into the Leadership Wyoming program. And so I am doing that as well. And we're 2 sessions in, and it's been a great experience. And the class of 22 is going to be the best. So I hope everyone just understands that. So that's kind of what I've been doing. Those are some of the highlights. If you have any questions, please ask me. Let me know. I'm happy to answer or find the answer if I don't know it. Reach out, and I hope to represent and do good for the Southwest corner. Hopefully I do well after Elena has taken such good care of that region. So thank you for your time. Any questions?
I have a question.
Oh, of course.
Do you have a favorite board member here?
I'd prefer not to answer that. Yes, yeah, I'll plead the fifth. Anything else? Thank you so much. I look forward to meeting you.
I actually do have one question. Are there any other members of Leadership Wyoming that might be especially troublesome to that group?
For 22?
Yes. For 22.
Brandon Marshall, probably.
Brandon
but,
Marshall. How about Bryce Rowe?
You know,
He's a problem.
he is. He kind of troublemaker. No, I'm just, I hope that
I do
that
think-
is public. I'm sorry, Bryce.
I'm not Bryce.
I think it's pretty awesome for the Business Council to have 2 folks on Leadership Wyoming this year. Amy Grenfell went through that last year, and we're happy to be able to really kind of, I guess, share with the state the talent that we have, and then also learn from other leaders and hopefully do some more recruiting while we're there. So thanks.
Yes, thank you.
Aren't we required to say 2014 was the best year? Yeah, okay. Very good. Hello, all. It feels very loud. Yeah. Yeah. My name's Elena Zempel. I am with the Wyoming Business Council, of course. I cover Teton, Sublette, and Fremont counties. I'm going to do something a little different. I have been working in all 3 counties. We do have 3 applications coming in your next round, and you'll see those. So those have kept me busy. But what's going on in Fremont County is that's my newest county that I'm least familiar with, having already covered Sublette and Teton. Fremont County is the state's 2nd county that has passed an economic development tax. And it is a 0.5-cent sales tax that was passed in August of 2020. And they will vote on this again in 2024 in a general election. The sales tax collections began in April 1 of 2021. They had determined to allow 30% of that tax to go towards transportation, 28% of that is to the air service, and 10% to ground transportation, WRTA, which is Wind River Transportation Authority, I believe. And they are a 90-mile route that goes from Riverton to Hudson to Lander to Fort Washakie to Kinnear and Arapahoe and Pavilion, and then back down into Riverton. And that's what I've been doing, is studying maps. So I know how that goes together. The cost to each citizen's they estimate about $80 a year. So for those of you who are considering that, are those communities, that's probably a pretty good base off of there. The distribution is to the county and to 6 municipalities based on their population. This is the best part, I think, about what the creativity of all the municipalities in the county. The county's group is called MOVE, and that stands for Making Opportunity for a Viable Community. They collect approximately 1 million a year. The next one is EDGE. This is Riverton's, and that's Evolve, Diversify, and Grow Our Economy. They're approximately 600,000. They have already awarded 2 projects with money at Riverton Medical over 2 years, about over 400,000 to Riverton Medical each year, and to Central Wyoming College, 100,000 for their equine center. LIFT, which is Lander Improvements for Tomorrow, approximately 400,000, 425,000, and DRIVE, Du Bois Regional Initiative for a Vital Economy, and that's about 55,000. The other 3 communities in that county, Shoshone, Pavilion, and Hudson. Shoshone is 36,000, Hudson 25, and Pavilion 13. With Shoshone, whom I've been working with quite a bit lately, they have completed a master plan and have utilized some of their funds to do some, they've done a roadmap, and as they're progressing, trying to decide what's most important for them. And I look at those tiny communities like Hudson, Pavilion, and Shoshone. This is very, very meaningful for them to have funds to do some planning to move forward. I think it's a great move by Fremont County. It's really very, very interesting to watch them. But to come up with that many acronyms, it's about like the federal government and military. Anyway, I will entertain questions if you wish. It's been fun to start something new like Fremont County, and to travel around and make sure I know where all these are located. Love to have you over in that area. If you've never been to the Military Museum in Du Bois, you must go. Make sure you have 4 or 5 hours. You don't this time. I think with the WIDA, that's who's headed over there, but it is fabulous. It's amazing that a community the size of Du Bois would be able to get that done, and they have a idea for the future. It is amazing. So anyway, thank you for your time. And
thank you, Elena. Any questions?
you can ask me about Lincoln County too.
Oh, Elena, who's your favorite board member? No, just kidding.
Just kidding. You.
Oh, 10 points. Okay. It is 20 to 1, and we are going to break for lunch until 1:15. I believe lunch is in the hall. Is that right, Amy? So we'll just all plan on being back and reconvening at 1:15. For eating so quickly. Oh, that's my cue. I should say less. So, yes, Pam, I'm going to turn it over to you for Services Standing Committee.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair and Co-Chair. I am going to turn it over to our Service Division Director, Brandon Marshall.
I really thought when you guys were doing the buttons that you had to hold it. This one doesn't work like that, just in case you're ever here. So anyway, thank you, Madam Committee Chairman. Coming to you guys with the next fiscal year contract with the Wyoming Women's Business Center. They're a long-term or a long-time partner of ours based in Laramie. The center, as you can see in your board books, if you look to the scope of work page, the center is really dedicated to providing business assistance and training for women, disadvantaged people, and artists and craftspeople. They offer several different programs. The primary ones also listed in the scope of work are a micro-lending program. They do provide business counseling and education. They have added workforce upskilling as one of their offerings, as well as the Works of Wyoming program. And then they do provide a artist space. This is a contract, like I said, that we've had for multiple years and have always had really great success, and they've had great success with their clients. This is a $123,308 contract that we that amount is unchanged from the contract approved last year. As I said before, they've made significant improvements to their programming. And if you don't mind, Wendy Fanning, the executive director of the Women's Business Center, I believe is joining us via Zoom. And if Wendy is on, I would be happy to toss it to her to briefly explain to the board what improvements they've done in their programming. And if she's not there, I'm not going to do it.
I am here. Thank you. Sorry, I had a little trouble with my buttons. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great, great. I don't know if I'm able to share my screen or not, but I'm going to give it a go here. All right, maybe not. I don't, let's see here. There we go. All right, can everybody see that? Okay, great. Well, thank you so much for having me, Madam Chair and committee and board members. It's wonderful to be here with you today. My name is Wendy Fanning. I took over as the executive director of January of 2021. And I really want to first and foremost want to extend my appreciation to the Wyoming Business Council for your continued support of the Wyoming Women's Business Center. You have really helped make this organization what it is today, and also had made such a huge difference in Wyoming's the lives of Wyoming women entrepreneurs throughout our state. Your support has helped us become a leader in business education and counseling in our state. And it also has helped us secure other partnerships with organizations to support our nonprofit. For example, we recently formed a partnership with the Daniels Fund, which we're really, really excited about. I am excited about the direction that our organization is taking. We have a really wonderful, talented team leading the charge, and we have a really amazing board. A lot of new board members have come on in the last 8 months, which we're really excited about. Before I kind of dive into just to give you a quick overview, I want you to update you what we did during the pandemic, because I know that it affected our small businesses quite hard in Wyoming. And through our business education director, Christine Langley, she was the lead of our COVID support program. We really reached out to the state. We received a grant from the Small Business Association of about $420,000, and 300 and some odd change stayed in Wyoming because we did have salaries to cover. But we enrolled 392 new clients in the program in 1 year. 92 of those clients participated in our business to business program. We had 33 of those 92 start new websites. We had 65 enhanced to their current websites, which really helped many small business move to that e-commerce and online business. We had 120 clients receive social media counseling because that was so important during the COVID time and the shutdown. And then we had 65 businesses that we helped with crowdfunding. And then finally, we had 133 clients receive accounting advice and QuickBooks help. So we, like Brandon was saying, we have 3 programs that really are our focus for the Wyoming Women's Business Center. We have business training and counseling. We have our microloan program, and we also have our artist development program. Because as artists, they are entrepreneurs. So we provide, and that is all housed. We have a Works of Wyoming store in downtown Laramie that is the retail side of the artist development piece. But we also help them develop a business plan. We help them with copyright and trademark laws. We help them with pricing their work and photographing their work. We also really have just delved into also developing that artist collector relationship, because it is a business agreement. And so we're working on that end as well. Our microloan program does make us a unique for Wyoming, as we are the only SBA intermediator micro lender in the state. The primary qualifier for our microloan program is that a client must be denied financing through the traditional means. And our average loan amount is about $5,000 to $10,000. So we really focus on that micro enterprise. And then our business and training and counseling, we offer one-on-one counseling through marketing help, through business plan. And the next couple of slides is going to kind of walk you through what our clients go through as they're part of the business center. So all of our clients go through an application, and then we do an intake process, an assessment. Then we take them and decide if they need, one-on-one counseling, or if they're ready for one of our business tracks. And we really have focused in on that upskills training and that workforce development too, because these small business also have employees, and many of the times they need maybe training. We've been doing a lot of marketing workshops right now to help the employees of our small business really upskill their training and get some professional development. Here is just a snapshot of our new intake form that we've implemented into the program, because our goal is to really meet our clients where they are, whether they're in the idea stage or whether they have an established business. So our intake application really helps us and asks those leading questions so we can meet our clients the best way possible. This is kind of, this is our client intake process. When a client comes in the door, their first point of contact is Jonathan Howdeshell. He is the director of our women-owned business program. Then Jonathan will schedule an appointment with them and to do an introductory meeting to dive deeper into what their needs are. They'll look more on that needs assessment and the training tracks to see what the best options for them or what the best team from our team would be for that specific client. And then the fourth step is we have invested in what's called Member Vault. So the Member Vault allows a client to go in and kind of track their learning and maybe upload their business plan for us to review, or we have Canva that's accessible to them. We also invested recently at the end of when I started in a program called Dream Builder, and it really is focused on the women entrepreneur, but we do help men as well. It's an 8 to 10 week program where it takes the idea to fruition, and it goes through the business plan, marketing plan. And what's so great about this Dream Builder program, it allows our counselors and Christine, our education director, to check on the back end of things to see if, like, say, a client is struggling with their business plan or marketing plan, they can set up side meetings or side education meetings to really dive deeper into that so she can help them through that. process. And this is also, we've also reached out into the state to partner with other nonprofits through this Dream Builder program. We are partnered with the Teton Literacy Center out of Jackson Hole, where they have identified about 10 to 15 of their clients, and they're mostly Spanish speaking. So we're offering this program both in Spanish and in English, with working with an interpreter so that the concepts don't get lost. So we're excited for that. And that's start about October 19th is when we're kicking that program off. And then just a quick overview, because I know I'm trying to just be quick here. Our one-on-one counseling, we have kind of 4 major tiers that we concentrate on. We do our planning stage, which is the business plan, calculating your startup costs, et cetera. Then we go into the launch phase, where that is ensuring that all the licenses, permits, all of that business registration is taken care of. And then managing your finances, your marketing. A lot of HR work happens in that management stage. And then growth, because every business may be ready for growth. That's, when our microloan program can maybe come in and help somebody who is wanting to expand their business, or they need some strategic planning to see what their future looks like. So, and then I just wanted to end with these lovely ladies. They're Bear Creek Rubs. We helped them navigate the COVID situation. They are 2 ladies out of Torrington, Wyoming. They were just doing it out of their kitchen. They didn't have a logo. They didn't have any online presence. And we helped them develop an e-commerce site. They have a logo now. They have been partnering with different retail stores to sell their products. And so they're a really shining example of the good work we're doing, and that the Wyoming Business Council is helping us to do. So that's all I had. And thank you so much for allowing me to speak today.
Thank you, Wendy. Appreciate that very much. Madam Committee, not co-chair, committee chair. With that, so the staff's recommendation on this is approval of this contract. Today is the last day of fiscal year 21 contract. This new contract will actually start tomorrow. So don't make me change anything. With that, I'll pass it back to committee chairman.
Thank you, Brandon. And Wendy, thank you. Again, this is one tool in our toolkit. Amazing. That Dream Builders program is exciting. So action item we have is a motion for consideration of staff recommendation to approve the contract to the Wyoming Women's Business Center for $123,308.
Madam Chair, I so move.
Second.
Any discussion? I call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? And motion carried. Okay, the next person is the broadband update. Ryan, thanks, Brandon.
There we go. All right, so like so many others, we're going to start the same. We'll see how the technology works here. There we go. Okay, so for the broadband agenda, I'm going to talk initially about Connect Wyoming. Then we'll move on to the NTIA grant, Wyoming's broadband map, ARPA section 602, and then what's known as CapCon section 604. Just to kind of give you guys an overview of really where broadband is gone and where it's going to continue to go here in the near term.
Obviously nowhere. There we go. Okay, so in the Connect Wyoming portion, broadband is actually the governor's drive initiative number 4. The Wyoming Business Council has the drive initiative number 2 from the economic development standpoint. Broadband is governor's drive initiative number 4. So we actually do have broadband has its own part of the initiative. And this was also supported through legislation in 2021 of House Bill 197 that was passed specifically relating to Connect Wyoming and any other federal funds that would be coming available to the state past just the ARPA funding. So what we're looking at with that is a deployment time period of mid-November, no different than Connect, what I call Connect 2020 or what we did last year. So at that point, we'll ask for the providers to submit plans and thoughts and details. We're lucky our providers keep pretty good tabs on us and keep on top of things. So they're, most of them are aware, but definitely the marketing will be put out there towards the mid-November timeframe. And then we're looking for awards in early 2022. So we'll look for that as things move on as well. So from Connect Wyoming. Okay, sorry. So with Connect Wyoming, I kind of marking this as 21, just so we have a differentiation between last year and this year. We're going to take the lessons learned from last year and bring them in to improve our processes, define more defined requirements. We'll bring in and we'll have the ability to bring in the challenge process. We'll have significant mapping improvements that I'll show you here in a little bit. And then we'll also have a provider mapping data definitions. And for that, we'll actually have a document saying, as a provider, we're asking you for not just a map, we're asking you for specifics to the map. So where we can drill down as close as we can to understand where we have service and where we don't as a state. And then to that mapping piece, and of course, YGISC is involved. Now, Connect Wyoming last year, the funding ended at the end of 20, and the governor opted not to redo that funding. So 2021 actually was kind of a breath of relief for some of our providers because they had so much going on anyway, because they had to shelf some of the projects that they had for 20 on their own accord to make up and actually be available to do the projects for Connect Wyoming last year. So with that, we got down into this. NTIA came out with their funding available from the ARPA program. It was ran through Broadband USA that the Business Council made application for, as you guys were involved with. Just a quick overview. And the important parts of this one was the $288 million that was available to the grant. 300 million was available to them, but after administration, 288 was available. So to that, again, we had the webinar on June 25th to take applications. We took the applications and this is where we landed. The NTIA's broadband infrastructure program received over 230 applications with more than 2.5 billion in requests. And again, if you remember the number from the other slide, they had 288 million to spend. So it's quite obvious the demand remains high, not only in Wyoming, but across the country. And then for Wyoming, we applied for $30.4 million, supporting 15 proposed projects covering over 2,500 Wyoming households. We won't know on this grant until the end of November, when the NTIA will announce. And with that, we go back to the Connect Wyoming and the date. The date correlation with that is if for some reason we're unsuccessful with this, we can look at taking the proposals that were made for the NTIA program and have them resubmitted for the Connect Wyoming program. So that brings us to Wyoming's broadband map. It lives at a very little known place called wyobbmap.org. These little dots here represent all the tests that have been taken on the Wyoming BB map or Wyoming's broadband map since 2018. So since 2018, we've had 2,700 results posted. Honestly, that's not a lot. So we're really ramping that up through our latest initiative. So because of the CARES Act funding and trying to prepare ourselves further for ARPA and for some of the huge amounts of money that are coming down from the federal government, preparing government Wyoming and putting us in a good position to be able to effectively spend the money that may be coming. Governor Gordon did the $200,000 for our mapping. Again, that brings UCLA, all the other stuff that we continue to work on. And I also want to shout out to the partners we continue to work on. I know we've talked about this before, but the student connectivity survey, that has actually paid back in spades. So in addition to that, now what we're going to do is through the broadband benefit, the FCC's emergency broadband benefit, which provides money directly to Wyoming households for low-income housing, low-income families to buy broadband. What we're doing is we're partnering with the Wyoming Department of Health, the Department of Education, and Wyoming Department of Family Services to reach out to over 72,000 families across the state directly on not only the broadband benefit, but digital equity and access, as well as whatever their infrastructure needs are be. So through one mailer, we'll be able to affect the changes in many low-income families, as well as help the data for four actually different entities across the state needing to make these decisions and funding for digital equity and access. So with that, we're going to add federal data layers, vertical asset data. We're actually going to know where our towers are. Any FCC registered tower, we will also know where Wyoming state-owned towers reside. So it's going to help us identify locations. I get calls all the time for different businesses, technology businesses looking to move into the state, saying, hey, where can we get connectivity? So this will definitely help us immensely in that process. So if you remember the dots from the previous map, here's your new Wyoming broadband map. Now this is aggregated data. This is UCLA, this is MLab, this is a bunch of different ports. And also if you look, it also includes mobile in this. It does not cover the coverage for your cell phone to work or not. But if you happen to take a speed test on your phone while you were riding in the car, I have a record of that and it's shown on the screen. So this will help with all the aggregated data to identify very succinctly where we have service and where we may not, or at least give us the information we need to go back to providers in the area and say, hey, this is what we see and why. So really excited for that to get developed. So with that, just to bring it down, the federal funding opportunities, section 602, that's typically the ARPA that you hear about. That's the 1 point whatever billion dollars that's available to the state. There is a broadband task force proposed legislation out there providing us funding, a defined funding amount, but that is still proposed. So we'll see where that goes. Section 604 is a little less known project or a little less known funding stream. It's called what I called earlier is CAPCON. It's the Coronavirus Capital Projects Fund. Wyoming has 109 million available there, but it runs a little different course. It's not a block grant as 602 is. We actually have to submit an initial plan by the end of the year. And then we have until September 24th of 2022 to submit a further detailed plan back to the Department of Treasury saying this is how we're going to spend the money and where we want to spend it. And then once they approve that, then they'll release the money to be executed as we proposed. Currently with ARPA and legacy programs and everything, there's over 100 programs, 100 broadband programs currently funded by the feds. And then further proposed opportunities, of course, the federal infrastructure bill. That's huge. It's still working its way. I think there was a vote, potential vote today or tomorrow, depending on some of their parliamentary procedures in the House as it moves forward. The FCC, Department of Trade. I mean, this list could be longer than the whole presentation, but the point is there's billions and billions of dollars that will be available. And I'm really hoping that through our project team and the Business Council, through additional resources and connections that Wyoming has, that we set ourselves up for a much desired and much needed future success in the broadband world. So with that, I think that's short and sweet of it. We could spend here all day talking about broadband, or at least I could, but you all would be asleep. So thank you for your time, and I'd stand for any questions.
Any questions for Ryan?
One here, Madam Committee Chair. So Ryan, do you have a sense in general with broadband, how we stack up compared to similarly rural states like a South Dakota or Montana?
Sorry, Madam Chair. And specific to our neighboring states, there have been things in place in other states a long time ago that set them out for success that Wyoming hasn't had. We're working that way, and we're really moving forward on that. And to that point, and I think and I apologize, I don't remember what presentation it was in, but the point I've made recently is Wyoming is 6th. Believe it or not, Wyoming is 6th in the infrastructure world, broadband infrastructure world, but that's to our schools. But at the same time, we're 46th to our homes and businesses. So to have that disparity, there's something there. And I think we're getting, with the mapping, with the involvement of the providers, we're starting to get the understanding there. Now we just need to figure out the funding streams, the building mechanisms to actually shorten that gap and bring us a lot closer. Thank you.
Any other questions for Ryan?
I have one really quick one, Ryan. Last year, the SpaceX was awarded something like under $1 billion for providing internet to, or connectivity to a number of states identified as being rural and so forth, and Wyoming was in that. How does our work in broadband and the satellite-based stuff interact or that sort of thing? I'm just kind of curious.
Sure, Madam Chair. Yeah, Mr. Law, the whole SpaceX, it's a cool thing. I mean, honestly, come on, 300 megs off a satellite. I mean, really, it makes me geek out, but the problem is it still remains beta, and it's that huge 4-letter word that really causes problems to me. Is it has the capability, and even the owner and director of SpaceX admits that, it's not the biggest, it's not going to be the world's solution. It's meant to, in fact, its impact across the country is significantly lower than what a lot of people try to purport it is. Now, to say that, I can say this, that legislatively, we're not playing in that field. We're not addressing satellite at all. We're not funding it. We're not looking at it. Does it have a place? In some aspects, yes, it does. Absolutely. Because there is places out there that it's going to cost. Well, to give you an example, I have commented as the broadband manager of the state of Wyoming on an application for range telephone into Colorado. The price to get to the homes on that particular section of cable is $46,000 each home. Okay, so and that goes up exponentially depending on the density. And Wyoming has some pretty sparsely populated areas. So now, is it going to be important to those people? Absolutely. And has it been awarded in the state? Yes, it has. Does that affect our ability for federal funding for fixed wireless and for fiber builds? It does. Ultimately,
it seems to me that, and I don't disagree with anything you say, I'm coming from being pretty naive. So, but perhaps in what we consider pretty rural areas, it could give the opportunity for some redundancy as well. So anyway, thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you.
Madam Committee Chair, this really isn't a question, Ryan, but it's this is more for the board and for the staff. This topic, I would say, really heated up even before in Dow, right? Broadband everybody was talking about. And I guess I finally have a way to put into words what what I've been thinking this whole time, which is having broadband is awesome, but the goal should not be to have the most broadband in the most places and that's fine. But if we don't do anything with it, if business does not come from it, we all just have faster Netflix. That's not doing a service to the state. I do like Netflix, but that's my point, is like just having it is part of it. So we need to collectively start thinking about the next step, because we're going to have some funding. We're going to have some more broadband. How do we build on this broadband? How do we enable people to leverage it to make businesses, make a livelihood? So just something I didn't want us to lose sight of the fact that we need to have this end goal, and the goal isn't always having the thing. You know what I mean?
If you would indulge me a minute, I appreciate that, Mr. Gensler. Thank you. Because this is where we're at. And through the $200,000, and we had the presentation and the notes were gone, so I forgot. We spent, Governor Gordon allowed Josh to spend $80,000 on mapping marketing. And I tell you what, we've never had a marketing budget for broadband that big, and we're going to use it for mapping and other things. So to your point, I'm really looking forward to utilizing, and we have to have it spent by December. So it's quick, and the contractor's aware of that. So what I'm really looking forward to is utilizing that to really bring what I've been saying since shortly after I learned what this role was, of the education to the state, and how we can utilize that, like those two ladies that was just presented from Torrington, or who I know of that had a motor vehicle software program she designed in her house in Green River. That's what we can do with this. So thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, thanks, Ryan. Okay, next on the agenda is the administrative rules for the Broadband Development Grant Program. And as you guys can see on the agenda, we are going to break it down between Chapter 3 and Chapter 4. And we should have Warren, our Agency Services Manager, with us. And I am going to turn it over to him.
Thank you, Madam Committee Chair, members of the board. I'll direct your attention to page 31 of your board book, which is the memorandum talking about the 2 rules actions. And again, we're going to break these down into a couple of really specific pieces. First up is the adoption of the Chapter 3 rules. As you will recall, this board took action in July to adopt these as emergency rules to satisfy a legislative mandate. The emergency rules, as you'll probably remember, are only good for 120 days, maximum of 240. So we did put these out through the regular rulemaking process as required by the legislation. We got 3 comments during our public comment period, which ran July 16th to August 30th. One of those comments was not specifically germane to these rules or the rulemaking process, but we'll follow up with him separately. The other 2 comments had to do with specific changes, which in both cases, the Wyoming Business Council staff agrees and our AG Council concurs that these are worthwhile changes. One of them had to do with protecting the locations of cable vaults, chases, and conduits. The other one has to do with adding a definition regarding information labeled confidential under federal law. So the rules that you have in front of you today for consideration for Chapter 3 are fundamentally unchanged from those adopted in July, save for those 2 edits. And since those have been subject for a public comment period, at this point, we simply would need your motion to adopt these rules, and we can get them going down the pipeline. But I'm happy to answer any questions. We also have our AG counsel, Brandy Monger, on the line if you've got anything from that standpoint.
Okay, so we are gonna, I'm calling for a motion for consideration of adoption of regular rules for Chapter 3, confidential provider information.
I would move to approve exactly as you said that.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion?
Second.
Any discussion?
Madam
for-
Committee Chair, for clarity, was that Mr. Aaron's with a second?
Yes.
Thank you.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion has carried. We will now move on to the second action item, which is consideration of adoption of regular rules for Chapter 4. And I'm going to turn this back over to Warren for
Very good. Thank you, Madam Committee Chair. So the new Chapter 4 rules, these come as a result of a different piece of legislation from the 2021 session and are as Ryan mentioned earlier, something of a reinvention of the broadband funding program that the Business Council operated last year. What we've done in this case, however, is we took the lessons that we learned, the feedback that we got from providers, from members of the public, and we have framed up a program that we feel is very effective and will help us put up to what we're hearing so far, up to $150 million of American Rescue Plan funds directly to broadband deployment here in Wyoming. So I will point your attention to the not only to the rules that are in your packet, but also to the addendum that we released. We did receive one public comment that was kind of separate from, but we wanted to point out that that did come through. And as a result of that comment, we identified a flaw, if you will, or an oversight rather, in our rules. And where it exists, and I'll have Ben's got the screen share, I hope, showing where you guys are looking under Section 4 eligible applicants. The version that you have in your board book shows eligible applicants are as defined in Chapter 1 and also blah, blah, blah. Well, what we discovered in this is that Chapter 1, the way those are defined under Chapter 1, require the creation of a public-private partnership for any provider to be eligible. And that's not really the function or the intent of this program, which is federally funded. It works very well and exactly as we would expect for the state program. And so as a result, we are recommending today the rules that are substantially exactly the same, but make this one small change. And what this single change does is says any eligible applicant is a business that exists under Title 17 of Wyoming statute. So basically, if you are a business and you've submitted your coverage plan and you provide mass market broadband services, you're eligible under this program. It simply eliminates an oversight in our review of those original rules. Otherwise, this program contains a challenge process. It includes the mapping. Ryan spoke to a lot of those pieces under his presentation. And so we're really excited about this program. Our recommendation is that these rules be adopted and that we do that using the Business Council's exempt rulemaking process. Now, with that in mind, since there will not be a formal public comment period, we have been encouraged to accept public comment on these rules at this meeting, if that is the board's pleasure. So I am happy to stand for any questions and facilitate where I can.
So at this time, as I understand, Warren, is we're gonna have a motion to open for public comment. Is that correct?
Madam Committee Chair, Ms. DeVore, the motion could simply be to put it on the table for consideration, and we can go to public comment if you simply want to motion for a public comment. I don't believe that would be necessary. You can simply call for it, but it's the pleasure of the board. And for clarity, I understand that there may be a little bit of confusion as to what I'm showing on screen versus what may be different in your materials. If you look at the first page of the Connect Wyoming program rules, which is Chapter 4 in your board book, under Section 4 eligible applicants, that is the change that we have made, just those first two lines there.
Thank you, Warren. Thank you for getting that up on the screen. I think we are going to go ahead and open up for err on the side of caution, and can I have a motion for an open comment period on chapter 4?
So moved.
Second,
Second.
any discussion? Okay. A motion for saying aye?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, so we are now in open comment period. One out there?
Yes, ma'am. We do have Liz Zerga on the phone. Ms. Zerga, you should be able to talk, so go ahead whenever you are ready. And if you would please start, ma'am, by introducing yourself and your affiliation.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Liz Zerga. I'm an attorney. I represent the Wyoming Telecommunications Association. That is comprised of small rural broadband providers that provide broadband service in some of the most rural areas of the state. First of all, Madam Chairman, members of the Business Council, thank you for letting me comment remotely. I am very pleased to see the change that is proposed with respect to the definition of applicant. I do believe that is appropriate, and that was a concern that I had pointed out. The second concern that I see in the rules, and please realize this is the first time we have had an opportunity to comment on these proposed rules. So this second one is also important. These rules are what the council will use to decide upon funding for ARPA related applications for Connect Wyoming 2. With respect to that, there is Treasury guidance for ARPA that talks specifically about broadband projects and what the criteria are for funding under ARPA. So what we would like to do is make sure that we match the criteria that is in the Treasury guidance. So the other area that I believe will require amendment, and perhaps today, is Section 3, Definitions, A3. There it has unserved or underserved area. In the Treasury guidance, the Treasury guidance provides at one place exactly what you have here. Very, very similar. Unserved or underserved is an area with a download speed of at least 25 megabits per second, Mbps, and an upload speed of 3 megabits per second, Mbps. Why is that important? That defines where a broadband builder can make an application for these Connect Wyoming 2 ARPA funds. The Treasury guidance has in another location a definition that says that no state will be able to fund a project where there is 100 megabits per second down and an upload speed of 20 megabits per second up. So there is a gray area. The gray area is, can the state use the money from ARPA to fund projects that are in areas where it's between 25 megabits per second down and 3 up versus 100 megabits down and 20 up? Treasury asked for comments and guidance before they put out their final Treasury guidance, and they were inundated with comments that say you need to make clarification on this. If it's your intent that the underserved be that higher level, you need to say it. Montana has taken the position that underserved is any area that is below the 100 megabits per second and the 20 up. When the Broadband Legislative Task Force, composed of legislators, looked at this, they agreed. They said underserved should be broken out. It's an area that's 100 megabits per second down or upload and an upload speed of 20 up. Why is that important? You want to use these funds in as many places as you can. You don't want to limit yourself to the place that is the most unserved. You want to have 2 bites at the apple. We're talking hundreds of millions of dollars of funding. So my recommendation, and I think it's critical, is that you break out the definition of unserved and underserved. You leave the unserved as you have it defined, and you create a new underserved, which means an area where any delivery points contained therein do not have access to wireline broadband service offered with a download speed of at least 100 megabits per second, Mbps, and an upload speed of 20 megabits per second, Mbps or more. I think that is something that you definitely want to do. Otherwise, you're unnecessarily constraining yourself with respect to utilization of ARPA funds. I have a few other minor comments for changes, but that one, together with the redefinition of applicant, as you've noted, are the 2 by far most important issues with the rules that are proposed. The next comment I would make, if you go to section 5, what needs to or probably should happen there on section 5C little I is it should say the council shall not consider applications for projects in areas with reliable speeds of at least 100 megabits per second. The reason that you want to do that is it is uncommon to have exactly that megabit speed. Many carriers provide far greater download and upload speeds. So that's why you would have at least in that section. The other comment that I would make with respect to the rules is in section 10, and it's 10 little h. It says currently, as proposed, all completed projects must reliably deliver minimum speeds of 100 megabits per second download and 100 megabits per second upload. Once again, you need the words at least. It should be all completed projects must reliably deliver minimum speeds of at least 100 megabits per second download and 100 megabits per second upload. Again, my carriers in particular who provide fiber to the premises reliably deliver minimum speeds typically of a gigabit. And so what you've tied yourself here is to an exact speed, and it should be at least is the definition. So these are the comments that I think are appropriate, but far and away the most important one that isn't addressed is the definition of underserved. And with that, I'd stand for any questions.
I have a question.
Go ahead.
Not not for the public commenter, this kind of backs up a little bit. I had thought when Warren introduced this, and maybe I just misunderstood, that we had comment on this before, except for this one section.
We had public on chapter 3.
All right. So this is the first time anybody's had the opportunity to comment on that.
That is correct. On chapter 4. Thank you, Liz. Ryan, I know I'd like to go ahead and have you answer some of those questions. And I know we have the AG on the phone also.
And Madam Chair, this is Brandy Monger with the AG's office, and I'll just respond briefly because I think Ms. Zerga's comments are well taken, except for here's the status. So there is Treasury guidance as it relates to these ARPA funds. And it's several pages of sort of guidance, and then there's what they have is the interim rule. And that rule, as of right now, is the rule that stands out there, and that is the one that they've requested comments on. And she's exactly correct about this confusion. But the interim rule itself actually defines unserved and underserved as we have defined it in the rules. But what that also does is it requires wireline services of that amount, not tertiary earthbound services. So I appreciate what they're saying, but the rule that we have in front of us right now actually has that definition. It says unserved and underserved means, and then directly the language from the rules. Our concern is stepping outside of what the rules provide and expanding those projects, even though we do think because of the wireline requirement, and Ms. Zerga can certainly correct me, that the wireline requirement will actually make that a less significant burden because the unserved or underserved is that you have wireline connectivity of that amount. But that is what the current rule says, and I agree completely that the guidance itself, so the rule is about, I don't know, 2 or 3 pages in the Federal Register, and then there's about 30 pages of sort of guidance and explanation. The guidance and explanation talks about this idea of funding projects on this 100 up, 25 down, but the rule itself, the rule that we're working off of right now itself does use that definition that we have used in the rules. And that's why we've used it.
Thank you, Brandy. Now, I want to remind everybody, we're still in open public comment period.
And Madam Committee Chair, if I may, just in response to Mrs. Zerga's other comments regarding the insertion of at least, I would offer that those are worthwhile edits to make and would be happy to make those now.
Thank you, Warren. I'm sorry, can I ask you to come to the microphone, please, and state your name? Thank you.
Excuse me, we can't hear you at all on the remote end, please.
Yeah, have a chair. I'm Jim Moberly with Mountain West Technologies. Both of these items, the wireline minimum and the 100 by 100, make it very difficult for fixed wireless providers to provide that bandwidth. We have some 6,000 customers, and many of them, of course, are being served at 100 by 20, and many of them are being served less. But as you get further and further away from population centers, each mile gets ridiculously expensive. You can't run a hard wire to everywhere. And if we were to apply for a grant and we were to get 100 by 20 or the upcoming gigabit by 100, we potentially can't service faraway customers with fixed wireless under this definition. 100 by 20 should be allowed to get bandwidth tens of miles away from population centers. So that'd be my comment on those. Questions?
Thank you.
Sorry. As a point of clarification, that comment is going to section 5C little I, is that correct?
That is section 3A, number 3 little i's, correct?
Madam Committee Chair, we do have a hand raised from a Jason Hendricks, if we're ready to move on to the next public comment.
I'd like to be not confused before we move.
I just want to make sure that we, Mr. Easley, so that's page 36 of our board book, chapter 4, section section 3, small 3 i's.
My question was specific to the gentleman that just got up and spoke. So what area was he commenting on?
Oh, okay.
I don't think we were clear on where that.
I apologize. Okay.
Section 10H, the synchronous requirement was what the comment was about. The 100 by 100.
I had it completely wrong.
Oh, okay. So the comment was for section 10H, number H, to impose the word at least.
Was his comment in support of that addition?
No, it was about the wireless aspect of it that.
If I may.
Yes.
Okay. Madam Chair and Mr. Moberly, if it's my understanding on section 10, the letter H, it says all completed projects must reliably deliver minimum speeds of 100 megabits per second download and 100 megabits per second upload. And if I'm incorrect, please come return. But it's my understanding 100 by 100 is pretty much a fiber related delivery. Because of the technology of a wireless or a fixed wireless, such as Mr. Moberly and Mountain West, uses to partially operate. It's a little difficult because of the technology. But if you look further past H down into I, it also states in cases where it is not practicable due to geography, topography, or financial cost to meet those standards, project must reliably deliver at least 100 megabits down by at least 20 megabits upload and be scalable to a minimum of 100 and 100.
Ryan, can you, before we go any further, because I think this is really important for the board, right, to kind of break down a few things, especially whenever we talk about technology, to make sure we at least have a basic understanding that's clear for everybody. Can you break down the fixed wireless definition? Just explain to the board in a nice layman's term what the fixed aspect.
Absolutely. Thank you, Ms. Moore. From a fixed wireless perspective, it's when you have an access point no dissimilar to a cell phone tower. They're smaller in size typically. We funded a bunch of them last year. But instead of having a cell phone as a receiver, you have a dish or some other kind of antenna on your home that then receives the signal sent out from that access point, which delivers internet to your home. So when they say wireline, that is the old cable or, well, old cable, it's twisted pair like a regular phone service, or cable such as cable TV or fiber. That would be a wireline situation. A fixed wireless is fixed. Both ends are fixed, one at a tower, one at your home, and you send internet connection between those points. And then of course it goes into your home via your router or whatever. It's the different paths of how to get there.
Yeah, and the concern here, right, is that when you have that situation, the closer you are to the tower, the better the service you get. And as you get further away from your tower, your service, there's a grading, I guess, for lack of a better term, of the ability to get certain levels of service as you get further out.
Yes, and that was what was expressed by Mr. Moberly as you get away from city centers, as mentioned.
Thank you, Ryan. Mr. Moberly, you can come forward again. I want to make sure we're clarifying that are you okay with H little I? I believe it's on.
Yeah, I like the way it's written. I don't think we should insert at least. I think you get to the minimum if you can. If you can't, then you do what you can. At least means it has to be 100 by 100, which means you're going to be running cable everywhere. And it's not effective.
Madam Committee Chair, if I might, in response to Mr. Moberly's comments there, that language is actually lifted directly from the federal guidance. So under Section 602, we're rather bound to those standards.
Okay, so at this time, do we have any other public comment?
Madam Committee Chair, we do have a public comment on the line from a Jason Hendricks. Mr. Hendricks, you should be able to speak if you want to unmute your microphone.
I am unmuted, I think. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can.
Okay. I'm Jason Hendricks, Chief Government Relations Officer with Range. We are a broadband provider in many areas in Wyoming. We are a fiber to the premise provider. So any new builds that we do, it's going to be fiber to the premise. We have fiber to the premise throughout the communities in a number of places, including Worland, Thermopolis, Sundance, DuBois, Pine Bluffs, other places as well. But that's the kind of network we're building. We are part of the proposal to NTIA through the WBC grant request. So hoping to get a few more communities through that. And we are very interested in the ARPA funding. Through our federal associations, I've participated in a lot of the comment cycles and, as it was working its way through Congress. So been paying attention to this for quite a long time. On the issues that Ms. Zerga raised, fully supportive of everything that she said. For the reasons she stated, I support the comments that she proposed, the suggested language. On the issue of unserved and underserved, that one is critically important to what we want to do. We certainly want to serve the unserved areas that are below 25.3, but it's very important to open up the other areas as well, the underserved areas as she proposed, which would be 100 down and 20 up. We have areas that we provide service at, say, 30-10 or maybe 50-20, that we would like to get up to the higher speeds. And so to take out a lot of those areas by having an artificially low definition is problematic. We do think that you can support the definitions through the Treasury guidance. As far as the Treasury rules and where they may finally end up, it is an interim rule at this point. And there were a lot of comments on that issue. If I suppose for some reason there is reluctance to make the definitional change now, one option I suppose could be to put in a sentence that allows for a change in the definition upon a change in the final rules from the Treasury. Something along those lines, because we are hopeful that those will be made at some point, the clarification that Ms. Zerga talked about. With respect to the issue that was just this talked about on 10H, again, yeah, those provisions are directly from the Treasury rules, so we are supportive of the way they are, and we think that they support a fiber to the premise network like the state should be shooting for, with very limited dollars, a one-time only opportunity to take advantage of this. Fiber should be our goal to the fullest extent possible. With that, I would stand for any questions.
Are you saying that you should run fiber to every house in Wyoming?
Thank you. That would be the goal to the fullest extent possible. And as the Treasury has in there, and as it's in the draft rules before you, it does talk about 120 scalable to 100. So if the technology can get you to 100, which I think that what I hear might be coming down the pike for some fixed wireless, if that can be scalable to that part, nothing is precluding it. But I think ideally, yes, fiber should be the goal to the fullest extent possible, with maybe some other technologies to fill in the gaps in the meantime.
And so the people at branches and what have you, what are we doing for them?
Oh, okay, I'm gonna ask to stop right here. This is in public comment. Mr. Hendricks is a public comment, and Mr. Mobley is a public comment. We're not gonna have a conversation between two public comments. I want to make sure we're clear. I want to respect everybody, but they're both public comments. Thank you.
Just to be clear, I'm just against putting in at least in 10H.
Thank you for your clarification.
Okay.
Aaron.
All right. So Ryan, kind of as we're working through this, because I think there's a few elements that are really important to discuss here, right? So from a state's priority perspective, especially as we release the first broadband project and as we continue to release them, from a state injection of capital into this market, our goal, and please correct me if I'm wrong, has been that we are trying to help compensate for areas in which providers would not go into because it does not ROI for them to invest their capital in these areas. And so we have areas across Wyoming that are underserved because it doesn't ROI for providers to go in there. So the only way we're going to get them covered is for a state injection of capital to make sure those are covered. And so if I understand correctly, when the broadband council and you had put together the rules, the intent of the underserved definition is to make sure that our dollars are prioritized for those areas in Wyoming in which we know that capital investment from existing companies is not going to happen, and that we serve those first before we start targeting any other areas with our dollars. Is that correct?
Yes, from the broadband program perspective, that is the point, that the money's there to help prop the areas that would otherwise not return. In fact, during some of the Connect Wyoming programs, some of those projects would even have a hard time making enough to maintain past the 5-year standpoint without any investment at all. So that is the goal of not only the state program, but the goal of the federal programs as they come through is to meet those. And of course, being federal programs, not only specific to Wyoming, but across the country, to prop up those positions for providers to where we can get the connectivity out to those that otherwise would never see it based on a private investment model.
Okay, and then, so expanding off of that too, because I think the other piece, right, is to understand, and as Mr. Mobley had already had called this out a little bit, the expense in order to get to some of these areas is quite high. So the dollars that we have that you believe are going to be allocated through ARPA to be able to fund this program that we're talking about in section 4, do you feel that there's an overabundance of money for the projects that are currently out there where we would want to increase or even have a conversation about increasing? And I think when you have that conversation, it opens up other things as well. But do you feel that the money that we have can be spent with this underserved definition that we currently have in the rules?
The current underserved definition, yes, we can get money out there. Will it be to the level if we were to change the rules? No, honestly, because the 100/20, it's very evident in the mapping that once you leave that city center, it drops off significantly as far as connectivity on the 100/20. Now, and to make a comment on Ms. Zerga's comment, is there is pending legislation from the broadband task force to raise that definition to 100/20, but that would, of course, would happen during legislature this spring.
So can we change the definition within the rules without the legislative action, I guess is the question.
I'd have to refer to Warren and Brandy, sorry.
Yeah, Madam Committee Chair, and I'll let Brandy jump in here too if we're wrong, but the definition of unserved and underserved as specifically used in this program is specifically what is coming out of the federal guidance for ARPA. So it does not really matter how the state of Wyoming defines unserved and underserved in its statutes for its state program. Because these are federal funds, we have to follow that definition. And that's specifically the definition that comes out of section 602. Ryan earlier mentioned that there is the CapCon or the section 604 program that also has some broadband money, but it has its own definition of unserved and underserved. And so for this specific purpose, which again, as you point out, Ms. Moore, was really designed to get those hardest to reach areas connected with reliable broadband, this rule accomplishes it and it comports with the federal guidance that we have. That said, and I believe it was Mr. Hendricks made the comment, if the interim federal guidance does change, we have the opportunity to go in and amend the rule to comport with that rule. At this point, we've made the match. If they change, we can absolutely go back and amend it to make a match again.
Thank you, Warren.
So let's talk about the at least, because I think it is not the intent of the council, and this is in my opinion. So everybody is obviously subject to their own. I don't think it's the intent of the council, though, to limit what we're able to provide. And we've had the conversation around satellite and totally agree there, right? I don't think it's the intent, though, to limit so that we couldn't get fixed wireless to some areas, because we know, right, in some cases, that's what's going to be viable in terms of an ROI, even with the state dollars, right? We want to make sure that we're utilizing these wisely and we're being able to access as many people as possible. So I think the question from the council that we have is if we put the at least in, there's 2 locations in which we've been asked to do that. We don't want to limit the abilities for providers to compete on this and for us to be able to get services out to individuals. So if we put those at least in, does that limit our ability to do that?
Brandy from the AG's office, can you answer Mrs. Moore's question?
Madam Chair, Ms. Moore, I think that at least that Ms. Zerga had suggested are acceptable, at least, and are reasonable adds. The one thing that I would note is that language in 10 that we were speaking of, that is taken directly from the interim rule. So I would just be a little bit more cautious about changing the language that we're using from the interim rule. And as Warren, I think, said, if that interim rule changes, and I think we'd all sort of hope that it does and recognizes some of these issues, and that's why they put it out for comment, we can change these rules as well. So I think that the H, we want to keep it to the language that's in the current interim rule. The others are, I think, fine.
Section 5C, number I.
And Madam Chair, also, and Warren or Ryan can correct me, I think the idea there in that provision was just to make sure that we're sort of capping. So you have this unserved and underserved that has wireline connectivity, but that we're also not allowing projects in area with fixed wireless that are above those limits, if that makes sense. So that's what the goal of CI is to make sure that just because someplace doesn't have wireline, we're allowing overbuild where there's already fixed wireless.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ryan.
Thank you. Specifically section, sorry, my glasses kind of work, mostly don't. Section 5 CI, and to Ms. Monger's point, that at least 100/20, and this is my opinion on the statement being made in that section, is the council should not consider applications for projects in areas of reliable speeds of at least 100. Without the word at least, then to some point we could consider projects less than 100/20 if you really get down to it. And the whole point of it is to that be a minimum. The NTIA grant specifically did state that the product of the project being proposed has to be 100/20. So what I think you want to do is make sure that it's at least 100/20, and that is doable by fixed wireless. Now, comments being made, yes, you can't extend further out. No different than the changes in some of the mobile infrastructure. You have to maintain your access points closer to the homes and such to meet that 100/20 guideline. But without the word at least, then you could potentially have argument to say that we would have to fund something less than desired at 100/20. And then specific to section 10, I support Ms. Monger's statement that it matches guidance as it is.
Okay, so are you recommending that we put at least in section 5 CI?
Madam Committee Chair, yes, that would be our recommendation, yes.
Yeah, I agree.
But not H, correct?
That is correct, not at 10H.
Perfect.
And to clarify one more time, that is section H in H in section 10. Okay. Yeah.
8 says all completed projects must reliably deliver minimum speeds of 100 megabits per second. So you don't really need the at least because it's already implied with the minimum. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, this is Brandy, and that would actually be my reading of it as well as, and then again, this is taken from the interim rule, but it just creates a floor. It doesn't say it has to be exactly that.
What we don't want to do is prevent somebody from putting in a gigabit if they're willing to do it. We want them to go big. We want it to be at least 100, right? Yeah. Okay.
Okay. So to get us all back on, public comment is still open, but at this point, I am going to close public comment. Now, the next action, moving on, is I am going to call for a vote. Consideration of adoption on the regular rules for Chapter 4 Connect Wyoming program with a change in section 5(c)(i) by inserting the word at least. I think I have that correct. Is that correct, Warren?
Yes, ma'am. I would also point to the revision from the materials, which is at section 4A and A Romanet 1, which updates the definition of eligible applicant.
Yes, and that also. So calling for a motion.
So moved.
Second,
I'll second.
any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, motion carried. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for all the public comments. Thanks, Brandy at the AG's office for keeping us straight.
And thank you, everyone, for your patience through that whole process. Guess you can never say that we don't dive in deep, huh? Okay.
I guess I should.
Operations Standing Committee, Kathy Tomasi.
So I have a microphone where you have to hold down the microphone. So if I miss some, you'll know my finger got tired. So welcome to the exciting world of operations. Hi, Amy. We work in concrete figures, so we are going to just go through this quickly and get moving. And Amy Granfeld.
Thank you, Madam Committee Chair, members of the board. I'm actually joined virtually by Lindsay Orr, who is our accounting manager, and she is going to walk you through the Q4 financials, Q4 FY21 financials.
Thank you, Amy. Good afternoon, everybody. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can, Lindsay.
Okay, thank you. Madam Co-Chair, Madam Committee Chair, June 30th, 2021 wraps up our fiscal year 2021. So this puts us right in the middle of our 2-year budget cycle. As such, our fiscal year general fund budget optimum is 100%. But you can see we came in at 60.58%, which being below that optimum has been the trend all year. We have a budget balance of $14.4 million, which is available for us to use during fiscal year 2022. So that's been set aside for one-time expenses that pop up during the year. And as we get closer through the end of this fiscal year, we'll be watching that pretty closely to see what we've got left before that will all revert next year. I'm going to skip down into our agency funds. There just hasn't been much going on this quarter in our federal funds. I'm just going to touch on the Economic Loan Development Fund. We have $7.1 million available there. From July 1st, 2020 through June 30th, 2021, We received about $3.2 million in loan payments, interest payments, and interest earned on the cash sitting in that fund. We do have a $26 million available budget that includes $25 million still for a large loan, as that's reserved for large loans. Moving down to the CARES Act COVID funds, you see we've got $14.4 million unobligated. At the beginning of July 2021, so just a few days after our fiscal year closed, we reverted $14.1 million back to the governor's office that can be used for other initiatives across the state that's COVID related with the CARES Act funds. You can see we've still got an encumbrance there in the admin budget for the MHP contract for the BRP audits. And that contract has been kept in place in case anything came up. We needed MHP for related to those BRP audits. Same thing we've seen in previous quarters below the budgeted expenditures by funding source. We've got 50% of our budget set aside for loans and 37% for grants. The chart below, line item expenditure summary charts show the budget and utilization by expenditure type. And then just real quickly, we've got a net loans receivable balance of almost $27 million. And throughout the fiscal year, we brought in about $2.9 million in interest and principal payments on our loan portfolio. And that wraps up my financial report. So I am happy to take any questions.
Hi, Lindsay. I have a question. Are we about done with the COVID process? Do we have more audits to be made? What is your take on that?
No, there will be no more audits. As of right now, we do not anticipate any more audits, I should say. All this money has to be spent. This is CARES Act money from last March, and this all has to be spent by the end of December of this year. So yes, it will go away, but we on the accounting side will still be keeping track of it for probably through this fiscal year.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions for Lindsay?
Madam Committee Chair, I can add just a little bit more to that. So we, as you noticed, we do have roughly $500,000 still encumbered for the MHP contract for those BRP audits. The reason why we've held on to that is we are still holding on to those funds, awaiting our final report from MHP and our final invoice from them. We do expect to receive that final report and final invoice by the end of October. And at that point, we will be able to amend the contract and then release those funds.
Thank you, Amy. Any other questions for Lindsay or Amy about the financials? Okay, so we need a motion to accept the financials ending June 30th, 2021.
So moved.
Second by Kenyon.
Any discussion?
Madam Committee Chair, can I get the name of the mover on that one, please? Our first.
The mover was Pam Thayer.
Thank you. And thank you, Ms. Thayer. Noted.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, we will move on now to the audit, the audit that is coming up for RFP. And that's Amy.
Yeah, so Madam Committee Chair, Lindsay will actually give just a quick update on the timeline for our financial audit. So this audit is the audit that's auditing the Business Council, not related to BRP. So Lindsay.
We had MHP on site the week of September 13th for our federal compliance audit. They looked at CARES Act dollars. When they left, we felt like everything was pretty good, on track. They will be back for the financial piece the week of October 18th for the next 2 weeks. So October 18th through October 29th. So we're plugging away on getting ready for that. Right now we are on track to be done and have a final audit report by the December board meeting. which is normally when we present. Last year it was late because of the Treasury guidance related to CARES funds. So we don't anticipate anything like that happening as of right now, but things get crazy. So, but keeping my fingers crossed.
Thank you, Lindsay.
Thank you.
Okay, Amy, you have a report about another audit.
Well, not audit, our biennium budget process. So yes, I can give just a really quick update on the biennium budget process and our timeline. So you probably all remember that 2 years ago, we talked about biennium budget. It has been 2 years now, and we have now working on the biennium budget process again. So we did submit our biennium budget to the State of Wyoming Budget Office at the end of August. That is in line with the other state agency timelines. So all state agencies are on that same cycle and are submitting their budget at the same time. Our next step with that biennium budget is that we actually will have a hearing with the governor's office at the end of October. And we are scheduled for a hearing with the Joint Appropriations Committee in front of the Wyoming Legislature on January 12th. So that's just a quick update around what the timing looks like around the biennium budget process. I do expect that we'll be able to share some additional details about that biennium budget process at the December board meeting.
Thank you, Amy. So I believe now we move on to Hava, who is she going to be here?
So actually, we do have the personnel report in your board books. It does start on page 41, but we're not going to walk through that live today. If you do have any questions, though, on that personnel report, I can stand for those questions right now, or we can follow up at a later time.
So are there any questions about the personnel?
And Madam Committee Chair, that personnel report, just for members, for the rest of the board, that personnel report was presented to the Operations Committee at our last committee meeting.
Yes, as a matter of fact, we went through it for a long time. So, yeah. Okay, hearing none. Amy?
Madam Committee Chair, I think that's all I've got for everybody today.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ladies. That was quick. And we are still behind, but we are not as far behind as we were. So we are going to keep moving. You do 8 bonus points for you. Pam, not so much. Just kidding. Investment Standing Committee. All right, gentlemen. We are ready. Well, actually, I'm going to turn it first. Sorry. Bad protocol.
Well,
Mr.
you're
Coyne.
used to being in this role, so it makes a lot of sense. And I'll
Yes,
defer
it's
if you'd like me to. Thank you for joining us today. Obviously, we have a bunch of people in the audience that are going to help us as we go further into the analysis of the BRC application. But before that, I'm going to hand this over to Josh Keefe to talk about Amendment 4 with the contract for Marquee Escrow Service.
Madam Co-Chair and Sir, now I'm having a blank. I was so nervous about. Gosh, usually do better than this.
Intimidating.
The first item on the agenda is the amendment number 4 to Marquee Escrow Services. If you'll recall, we did an amendment, I believe, at the March meeting to extend the contract because we had money left over from the previous contract through September 30th. And so this amendment in front of you today changes a couple of things. It extends the contract from starting October 1st, tomorrow. So I'll echo what Mr. Marshall said earlier, and please don't make any changes. It then also increases the amount of the contract from $160,000 to $300,000. So you'll notice that's an increase of $140,000. One of the reasons for that is that now that the large loan program is under the purview of the Business Council to service, and should we receive one of those, Not that I'm anticipating that we will, however, I don't want to come back and bother you again. Should something happen where we would need that servicing fee for Marquee, but that is the reason for this increase as well. And then the other item is a fee structure specificity. If you look at section 4C, you'll see where we have laid out the fee structure depending on the loan type. And so historically, you can see for challenge loans that get originated, we pay the servicer 50 basis points for that. And then just to refresh everyone's memory, as those payments come in, basically what happens is the loan payment comes in, we give them their half a point for the servicing, and then we receive the rest. And so that is, you'll see the list of programs there. The Partnership Challenge Loan, the Seed Capital, Main Street, Natural Gas, as well as our one Amendment 4 loan that we have on the books still. The next one, we have laid out to where the servicer would receive 25 basis points for any large loan that was originated. So I sat down with the vendor and we worked this out together, and everybody agreed that that was a fair deal for them and for us. We thought it's also kind of a little more in industry standard type of servicing. Also to consider is that large loan projects are going to have a significantly higher loan balance than challenge loans are. And so the incentive has been created in the past to help not only the lead bank, but also the servicer to help us with that program. So with that, again, all that I'm asking for in this amendment is to extend the contract until June 30th of 2022, increase it by $140,000 to $300,000, not to exceed $300,000, I should say. And then also the fee structure that is listed in section 4, capital C. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
So Josh, you are, and the staff is recommending approval of the contract as it's written.
I'll try this better this time. Madam Chair, Mr. Committee Chair, yes, sir.
Thank you. Any questions for Josh in the form of the contract with Marquee? With that, I will ask for a motion to approve the amendment to the contract.
So moved.
There is a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
There is a motion and second. All in favor of the amendment to the contract for Marquee Escrow Services, please designate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Now we're heading over to Justin to talk about the quarterly challenge loan report. Justin?
Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair. So if you're wondering, yes, we did match today on purpose. We knew we were going to be together, but I'm hoping I can make up some time here. All I've got today is the quarterly challenge loan report. For this quarter, I guess we have 4 past due loans. First on the list is Weber Ag. We're all pretty familiar with that one. They've been on this list for quite some time. So not a whole lot has changed. We do still have them fully reserved and most likely we'll charge that one off later on this year. So not a lot to report on that. Next on the list, Edward Lay. His loan was originated in 2020. He was part of the irrigation canal collapse. His past due amount is $3,736.91. He has a balance of $107,892. We did send a demand for payment letter out in July. Haven't heard anything back from that. So we're trying to keep close eye on all of these really, but and just to kind of jump ahead, we did send letters for all of these on the list. Haven't heard anything back. So just kind of keeping a close eye on all of them. But next on our list is Ryan Riggs. He was also part of that irrigation canal collapse. That past due payment amount is just over $4,000 and his loan balance is at $140,000. again, we haven't heard anything back on his response. So last on our list is Cody Easom. He was part of that 2017 declaration with the Wyoming Sugar Company. We have a past due amount of $11,001.77. His loan balance is just above $64,000. Moving on to the loan loss analysis or reserve, sorry. We do have a adequate unallocated reserve of just over $1.7 million. That does include a 10% loan loss reserve for economic disaster loans originated and 0.5% for the total loan portfolio. As stated earlier, that does include a full reserve for Weber Ag. We do, as Lindsay stated earlier, have a resulting economic development fund balance of just over $7 million. We don't have any charge-offs at this time. And Josh and I did earlier this month attend the State Lenders Conference, which had a great turnout. I thought it was enjoyable. So with that, I recommend acceptance of this report and stand for any questions.
Any questions for Justin? With that, can I get a motion to accept the challenge loan report?
So moved.
There is a motion from Eric. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Second from Cindy. All in favor, please designate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Same sign. The challenge loan report has been accepted. Thank you, gentlemen. We're going to move into the presentation of the new application and also the evaluation tool from Julie Klosky. I don't necessarily know which one she would like to go first, so I will hand that over to Julie and Noel and let them take the show from here.
Chairman Committee Coyne and
I think what we'll do, Julie, can you talk about the evaluation tool first? Is that going to work okay with you? And then we'll excuse those board members that might have a conflict with the coming project on RBC.
Madam Co-Chair, Sir Coyne, just following on Josh Keefe's example, good example. Members of the board, I will very briefly just touch on the new application and the evaluation tool, and then we'll roll from there.
That'd be great. Thank you.
So I'm excited to update you on some of the work of the investments team. We've been busy. We have developed a new application. It aligns with the state's economic development strategy, the evaluation tool and all of its considerations, and the recently approved rule changes. And it's a precursor to the development of an online application the staff is working hard to develop. The evaluation tool, and I don't know, I think we have some slides on this, Ben. I'll just get started with some of my comments. Over the past couple of years, the WBC staff, and I say business council staff, not investments team, not the platform team, but I really mean the business council staff. We had involvement from nearly everyone on the staff in this tool because ultimately, although we started developing it with the Business Ready Community Program in mind, it will serve as a tool to evaluate all business council investments ultimately. And so we had a lot of input from everyone and it was much appreciated. I think it makes it a better, more robust tool for us to use. It's not a magic machine. I don't know if any of you remember the booth at the county fair where you could walk up and sign your name on a piece of paper and they stuffed it in the machine and all the lights blinked and then it would spit out this personality thing and tell you all about yourself. That is not what this tool is, just to be clear. It will not tell us whether or not a project is good or not. It will not tell us whether we should recommend funding or not. What it will tell us is what it is it's one tool. It's, and I really want to stress that point, it's just one in the toolbox of many tools that are available to staff in analyzing projects and the data related to these projects. It was initially developed for use with BRC projects, as I mentioned, but will eventually be used more broadly. Some of the initial considerations that we wanted to take into consideration with the ultimate end goal in mind was that it's meant to provide a framework for the regional directors as they have conversations with their communities. It will help with structuring projects from the get-go. It will also provide a framework for board member conversations with communities, businesses, legislators, and it's a roadmap for discussing projects and board decisions. Finally, and maybe most importantly, this evaluation tool is a communications piece, and it lends itself to a more objective means of project evaluation. It captures the knowledge and expertise of the staff in a measurable way and provides that communication, as I mentioned, between applicants, regionals, WBC staff, and board members. The categories for consideration, we can go to the next slide. We came down to four categories, four broad categories, if you will, that the staff felt were really what get to the heart of things. Job quality, and this includes a number of things. Very broadly, the number of jobs that might be created, the wages, the benefits, and the potential for those positions to be automated. We don't wish to be funding things that create a few jobs for a short amount of time and then they go away. So we want to take a look at that. We also analyze the strength of a company. This is particularly important in the case of a business committed project. We look at a business plan, financials, and so forth. And we look at the amount of other investment in the project. Community considerations. Next slide. This is an analysis of the community's diligence and the impact on the local community. So how well does it fit with the community's plans? Has this been identified as a priority? Is it important to the people that live there and work there? And what's their capacity to, in terms of the community or county local government applicant, what's their capacity to manage and complete the project? And then what is the potential to attract and retain business and or workforce? This is all part of that community consideration category. And finally, the state considerations. Does this help further the state's economic development strategy? What kind of ROI or economic churn will it create? And does it help build an ecosystem? Does it leverage BRC funds with other funding available? Some of the other things that this tool will help us with, we're adding a notes section that will be a place where staff can call out particular discussion points, project anomalies, and so forth. We envision board members will be able to review this information and make notes. The intent, again, is to generate conversation, and none of these things in and of themselves is a magic bullet. Bert, Adam, that you know, he has very aptly used the analogy that it's like Swiss cheese. Each piece has a hole in it somewhere. When you stack them up, they make a solid block of cheese. Now, I wish we could use something other than Swiss cheese. I keep telling him that I don't like it, but really it's a good analogy. Any one of these things by themselves is not going to tell us whether or not you know, this project has merit or not, or is it something that should be invested in or not. But the cumulative, you know, effect is that it will help drive decisions and hopefully good investments. Next steps, we're going to continue to refine this tool. It's not finished. And I think Josh Durrell mentioned earlier, it will probably never be finished because it'll be a living thing that will be ever changing as new considerations arise and things become outdated or whatever the case might be. We want it to be changeable so that it can be flexible and responsive. But the impediment right now is that it was started using software that we don't have somebody on staff right now that can finish that. We're actively involved in the process of helping to define who that next person will be so we can move on this again. We want this to coordinate with the investment thesis work and the online application development, so it's a much more integrated and seamless process. And when the online application becomes a reality, we intend to be able to populate the evaluation tool with information from the applications as they're completed online. So in a very brief way, that's the evaluation tool that staff's been working on. It seems unfair to capture it in just a few minutes, given all the work that's gone into it, but I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Any questions for Julie at this stage? I would certainly like to take just a second to commend the staff on the efforts here. This has been a heavy lift. We've tried for an extended period of time to try to create some kind of model that could help put everybody on the same page from a conversation standpoint. And as we continue to crank up the heat from the pressure standpoint of trying to get it to the finish line, the staff really came together with a ton of effort collectively and really performed admirably through creating a model that is intuitive, that puts everybody, I think, on the same page from a communication standpoint. And, you know, as we back tested this across historical projects, started to shape out a lot of the things that we were talking about and saying, but couldn't necessarily articulate in a way that was consistent across all the projects. I'm not sure this will do that either to its entirety, but this will get that conversation a lot closer through the process. And I'm just really proud of what you guys have pulled off as we've come forward with this. So anyway, Kim.
I just wanted to make one statement for members of the public that are here today. Please don't misconstrue the fact that the board does not have any questions for Julie or Noel on this topic. We have been meeting ad nauseum for the last 9 months in every single committee, not just investments committee. The staff has done a phenomenal job of keeping us updated, getting feedback. So please don't think that this is the first time we've seen it and that our lack of questions is a lack of involvement or engagement. Thank you guys so much for all the work you've done on it.
Anyone else? Julie, staff, thank you very much. I think at this stage, we will move into the presentation of M. Lazy Heart Feed Mill. We do have 2 board members from a perceived and a potential conflict that will recuse themselves from this conversation. Mr. King and Mr. Brown, thank you. And with that, I think I hand it over to Julie and Noel. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair, Mr. Committee Chair, members of the board. Because Business Ready Community Program is very complicated, and we live it, and we still find that we need to refer back to the rules and one thing another occasionally. So I thought I would just briefly walk the board and particularly for the benefit of the public, the process that happens when we receive an application. So real briefly, before there's ever an application, there's a great deal of communication that occurs with the regional director and any potential applicant. They're looking to help those local government potential applicants to understand, is their project, their idea a good fit for the program? Does it comport with the rules? And if it does, to provide a lot of technical assistance in developing an application that might come forward. Once the application is real and it comes to Cheyenne, the staff in Cheyenne reviews and evaluates the application and project. That means we do a lot of reading and research. We schedule a site visit, and now we have an evaluation tool that we would apply at this point too. There's an investments committee meeting, which for the public is a subset of our board that provides advice and feedback to the staff on a project and what staff is thinking. And then a recommendation is developed on whether or not to recommend funding. And at this point, whether the staff's recommendation is to fund or not fund, it can go to the board. Applicants are given an opportunity to withdraw an application that's not recommended for funding for one reason or another, but they don't have to. They still are welcome to have their day, if you will, and address the board about their project. When a project gets to the business council board meeting with a recommendation, then of course, like today, that's when you get to consider it and then make a recommendation to the State Loan and Investment Board, which is the 5 elected officials for those in the public. The governor, Secretary of State, Superintendent of Public Instruction, the treasurer, and the auditor. Again, this is a decision point because if the board does not recommend a project to the SLIB, it's the applicant's option to not withdraw that project and go ahead and speak to the SLIB anyway. And that's fine. Staff supports that. We want to always be supportive of local efforts and what they're trying to do. We do request a formal opinion from the Attorney General's office on any project that has that business committed element. If there's a loan involved, if there's a private developer, if it's a managed data center or cost reduction grant, or anything that's really kind of an anomaly that we feel like we ought to have the AG look at this. So, and that request then is usually done after the business council board meeting. So there's a recommendation of formal action by this board to take to the AG for them to consider and analyze before it goes to the SLIB. At that SLIB meeting, funding is either approved or denied. During this whole process, I can't tell you how much interaction happens between the applicant, a business, the regional director, the staff of the investments division, the investments committee. There are a lot of moving pieces. It's not just an application. It is, there's that form, but there's also a whole host of other documents and things that are happening, such as contingency and development agreements, revenue recapture plans, lease agreements, loan terms, operations and maintenance agreements, and so on. Staff may well be consulting with other state agencies, with experts, subject matter experts to help educate us. We are always learning because there's always different projects every time we look. I hope this helps. It's a very dynamic process. It's always changing. There's lots of work to be done, and usually in a pretty compressed time frame, in a 3-month time frame. So we don't take these things lightly. We do a lot of work and making sure that something comports with the rules and with the intent of the program. So I'd be happy to answer any questions if I've missed something here.
Any questions on the process? Thank you, Julie.
Okay, so this round, we had one application that came to us from the city of Torrington, and I will ask Noel to present the facts of this project.
Ben, you want to move to the next slide? Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair, Madam Co-Chair. So we'll start off with the BRC funding allocation. So the purpose of the allocation targets are to ensure funds are available throughout the biennium for opportunities as they arise. And it also allows the board to set and communicate priorities for fundings for specific project types. So for this quarter, there's about $8 million available. Ben, if you want to go to the next slide. And we have $6 million in requests for this go around. Right now, total available BRC funding available is about $32 million. So if this project is awarded fully, about $26 million would be remaining in the BRC fund for moving forward. Next slide, Ben. So we'll go into the details of this specific project, and it begins on page 55 of your board materials if you're following along. The city of Torrington is requesting a $3 million BRC grant and $3 million BRC loan to construct a feed mill, warehouse, and retail store for M. Lazy Heart.
The location for this project is on 12 acres in the Eastside Industrial Park, which is owned by the city of Torrington. The feed mill is projected to have the capacity to produce 65,000 tons per year utilizing a semi-automated process. The owners, Paul and Christine Miller, who have lived in Torrington for about 20 years, they were previously obtaining their feed outside of Wyoming, but it was just not meeting their quality expectations. So they began to explore how they could not only serve their own needs, but also assist other ag producers in obtaining quality feed. The Millers do anticipate that at least 80% of the production will be sold outside of the region and not to their own store. A facility of this size with this advanced technology does not currently exist in the state. To verify this, we did contact the Department of Ag. They let us know that feed mills, they don't license them, they only certify scales. But to their knowledge and to the knowledge of the Business Council staff, no facility exists in Wyoming like what is being proposed today. Another component of this project is the locally sourced feedstock that the Millers anticipate utilizing. As much as 30% of the feedstock that the facility will produce will be sourced locally, utilizing local corn, oats, and barley. Other crops such as soybeans are going to be explored with local producers. Soybeans are not currently grown in the southeast region of Wyoming. One reason for this is that it cannot be used raw, but if this venture were to occur, the company could utilize soybeans for their feed. It could also bring potential to local producers to have mobile roasters like other areas of the United States utilize, and also put another crop in the rotation for local farmers that they can't do right now. Next slide, Ben. So when we looked at this project, we did utilize the evaluation tool that Julie talked about. And so that's how we've kind of categorized our presentation for you today. So those 4 categories again are job quality, company strength, community engagement, and state considerations. So with job quality, as staff began looking at this project, the jobs and wages were one area that did give us pause. But as we utilized the evaluation tool and really dive deep into the section, it became apparent that this actually is not a weak spot. The company does plan to create 19 full-time jobs by the end of year 5. The typical employer in Torrington and Goshen County employs 1 to 4 positions. So this is a larger company for that area. All positions to be created will be above the national industry average and the county median wage by year 5. The county median wage for Goshen County is $17.25 per hour. The national average for feed mill operators is $15 per hour. And M. Lazy Heart anticipates at the end of year 5 paying $25.44 per hour, which is 47.6% above the county median wage. All positions will be benefited, and the project is very much aligned with the local agricultural based economy, and there is sufficient and appropriately skilled local workforce available. Company strength, we did review and analyze the company's business plan and financials. There were no issues or concerns raised during that review. There is high potential for a national market with show animal feed. The Millers Ranch currently raises and markets show cattle across the nation, and the ranch is nationally recognized source of quality show cattle genetics and has produced numerous winner circles champions at major shows across the nation. The company owners are experienced and knowledgeable in the industry. They have positive relationships with local lenders, and they have also developed relationships with universities and local colleges, which will not only assist in producing quality feed, but also produce a pipeline of talented workforce for the region. Next slide, Ben. The community engagement. As you can see from the correspondence in your board materials, there was quite a bit of community engagement with this project. While there are letters of support, there are some opposition letters as well that we just wanted to make sure that your attention was drawn to. However, as staff completed its evaluation of this project, we found that it does fit well with local economic development goals. It definitely enhances the agricultural industry in the region. There is above average potential for the local workforce, and there is potential to support local producers by increasing that market potential. State considerations, direct and indirect return on investment of about 4.47 years to recoup. There is increased potential for additional income for local producers. So right now, corn is the primary crop for Goshen County. The Goshen County Economic Development Corporation, they were able to share some yield figures or bushels per acre for us, as well as some additional income that could be generated with the sale of corn to the feed mill. So I'm going to throw some numbers out at you, but there's approximately 30,000 acres of corn grown for grain in Goshen County and about 54,000 acres grown in southeast Wyoming. So if we use spot prices from Cargill Ag and savings in some transportation costs, if we were to keep the product relatively local, there is potential for between $338,000 and $1.1 million paid to Goshen County producers annually, and 560 to 1.8 million paid to Southeast Wyoming producers annually. The 338 and the 563, that's the 30%, which I talked about earlier of what they would assume at least 30% that they would use, all the way up to 100%, which is that 1.1 and the 1.8 figure. Those numbers that I just talked about were not included when staff calculated the 4.47 year ROI as well. The BRC funds being leveraged are only about 1/3 of total project costs. And then the revenue recapture for this, the BRC loan will be repaid via a lease agreement between the city of Torrington and M. Lazy Feed. The loan terms for that is a 30-year loan with 2% interest rate. So total recapture to the BRC fund is little more than $4.7 million. So loan repayment plus 25% of the BRC grants. And then the remaining 75% of the BRC grant will remain with the city of Torrington for future economic development purposes. The staff could also clearly see how this project helps further develop an ecosystem within the ag industry. And this project does align with the state of Wyoming's economic development strategy by adding value to a core industry in Wyoming, which is agriculture. We felt that it does this by driving innovation to create new markets by producing their own higher quality feed, increasing access to domestic export markets by marketing nationally and being nationally recognized already, and encouraging development of new technology to create new expansion opportunities. The proposed feed mill will utilize a semi-automated system to produce large, also customizable quantities, and they are also looking at obtaining federal licenses to mix and manufacture type B medicated feeds. Next slide. So the Business Council staff recommends funding as requested. We do recommend this funding be contingent upon the private equity agreement being finalized and reviewed by Business Council staff. The reason that we are recommending funding as requested is we feel that this project does add value to a core Wyoming industry in keeping with the state's economic development strategy. There is above average job creation in terms of wages. It does enhance the growth of Goshen County's agricultural ecosystem and economy. The BRC funding is well leveraged. It's only 1/3 of total project costs, and there is a positive economic impact on Goshen County, twofold, the 4.47 year ROI, as well as the indirect economic impact on the supplier producers annually. Next slide. Yeah, so as previously mentioned, staff did have some conversations and received various correspondence from community members. I believe that's Appendix A, page 66 is where that starts in your packet. Julie and I are happy to answer any questions you may have, and I believe there are several community and business members here in person to answer questions as well. Thank you.
Any questions for Noel or Julie at this stage? Mr. Easley?
You mentioned in the write-up that I think that the company says 80% of the product will be sold outside of Goshen County and won't be to their own operations. Is that going to be a requirement in the contract, or is that just the term they're throwing out? Has that been formalized as in sort of some sort of a language in the contract?
Thank you, Mr. Easley, Mr. Chairman. We can definitely add that to the grant agreement when we do that. That is something that we've been discussing internally is adding some specifics to that and then adding some of those things to the reporting that happens at the once the project is constructed and they actually begin their annual reporting requirements. So.
I wasn't suggesting that. I was thinking about that, anticipating maybe some of the comments from people that may be not supportive of it, and was just wondering if that had been thought about. So thank you.
Yep, thank you.
Any other questions from the board at this moment?
Mr.
Mr.
Chairman.
Massey?
Noel or Julie, I have a question about the federal licenses required. Is there a timeline for that? And again, something that Mike mentioned, is that contingent for this contract?
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Tomasi, there is not a timeline on that at this point, and staff has not recommended it as a contingency because they can't start that process until they have a facility that they can list on an application and what the capacity of that facility would be to develop or process those types of feeds and what kind of license they would apply for. So at this point, even absent that possibility, the project still, in staff's opinion, penciled out. And so that would be a great bonus. We know that the Millers are working with universities and with nutritionists to help them develop that track, if you will, but we have not included that as a contingency at this point.
Just to follow up on that, and this is just for my information, does this type of feed that is sold nationally have to be oversighted by the USDA or anything like that?
Ms. Tomasi, I'm going to ask the business owners to address exactly what that process is, but they're not regulated by the Wyoming Department of Agriculture, but under the license process, if they were to produce those medicated feeds, there is an oversight process for the federal government in that regard.
Okay, thank you.
That might provide us a good segue to take some of the public comments at this stage. And I guess I would invite whoever is in the audience that would like to speak to the project, if you would be so kind to state your name and then whether you're opposed or for the project with your comments. I think the board would greatly appreciate that. Maybe to, sorry if I'm getting you to come down the stairs. Maybe from a protocol standpoint, having the city share their viewpoint first would be most advantageous, given that they're part of the program here.
My name is Randy Adams. I am the mayor of the city of Torrington. I want to thank the Wyoming Business Council for hearing our request today. This is a good project for the city of Torrington. First of all, it allows us to sell some lots in our East Side Business Park. And this is an advantageous business who wants to come in there, and we prefer them. They're going to bring jobs to our community. Jobs are always attractive to the city of Torrington. We know of 15 to 20 in the short term and the potential for quite a few more down the road. And last of all, this is a local business who has a vision, who has a desire to invest in our community. And obviously we desire that. So briefly, the Torrington City Council and the city of Torrington fully support and back this project. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any questions for the mayor?
Good afternoon. My name is Scott Prush. I'm president of Goshen County Economic Development. We've been working on this project for quite some time with the Miller family. I currently serve, as I said, with President of Economic Development, and our organization has unanimously approved moving forward with this project and endorses the project. It's going to have many benefits, which I know have already been gone through. One of the key things, I've served in a lot of economic development groups throughout most of my professional career. And when you look at small organizations such as ours in small counties, economic development's pretty tough. And when a value-added ag company that's already has its roots in the community wants to come forward and expand, that's kind of like hitting the home run in the economic development world. And that's the way we see it, with increased crop rotation, increased basis, meaning without having to sell your corn in other locations, we anticipate, and you heard those numbers earlier, an improvement of 25 cents over what would be our historical local cash basis. And we feel very comfortable with this project. I know we understand ag, and once again, this is probably the best value-added ag project I've ever come across in my increasing number of years in the economic development realm. So thank you for your time this afternoon.
Thank you, Mr. Prusa. Anybody have questions?
I'm Christine Miller. My husband Paul's with me today. And we knew this was happening today. We didn't know exactly what the business council staff was going to bring forward for facts and information, but Paul and I have prepared some information, the story behind the goal, where we're trying to go, kind of how we got to this point of trying to build a feed mill in Torrington, Wyoming. So we'd like to share that with you. We'll try not to make it very long or cover some of the stuff that was already given, but we prepared this without knowing, so there might be a bit of overlap. But we appreciate your time today, and thank you very much for considering our project. We also appreciate the time and effort that the City of Torrington, Goshen County Economic Development, and the Business Council staff have put into it. So that's what brings us to this today. So Paul and I started the process and talking about this project about 2 years ago. It's been a long process. We've talked about it a lot. The short of how we got there and who we are is what we want to focus on. So Paul and I met years ago at Penn State University. We grew up in Pennsylvania on farms. And I graduated with a degree in ag education, and my husband graduated in civil engineering. We were in Pennsylvania. We thought we'd stay there. In the end, we decided that staying on the East Coast was not where we wanted to be. So in 1999, we moved with two of our three children at the time, young children, to Torrington, Wyoming, and we've been there ever since. Our family is heavily involved in everything that we do. We're a family operation, even though the kids are age 24 and under. They've been working with us a very long time. Our three kids, the oldest is Paul David Miller III. The middle one is Skylar, and he actually added a family member with us this summer. He got married in July. And our youngest is Paige. Both of our boys graduated with animal science degrees from university ag departments, one from Oklahoma State and one from the University of Wyoming. Both of the boys currently work with us at the ranch and at the feed store. Our daughter Paige is an animal science major at CSU right now. Our goal is to work together and expand our ag business as a family. Our first business that we started in Goshen County was Miller Cattle and Feed Yards. We started there, we worked to grow that business and improve it. And now we currently market approximately 10,000 head of fed cattle to the 4 major packers and regional packers a year. So that business has served us well, and it got us a start, and we've been thriving ever since. The second business is M. Lazy Heart Ranch. M. Lazy Heart Ranch is the ranch that we talk about, the show cattle genetics. It's actually the ranch that led us into the feed selling business. So they're kind of connected. We started with 50 cows when we moved from Pennsylvania, and we're now to the point where we market our show cattle genetics throughout every state in the union. I'm pretty close, except maybe Hawaii. Well, that's not in the union. And then we market to Canada as well. So that's gone very well. And we're based in Goshen and Niobrara counties. M. Lazy Heart Feeds. This business began in 2017. 2017, we opened an ADM dealership due to the business closure of another business in Torrington. So we started the ADM dealership, and we operated out of a Morton building on one of our farms. This business grew word of mouth. We didn't advertise. We didn't have regular store hours. We just had product. People knew we had product. They'd call us, come pick it up. And that's how it started. In 2019, we purchased the Torrington South Sale Barn, and we purchased that facility to build a new feedlot feed mixing facility. Our facility we were using was built in the 1940s, was not working out anymore. So we purchased this facility and built a new feed mixing unit there. This gave us the opportunity with a very large building with no purpose per se. We had some offices and didn't know what to do with this building. So we decided to open a retail feed store. So March 1st of 2019, we opened the doors to the feed store, and it's been gangbuster business ever since. We've been lucky to market products to show families, commercial producers, ranchers, and backyard producers from the retail store. I feel like a lot of that success and people coming to us is based upon our knowledge of livestock feeding and our willingness to share it with the customer, help them figure out what they need, what their options are to find it, and then what fits in their budget. So we work to do that as a business. Many of the product lines that we carry have been added by customer request. There are several things that we sell that we never had any vision that we would sell. And people have requested, we can't find it anywhere in the area. Would you carry it? And we've developed a business that way. So currently we operate Miller Cattle and Feed Yards, M. Lazy Heart Ranch, and M. Lazy Heart Feeds. Now Paul's gonna discuss some of the details of the actual project.
Thank you. I won't talk in her as long as she will. Actually, I may. I again would like to thank you for your time. I'd like to thank you for consideration on this project. So this project started from our show cattle business with show cattle feed. We've been raising show cattle for over 30 years. I've raised livestock, fed livestock my whole life. As Christine said, we moved cows to the Torrington area with us, and they were club calf cows. So we raise animals that kids buy and use for 4-H projects and show. So these cattle take, especially as the years go, the show ring gets tougher and tougher, and you've got to have every advantage possible. You got to have the best feeds. You've got to take the best care of these animals. We had a feed that I developed that we used for probably the first 15 years we were in Torrington, 15, 18 years we were in Torrington. And it included a Purina product in it called Grantee Fortifier. It's a concentrate product that you add to the feed. It puts a lot of goodies in it. Feed worked pretty good. But when we became ADM dealers, we felt that we shouldn't be selling ADM product in the store, using a Purina product in our feed. Found out that ADM had a product very similar to the Purina Grantee Fortifier. At that time, we reformulated our ration, tweaked it, included the ADM product in it. And of course, where did we try it? We tried it on our own cattle that we were getting ready to sell. Started feeding that feed, and within 2 to 3 weeks, I could noticeably see a difference in these calves. They gained faster, they were bloomier, they put more fat on, and they were more ready to sell. So another portion of selling these calves, you sell them and the kids come to pick them up. Well, a portion of them kids, the first question they ask is, what should I feed my calf to get his maximum potential? So it falls into the feed business as well. So with this new feed that worked really well, the first, what we're going to tell them is you need to feed this feed, but there's no place to get it. So that's when the whole concept came alive to brand this product, make it M. Lazy Heart brand, texturized show cattle feed line, and we began looking for a place to get this feed manufactured. Started getting the feed manufactured. The product was received extremely well. We currently sell this show feed into Montana, Idaho, Utah, Wyoming, Nebraska Panhandle, and Northern Colorado. Present this time, we sell 700 to 800 tons of the feed in that region per year. The problem is that we're now on our 3rd feed mill to get this feed custom made for us. All 3 of them mills have been out of state, 2 in Colorado, 1 in Nebraska. Although the feed's good and it works, the quality is still not where we would like to have it to be able to put our brand on it, send it nationally, or expand the regional market. We feel that the lack in quality to that exact point is limiting our capabilities of expanding the project. So for that reason, we started talking with a design build mill outfit to build a feed mill. At the beginning, it was first just a warehouse type mill, which would be all on one floor, a smaller mill just to make this texturized show feed. Came up with a design, price estimates come back in, quickly realized it was not financially feasible to build a feed mill just to make this texturized show feed. So then Christine and I sit in the office, what are we going to do now? So we start thinking about opportunities, other things that are not available local or aren't manufactured local that we could make in a feed mill. Look out the window, see the commodity shed for the feed yard sitting there, and there's a supplement, pelleted supplement there that we use in the feed yard. Over 1,200 tons a year is what we use. That product comes out of Denver, Colorado currently. There's not a feed mill in Wyoming that can make a high rock, low inclusion feedlot pellet like we and other feed yards in the area use. That's one thing we can put in. Look across the road, the cows on grass. So we put mineral out every day or every week, every 2 weeks for cows. There's not a facility in the state of Wyoming where range cow mineral can be made. With all the cows that we have here, we still can't make it. So that's two of the things that were very important to put into this mill. We continued with research, talked with numerous independent nutritionists throughout Colorado and Wyoming. There's a trend in the industry, especially with larger ranches, to rather than buying an ADM product or buying a Purina product or buying a Hubbard product, to have a nutritionist come in and actually analyze your soils, analyze what your cows need. And instead of buying a box store mineral, they will come up with their own mineral that helps your ranch, saves you money because there's products in the minerals that you don't need. Every nutritionist we talk to, so they come up with this and then they put it out for bids to get it made for the ranch. Every nutritionist we talk to said there's not a place in Wyoming to get this made. They've got to go to Colorado, they've got to go to Nebraska, potentially maybe even South Dakota. There's a place that could make it up there. So that led us into our current design, which you saw a picture. It's, close to what it'll look like. This feed mill will be able to manufacture texturized feeds, complete feeds for poultry, swine, sheep, and goats, processed grains. With approval, we'll be able to make type B medicated feeds, range mineral, pelleted feeds for many species, but we will kind of target the feedlot business because that's the business we know, to be a high rock, low inclusion pellet for that business. I believe if you look on, or not believe, if you look on the USDA website, once approved, we'll be the only licensed medicated feed mill in the state of Wyoming. We'll buy corn, oats, barley from local farmers. As the girls said earlier, we're going to work to help develop the soybean market. There's some soybeans raised now. I think there's ways we can use those soybeans in the county instead of importing soybean meal from Nebraska, Iowa, and back through the Midwest. And lastly, just the size and scope of the project. This facility will be well over 20,000 square feet. The basement will be 14 foot in the ground. The top of the leg will be 130 foot above the working floor. We'll be able to manufacture as much as 65,000 tons of feed a year. We're going to come up with some numbers later that's going to kind of put that in perspective with how many tons of feed that there is that can be used in the state and surrounding areas.
So the next thing we anticipated with presenting to you guys today was questions. A lot of questions. Some questions come up from reading letters of opposition that are in the board packet. Some of these questions we've been being asked for a couple of years as we work through this. The first one is, what's the market for the above products that Paul talked about? So M. Lazy Heart Feeds is already in the animal feed selling business. We compete locally with other businesses selling livestock feed. We estimate that currently about 30% of our business is within the county. And as you heard Paul say earlier, our show feed sales particularly are in a regional area, but we do have a market outside of Goshen County, but it's mostly a pretty tight region, maybe 5-6 county for the bulk of that. We feel that once we are manufacturing feed, we'll expand our business significantly more regionally and hopefully nationally with that show feed brand. And also this feedlot business, of course, runs through the North Platte River Valley from about Wheatland all the way through the middle of Nebraska. That feedlot business is an area that we would target. And we feel that at the most, 10% of our business would be within Goshen County at that point. Of course, those are estimates, but we think it's a fair estimate. Our goal is to manufacture in-house what we're selling instead of importing it from Denver or Columbus, Nebraska, as we have been doing. Some other common questions. Employees, that's come up already. The milling operation will require hiring at least 19 new employees over 5 years. Hopefully more than that, but that's a conservative estimate we feel is fair. They would be benefited positions with health and dental insurance and paid time off at a higher than average wage for the area. We've noted in some opposition to our project that some folks think that we'll hire only our own children at a premium wage and not anyone else. This is untrue, and 2 of our 3 children are already employed by our businesses. One at an entry-level position as a cow herdsman, the other at an entry-level feed salesperson position. So 2 of the 3 already work with us. And we'll need at least 19 more. So we have 1 other child. That kind of, the numbers make sense there. We will rely on human expertise and talent to run the mill to market the products. Even though it's a mostly automated plant, there's still a lot to be done with an operation of this size. The question of products sold to our other businesses. Ever since we started this project, we anticipated that any product sold to M. Lazy Heart Ranch or Miller Cattle and Feed Yards would be done so at the same price we sold it to other customers. And that's how we operate our businesses separately anyway. But the fact that we would have an equity partner in the mill facility would require that we sell those products at the retail rate, just because that equity partner will definitely look at our records and be certain that that's the way it's operating. Local credit. We've been working for some years with Platte Valley Bank. We love our relationship with our bankers, and we do have approval with them for the operating line for the running of the mill. So that is something that we've already secured. In the end, we'll be bringing about $7 million of private equity to the project. The impact in Goshen County over 10 years, based on a study that Goshen Economic Development had done, would be approximately $165 million over a 10-year period. When we heard those numbers from the study, we were very pleased. We love life in Wyoming. We love Goshen County. We love Torrington. And if something that we're doing to expand our business can benefit the community to that level, it excites us. To the issue of taxes. This facility would be subject to property tax, although ownership would be with the city of Torrington. It's our understanding that we would be taxed because it would not be used for governmental purposes. I did talk with the tax assessor, and our estimates before building is somewhere between $70,000 and $100,000 for property taxes per year. A large portion of products that we make will be not subject to sales tax because livestock feed is not taxed. But we currently, in our current operation, pay about $3,000 a month for sales tax. Those are on pet foods, horse foods, equipment, show equipment. Some of the draw to our retail store is that we offer a lot of show equipment that's not available in the region anywhere else. People come from a long ways to purchase that equipment. And I can see as the business grows, those retail sales would also increase in those categories. So we will also be collecting sales tax. And then lastly, we've secured the letters of support that you've seen in the packet. And I just wanted to highlight a couple of those. Wesco and Panhandle Co-op. Wesco and Panhandle Co-op are also in the livestock feed selling business, but they've given us letters of support that state number of minimum tons that they would bid at this facility if it existed. And I think the significance of that is, although there are retail competitors, they also have the same problem of sourcing product from a distance to sell. So although they'd be retail competitors, they would be wholesale customers of the feed mill. And we think that's pretty exciting. The letters of support from the universities and higher education institutions, CSU, UW, and EWC. We're very excited to work with those organizations, and particularly CSU. They're working right now on an umbrella agreement with their lawyers to come forward, that we can work together for them to actually offer feed milling classes at our facility in Torrington. And their intent to do that comes from the idea that they can't offer those classes now. They don't have a working mill on campus, and they really like the idea of being able to work with an independent mill that they don't have in Fort Collins, because those are large corporate mills. They don't have an independent mill that they can work with, that they can bring students to get the information they need in a real world world competitive in the market mill. A lot of university mills have a lot of bells and whistles and don't operate the same way that a real world feed mill would. So that's kind of exciting with CSU. A few others from producers and independent nutritionists. So we feel that those letters of support show a need and a lot of support for the project. Now I'm going to give it over to Paul.
So she brought up the bad word CSU, but our son did play football, Wyoming. So before we have a couple people that zoomed in that are going to talk about need for the feed mill in this location. They'll visit with you about that, and they'll be willing to answer questions as well. But I have some numbers that kind of put things in perspective here too. So we got some numbers put together by Land O'Lakes Purina, which is one of the largest or the largest feed company in the United States. And these numbers cover Wyoming, Northeast Colorado, Southeast Montana, and the Panhandle, Nebraska. And they gave us these numbers in two different categories. The first category being cattle. And by cattle, they mean range cows that are out on grass or have to be supplemented during the winter. So in this area, in these areas, there's a potential annual need for 256,000 tons of manufactured feed for these cows. Now that's not hay, that's not ear corn and other commodities that are fed to them. That would be manufactured feed. So that's their estimate, this big company's estimation of what market is out there in this area. The second area they gave us some number on is feedlot supplement, cattle confined to a feedlot being fed for slaughter, being fed to go back to grass, whatever. And that number is 174,000 tons a year. So we've got over 400,000 tons of manufactured feed for the bovine species available in this area. Even our mill at 65,000 tons don't even touch producing that feed. Granted, there's other competitors outside the state and so forth, but you know, that's a regional area around us. Our goal is to make Wyoming an exporter, not an importer of feedstuffs, as Christine said earlier. So that's what we've got there. So I think if somehow, I don't know how technology works, but there's Dr. Kelsey Swires with Grassland Nutrition, should be on Zoom. If we can get her patched in, she's going to tell you a bit about herself.
Hello.
Hi, Kelsey.
Hi.
We can't see you, but we can hear you.
Awesome. Well, good afternoon, everybody. I am calling in from my office in Colorado, and I have a sinus infection, so please ignore that sound of stuffy head. I want to thank you guys, all of you in the room, for allowing me to comment from my office. I think it's pretty clear to see that the millers have thought about this, and they've looked under every stone. This project for them is really just a natural progression of their business savvy and their ambitions that already exist. And I'm pretty proud of them, and I am in full support of this endeavor. I'm a private nutrition consultant. I have a PhD from Colorado State University in ruminant nutrition, and I've been working in the feed business for 21 years. I've been working privately as an independent nutritionist for the past 6 years, and just kind of from mutual acquaintance have run into the millers and have discovered this project and endeavor that they're working on. I've been very interested personally because I consult with about 250,000 head of cattle in the Wyoming, Colorado area, and I have 0 feed mills in Wyoming to service any of my clients. I have to find trucking from Idaho, Montana, Nebraska, and Colorado to get feed into Wyoming, which I personally think is ridiculous for the number of head of cattle in Wyoming. I think there's about 2 million head of beef cows in Wyoming, and we have no feed mill there to service them. So I really think this is a no-brainer. the other thing too that's kind of come up is that most of the feed mills, well, really all the feed mills I work with are corporate owned, and there's no private family owned feed mills. So I would be really excited to work with them just because family owned operations tend to care a little bit more about their quality control and their relationship with their customer than most corporate operations do. I'm happy to answer any questions, whether you've got it now or in a little bit. I'll stand by here on the phone if you have any questions in regard to actually feeding livestock and the need for feed in the area.
Any questions from the board? Any questions for the Millers?
So we have one more.
Oh, you do? Okay, thank you. Sorry.
Thank you, Dr. Squires. So we have another Zoom person on there, David Briggs, the CEO and president of Westco Co-op based out of Alliance, Nebraska, is also on Zoom, I believe. He said you can speak, David.
Okay, you got me on? Okay. Well, good afternoon. My name is David Briggs, and I have the pleasure of serving as president and CEO of Westco. Westco is a cooperative serving members in the Wyoming area with assets in 16 communities, including 21 employees in Torrington. We support our members' needs with 7 divisions, including feed. I was raised south of Huntley in Goshen County and was a member of the first class to graduate from Southeast High School in Yoder in 1981. I continued my education in Torrington, obtaining my associate's degree in business from Eastern Wyoming College in 1983, prior to obtaining my bachelor's degree from Midland Lutheran College, now known as Midland University, located in Fremont, Nebraska in 1985. During the last 32 years, I served the farmers and ranchers of the Wyoming region at Westco, with my last 22 years in my current role, during which time we have increased our sales from $15 million to $135 million. In 2008, we expanded our feed business by purchasing a feed mill in Morrill, Nebraska, just 15 miles east of Torrington. From this plant, we serviced the whole state of Wyoming, as there was no sizable feed plant in the state to support the demand. As repair costs continue to accelerate in order to keep an old plant operational and up to OSHA standards, we chose to sell the plant and purchase our feed to service our customers from other feed plants in Nebraska. We still service many feed customers in Wyoming, but with freight to procure many of our quality products from over 300 miles further away, some of the business has migrated to other plants in Colorado, Montana, and Utah. I believe it makes good business sense to build a new plant to service Wyoming and Torrington. Goshen County has good irrigation and produces many of the crops that can be used in various mixes, and is close to many feedlots in the Wyoming region, where over 300,000 head are finished. In recognition of Goshen County being the largest ag county in Wyoming, Eastern Wyoming College is completing the Agricultural Technology Education Center, or ATEC, and has 55 students enrolled in agricultural majors to support the agricultural industry. The new feed plant will be built to current OSHA codes and be able to provide adequate quantities of all types of feed to service the Wyoming cattlemen for decades. Wyoming farmers raising crops for a Wyoming feed plant to provide products to Wyoming cattlemen is a sustainable story the state of Wyoming should support. I'd be happy to answer any questions about this.
Any questions?
Thanks for coming on, David. We appreciate it.
Oh, thank you.
So Paul and I have just one last statement, and then we're open for questions, or I think Kelsey and David might still be around for questions too, but this kind of sums up how we feel about the project. We live in a feed milling desert. The need is great and the opportunity is greater. We want to take this huge step to provide feedstuffs to Wyoming and surrounding area livestock producers while utilizing local commodities and local workforce. The 2019 beef cluster study done by Orbis for the Wyoming Business Council identified that 96% of manufactured animal feeds, which equates to $52 million in purchases, were imported into Southeast Wyoming. And Lazy Heart Feeds wants to turn Wyoming into a feed exporter instead of an importer. We believe our proposed project aligns with the goals of the City of Torrington, Goshen County Economic Development, and the Wyoming Business Council to develop value-added ag business in the area. Without the Business Ready Community Grant and Loan Program, it would not be possible to build this feed manufacturing plant at this time.
Questions from the board for the Millers? Yes, Mr. Massey.
Madam Chairman, Mr. Co-Chairman, I do have two questions. Oh, thank you. That's so distressing. I know. A large percentage of the product is going to be exported. What type of transportation are you using, and what percentage of your operation budget is that going to be?
So the methodology for distribution will be, as part of our initial numbers, we've got a large bulk product truck. We've got a van trailer and truck. We would utilize outside trucking sources as well. And eventually the goal will be to develop a distribution network where we would produce product and take our route truck weekly or semi-weekly to other small feed dealers throughout the state and throughout the area and drop product off. The percent of the budget, I don't know, I don't have that stuff right with me, but it is budgeted and intended that we have our own trucks. And then we would also utilize outside trucking if necessary, particularly in the beginning.
Okay, so this is my second question. The project total cost is going to be $9 million around there. Is that correct?
The mill build.
Okay.
That piece of it.
And
not
that's
the entire, not purchasing everything, not the engineering, not site development. Those are outside of the $9 million number is the mill build from the design engineer only.
okay, and that's the amount that I was interested in. When did you develop that amount, and have you taken into consideration the fact of the escalation in product now?
Well, the bad story, the bad part of that answer, the sad part of the story is that it was developed last spring. And so those quotes are no longer viable, and because they only are good for about 90 days. So we were going to have to rework that. The positive side to that is since last spring, steel prices have come down and continue to drop. And so although I'm sure some things will change, we'll work with that engineer to get an estimate and make sure it's within the numbers that we have budgeted. And the nice thing about having a private investor as well is he's also aware, the gentleman that we're working there with there is aware that there could be cost overruns as well.
Okay, thank you. I do have one other question. I'm sorry.
Aaron's fingers getting.
I know. 19 people to be hired. How is the Torrington housing market for those folks?
It's a problem. The Torrington housing market is a problem. I suppose.
By the end of year 5. So we got a
Yes.
little time for some houses to be built.
7 years, year 1, or 7 employees, year 1, and 19 by year 5. But that will be a challenge. And I guess that's maybe a higher position than mine to figure that out, but that will be a concern.
Noel, I know you have some comments to that.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Co-Chair, Ms. Tomasi. I do believe, and I think Braden with the Goshen Economic Development Corporation could speak more, but I believe that the city and the county is looking at some housing development options to add housing, residential areas to their area to help with some of the housing problems. So, but I'm sure that he could go into a little bit more detail about that, but it is on their radar, I know.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
One more?
Any questions for David or Kelsey that might be hanging on?
Eric, do you have a question?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Committee Chair. I'm not sure who this is for, so whoever wants it can have it. It's regarding some of the numbers that were brought up earlier. And this 54,000 acres of corn that's grown in southeast Wyoming. I'm just curious how we got to 1.9 million, because so the corn's being grown there today is obviously being sold somewhere today. And I understand that the local producers, they might have some savings in transportation costs. But beyond that, I'm looking for a little deeper dive there.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Ahrens. We got some of that information from Goshen County Economic Development. So I will let Braden go into a little bit more detail on that when he comes down to answer questions. Thank you.
Hello, Braden Conar, Business Development Director at Goshen Economic Development. Didn't have plans of speaking today, but to your question, it was just the number of acres, average yield, and a spot price from Cargill. I can't remember the month, but it was, say, $5.15 a bushel. So it's your acres times your yield times your price, plus that 25-cent basis that our President Prussia spoke about. So that basis is an additional amount because that corn is purchased locally, drives the market up. So that's where that 25-cent basis comes into play. I hope that helps it some. I don't have the paperwork in front of me. I'm happy to send you my Excel document if you'd like to see it. Or
That answers it. Thank you.
Yep. Oh, one more thing. Back on the housing thing, economic development is starting a housing committee. We do realize that this is not only a Goshen County problem, but a state of Wyoming problem. And so we're working with local contractors, trying to dive into what are the red tape that there is to build in the city of Torrington, in Goshen County, mixed use, multi-unit, whatever. We're going to dive into that, I think, starting the month of October. So it's on our radar. It's just one of those things that we are trying to get teed up. So thank you.
Thank you. Alex, you have a question?
I did. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Two questions. I need Aaron to hold my button down though, I think. No, I'm just kidding, Pam. I'm fine. My first question is, and you spoke to this, but I just want to clarify, you said this project would not be feasible without the Wyoming Business Council funds. And I was hoping you could just provide a little bit more clarity as to why that's the case. And then secondarily, just in reading through some of the letters, I was hoping to just understand some of the risks associated with this. Why would this project not work? Because it does seem like there's a clear need. It does seem like there's availability of funds. But what are some of the risks that you could articulate?
You do the first.
Okay, so the statement that I read last was that it would not be possible to build the manufacturing plant at this time. I did not use the word feasible. I think it is feasible. It's feasible if we were in business long enough to have been saving that capital that would need to go into it. It is difficult to build an independent mill these days. And that's part of it. And then financing privately is very difficult because it's such a specialized property. And if we would go forward without the business council piece of it, we would have to go through programs such as USDA programs that would increase the cost of borrowing that money. And so the answer is it wouldn't be possible at the time because financially we aren't there at the moment. The need is there, but our financial status isn't there. And then using those other sources are more expensive.
To put an answer to what would make the mill not work, and obviously if we don't sell feed, I think there's a big enough market out there to do it. I don't know any other reason that it wouldn't work. The feed stuffs are there, the market's there. We've got plans and we'll continue to develop plans to get the products marketed across the state and region and nationally. I don't know what would make it fail. We'll work our butt off, that's for sure. Sorry, it's not any more concise than that, but.
No, I think that got very obvious. It seems like there's a demonstrated need, so thank you.
Mr. Easley, I know you have a question.
Yeah, thank you. I'm not gonna look at you. I'll ask the question because I have to look at my microphone. Otherwise, it's not gonna. I've read through the letters of concern, and of course, it seems to me there's a couple issues. One is legality and all those things, which I don't believe that's really a relevant question for you. But I'm interested in learning more about the ZW mill ZNW, I guess. It talks, there's some comments about potential competition between the mills. And I was wondering if you could, I don't really know what they do and what you do. Could you compare and contrast the operations, your proposed operation compared to the ZNW mill, and then talk about impacts on competition as it relating to your project with them?
It's kind of tough for me to do. I don't know someone else's business. I know Mr. Victorine is here from ZNW Mill in the crowd. I'm sure he'll speak later. We did do business at ZNW Mill for a lot of years before we purchased that. Remember that first show feed I told you we used for years and had a Purina Guarantee fortifier product in? We bought that product from them. When we decided to put the ADM product in it, they weren't willing to do that at first, put the ADM product in it. I believe later Shane's mom did say that they would do it, but we had already lined up somewhere else to get it made. So that's the only thing I know about ZNW is because we've done business there because we did business there for quite a few years. I think the scale, just from the outside looking in, I don't know how many tons they sell. It's none of my business, but from the outside looking in, I think the scale of this project is way, way bigger. We will have a stationary mixer in place. I think ZNW currently, from driving by, looks like they mix feed on their feed trucks. We'll have a stationary mixer in place. We'll have a micro machine, and a micro machine is a computerized system for the small ingredients that go in. I mean, you might mix a ton of mineral and you have 4 ounces of a particular product in there, and a micro machine puts that in with a computer. So it's exactly right every time. So I think scale is the biggest difference. Yes, we are competitors. I mean, we are currently competitors with ZNW. I mean, we sell retail feed, they sell retail feed. They do mix some feed there, some finished feed products that we do not mix now. And in that aspect, we will be a competitor with them. But I think it goes above and beyond that. We'll mix range mineral, we'll make a feedlot supplement. There's so many things that we'll offer that, in my opinion, from the outside looking in, cannot be offered there now.
I know that was a tough question. Appreciate you standing up to it. Thanks.
Any other questions for the millers while we have them on deck here? Okay. Anyone else in the crowd that would like to speak? I know. Yes, thank you very much for your time. ZW Mills, would you like to have a moment to express some of your concerns?
Well, good afternoon. Thank you for having this meeting. Madam Co-Chair and members of the Business Council, my name is Shane Victorine. I am the manager of my family's business in Torrington called ZNW Mill. I am the 4th generation to operate our family's business alongside my mother. We are a feed manufacturing business in Torrington. We have operated in the same location and run by the same family since the late 1930s. We manufacture pelleted and textured feeds for all classes of livestock, as well as custom show feeds and general livestock feeds. We also sell other products produced by other companies, but at the heart of our business is manufacturing, and that's what we are most proud of. Let me repeat. We manufacture livestock feed in Torrington and have been doing so for 80 plus years. We have an extensive customer base that spans the entire state of Wyoming, western Nebraska, northern Colorado, and Montana. I am here today to object to the proposal before you concerning the grant and loan application for this feed mill to be built in the city of Torrington's East Side Industrial Park. First and foremost, the application is proposed without any historical performance measures. The company in question has never manufactured packaged livestock feed. There is no track record to indicate that the venture will be as successful as it's proposed. Feed manufacturing is a cutthroat business. My dad, my late father, once said when people asked, "Why do you do this work? Why do you do this business?" And he would humorously respond to people and say, "We're the last idiots left." It's a cutthroat business. Agriculture in general, the industry is a cutthroat industry. And at the end of the day, despite all efforts to produce a valued product, the consumer wants the best deal money can buy. And in my research of the BRC program funding and of its various projects, I found no project that was granted funding where the applicant did not have a history in the business. Now I'm talking manufacturing, not retail sales. The outside support for the project has been touted as a reason for approving the funding. And if you look over some of the letters for support, you'll find at least two businesses who were mentioned earlier, Panhandle Co-op and Westco, who would be, in their words, interested in receiving proposals to manufacture feed for them, but that's very non-committal. It's purely speculation. And it's worth adding that these companies do business down the road, served by a large mill 15 miles away. It's mentioned in the staff synopsis of this project, I think it's on page 5, that the community members in support of the project are very excited that there will be a business in the community doing value-added products and not purely crop production. We do that. We make value-added products. It's not a new idea, and we've been doing it ever since we've opened our doors. I'm not sure why there's a line of thinking out there in our community that somehow businesses in Goshen County or the surrounding area aren't doing value-added products or creating them. There's multiple ones in our area. We turn raw ingredients into something of greater value that's driven by customer demand. With this project, those that assisted in the development of the application relied heavily on a Business Council Commission study that explored the beef slaughtering industry in Wyoming, as well as related business that could benefit from its expansion. And in particular, they rely on a line item in the study that relates to animal food manufacturing dollars purchased in region and out of region. I'd like to dispute those claims on the basis of a lack of survey by those that developed the study. And moreover, the Bureau of Labor, who more than likely supplied that data to the study. We as a company have never been surveyed to how much dollars or tonnage we supply or receive or sell to customers. I've talked to numerous feed mill operators who state the same. That is privileged information at best. It's confidential. I think every business doesn't go out touting what they spend and earn and what they produce. Moreover, livestock feed manufactured there's a lot of it that simply isn't produced in the area, despite customer demand. Believe it or not, products such as dried distillers grains, various proteins, molasses, and liquid fat, it's just not available locally. So that accounts for a lot of that number if that was to be taken at face value. Those purchases also don't indicate on the study, but they don't differentiate between cat and dog food, which is a huge industry. Concerning the labor force aspect of the project, the staff has stated in the synopsis that the city and Goshen County have both seen an increase in population since 2017. However, the latest census figures from 2020 indicate otherwise. In the last decade alone, Goshen County's population is down 5.7%. And while the unemployment rate is low for Goshen County, it yet still indicates some folks are without work. From our perspective as employers of hourly wage workers, it is increasingly harder every year to find adequate help to employ. Following the shuttering of the manufacturing side of the local sugar factory a few years ago, we sought the help of the local workforce office to advertise for openings with our company. Not one person applied. And the pandemic has not helped that situation in any form. The bottom line is, and I think it goes across the state as well, there's jobs available to people, but there's not people who are willing to work. We see it all across the county and in conversations with people from all aspects of business. It's one thing we all share that's negatively impacting business. Not the lack of jobs, but the lack of employees to fill those jobs. Furthermore, in our conversations, my mother and I's conversations with other industry experts who manage feed mills of similar size to this, they have all stated to us that the proposed total jobs to be created are far higher than any of their mills employ with similar outputs. So we have some doubts that 19 people will be employed by year 5, especially when the mill will feature semi-automation. It should also be noted that there's no guarantee that 19 jobs will be created, nor is there any guarantee that those jobs will be paid those wages in the application. Turning now to some economic data provided by the Goshen Economic Development, and I think Mr. Ahrens, you spoke to this earlier. They shared some corn yield figure data that indicates approximately 30,000 acres of corn are grown in Goshen County. And for the most part, that's true. This data was shared, I assume, as a way to show support for the project. However, I've spoken with the USDA National Agricultural Statistics Service and their state statistician, as well as economists at the University of Wyoming's Research and Extension Center in Lingle. They both tell me that that figure does not differentiate between corn grown for silage and corn grown for grain, nor does it differentiate between dry land and irrigated acres, and that's important for bushel yield per acre. But most importantly, those acres have not increased beyond 30,000 since the year 2007. One would assume that suitable farmland is not increasing within the North Platte River Valley. And it's widely known that area producers are not going to receive more water for their crops beyond that already allocated. Speculation that local producers will somehow receive more money for their crop is purely that, speculation. Corn producers, most of them that I know, already receive money for their crop. They don't all store their crop, they just can't. Very few store it. And I want to speak to the part about a more positive basis being given to farmers for their crop. In various instances, that does happen. But I want to tell you that that basis, whether it's positive or negative, is driven by the global market demand for commodities. It's not some just arbitrary thing. Sure, you can pay more for corn. You can pay more than your competitors paying, or you can pay less. But the base or the floor price basically on the board for corn is driven globally, nationally. If I could tell you a short story, within the past 10 years, we saw almost near record lows on the price per bushel of corn nationally. That price was driven mostly in part because of China's backing out of contract purchases to purchase corn from North America to transport to Asia. They backed out because of the GMO industry. They didn't like the corn growing in America, apparently, and so they backed out. What were we left with? With a drought 10 to 12 years ago. After a drought, more moisture comes, farmers want to plant more corn. So we're left with a surplus of corn or a larger record crop. China doesn't buy the crop, we're left with a lot. So it goes to the old adage, supply and demand drives the price. So at that time, corn in the North Platte River Valley actually had a negative basis, 30 to 50 cents under the board price. Wasn't anybody in the local area determining that basis. It was because there was a lot of corn available to purchase. The demand wasn't there. Finally, I'd like to talk about, and I believe it's probably the most important issue at hand here today. It's important because two former Wyoming attorney generals have stated in opinions that lending by the state of Wyoming must serve a legitimate public purpose. Does lending public money and that in turn will be used to compete against existing business serve the public at large? How does the public benefit from any BRC grant or loan when the funding builds a specific private business such as this one? Yes, there could be job creation and payroll, and there could be the sale of utilities for the city, but the public at large is not served in a project such as this one. Not like a community center might serve the public or a recreation center, not even the same way as true infrastructure might serve the public, like water treatment plants or sewer line rehab. When manufactured livestock feed is sales tax exempt, there's no tax dollars that will be generated to be utilized for public purposes. There's no doubt, I'm sure, that some on the council might disagree with me, but at the end of the day, one has to acknowledge that any grant or loan from this council is designed to benefit a business. After all, it's the business that ultimately receives the money, even if in a roundabout way, if it's funneled through a political subdivision. But was it the intent of the legislature to appropriate and allow public money to be lent in order to build business that would be used to unfairly compete with existing business? Is that the state's desire? Is that the state we all wish to live in? Because if it is, then that goes against all the tenets of the free market system we have all come to know, love, and enjoy. The free market system where everyone is allowed to thrive in business without undue influence by the government. If it's the state's desire to fund loans for building of new business to compete against existing business, then every small mom and pop store across the state should fear for their future. It would send a message to them that their business isn't enough, that the state wants more, and that is the makings of economic failure, not economic development. In closing, I apologize for my long-winded statement, but I urge you to remember the existing businesses of the state that have given their blood, sweat, and tears to be successful, that have passed their businesses on to generation after generation. They deserve to not be unfairly competed against. They deserve a marketplace where they are free to compete on the same terms as everyone else. If Wyoming wants to expand its economy, it should do so without potentially harming existing business. Because if existing business fails as a result, how is that progress? I stand for any questions.
Thank you, Shane. Questions from the board? Alex.
Shane, I now feel like I know almost as much about the feed business as I do about fiber optics and everything else we've talked about today. Yeah, it's been interesting. I gotta love Wyoming. My question is, your family's been in business for 88 years. It does seem like there's demand in the area. Have you ever considered expansion? And if so, why haven't you?
For us, it just has to come at the right time. And equipment is incredibly expensive. A brand new pellet mill, for instance, that could produce upwards of 10 or 20 ton per hour. I believe the last time I checked, that was years ago, but the starting price was $500,000. So, capital to invest in things like that, it takes a lot of capital. I've only been working at the business for 8 years. 8 years ago, my father was, he died, had an untimely death. And so in that 8 years, we've tried to, I guess, sorry, there's a fly, find who we are again, if you will. My father was the leader of our business. Him and my mom served together. They're best friends and ran the business together day in and day out. You don't see that very often. Losing him created this situation that we're now in, where I manage the company. That wasn't my goal in life. That wasn't what I went to college for. But I saw that the community needed our business. I saw that my grandfather didn't want to see the business shutter or sell to anybody else. He wanted us to keep it in the business. So I stepped up to the plate, if you will, and decided to come work for the family business. To answer your question more directly, why haven't we expanded? there's numerous answers to that question. The big one being demand. Year in and year out, we don't see a large increase in demand. And I believe we supplied you with some data that shows that cattle inventory numbers in Goshen County and the Southeast region have remained stagnant for the past 10 years. So while we haven't seen increase in business, that's not to say others haven't seen increase in business. Yes, we'd like to expand and grow our business. It just has to be at the right time for us. Unfortunately, it wasn't at the right time in the previous 8 years.
I think we've got a couple of different questions here. Hang on, Jason, you got two in front of you. Ms. Tomasi.
Thank you. I'm a little confused. I know you both manufacture feed, but it sounds like to me from what I've read, you folks manufacture a different type of feed than it is going to be manufactured by the millers. Is that correct? I'm a little confused by that.
I'm not totally privy on exactly what the millers would manufacture other than show feed, but what we manufacture, we own a pellet mill, which makes various size pellets. You take commodities, you blend them, vitamins, minerals, that sort of thing, through the machine. You extrude, if you will, or pelletize a different product. Research has found that you can deliver more nutrients. Cattle or any stock really are more inclined to eat a pellet that's been formulated rather than separate grains mixed together. So anyway, we own a pellet mill. We own a steam flaker, corn grinder. We own various mixing units.
Jason?
Yeah, I just wanted to point something out because I don't want it to get lost, and especially with people listening or in the public. The idea that we're giving this money to a business is just that's not a fair assessment. The revenue recapture is explained here, how much goes into the city for economic development, 2.25 million into the city of Torrington for future economic development. That's the public, like that's our job, right? We have to figure that out. There's a lot of private equity going into this project. So I just don't want that to get lost. Is that sometimes the labels on our programs are a little misleading, but I think I just want to point that out. It's not like, I don't think we're writing blank checks or writing checks to individuals necessarily. So I just wanted to make sure that was said.
And I believe my comments were lending. I never said giving away money.
Oh, that's fair. Mr. Easley, I know you had a question.
Up. Press the button harder. Yeah. I think the miller's numbers was like 65,000 tons and 80% of that would be going into the market. So I don't know, but roughly 50,000 tons or whatever is going to be coming additional into the market. Could you sort of maybe, I don't want to ask you too much for information, but how does that compare volume wise? Is that a significant volume impact on you guys? Is it small? Just, trying to scale those up a little bit would be real helpful for me.
Sure. 65,000 tons is a lot of feed. That's on the scale of a large corporate mill, such as you'd see in Denver or Omaha or Billings or Rapid City.
So 80% of that coming into the market that they wouldn't be using is still a big number.
Yes.
Thanks. Any other questions from the board?
I have one.
Yes, Kim.
Of that 80% of the 65,000 tons, how much of that do you believe their market focus for who they're going to sell that to is going to take over one of your customers?
Sorry, say that again.
So essentially, out of the potential production that can come out of this plant, knowing their specialty, how many what percentage of your customer base do you think you're going to lose to them?
I couldn't stand here before you today and answer that. I'd have to do some calculations, I guess.
Okay, but you've testified to the fact that this is undue competition.
Hmm.
But you haven't identified how this is going to compete and take business from you?
Let me put it this way. This proposed project is like David and Goliath. This is a large mill. This is large output. You know, Mr. Miller did speak earlier. Without getting in specifics, you know, I guess our operation pales in comparison to that size. So at any rate, even if it was 30,000 tons, it probably would have a direct impact on our customer base largely.
How much does your mill produce annually?
I think that's privileged and confidential information. I'm not willing to just divulge that.
Okay, thank you.
Shane, I think you have one more question here from Mike.
I just more of a comment, and just first of all, thanks for standing up. And I know this is a very difficult conversation, especially when you kind of shared your history and the legacy of, you know, how a project like this, I mean, there's an impact, you know, business wise, but I think there's also a lot of personal stuff, you know, and history and things rolled up in it. And just wanted you to know that you conveyed that well. So thank you.
All right. Anybody else at this stage? Pam, go ahead.
I just want to kind of to caveat onto Kim's question is, as I understand it, and I just in my head need some clarification, the Miller feed is going to be show feed. And so having some ranching background and having show cattle in our family, we buy feed for our cows day in and day out from one manufacturer, and then we buy feed from another manufacturer for our 4-H show steer. So I just want to make sure that sometimes there's a very difference, and just that I'm knowing that the Miller production is doing show feed and does your mill. And so I guess I just needed to get that straight in my head, that there is two kinds of feed. There's two target markets. So I guess if you can maybe answer that for me, Shane.
You know, I think I said earlier that we too make show feed. We make our own line of show feed. Our brand is called the Cowboy brand livestock feed. And so we encompass a lot of lines of feed in that brand. Show feed is just one aspect of our business. So much as it is general livestock feed and the like. It's just one more way to be more diverse. A lot of feed manufacturers are like this. They manufacture show feed and general feed.
Thank you. I'm sorry I missed that on your presentation.
I think that's it from the board, Shane, at this stage. I appreciate your commentary and respect your opposition to the process. There may be somebody online or within a phone call or on Zoom that no. Okay, I guess I want to open that up if that's the case. Please.
Ladies and gentlemen of the board, thank you for the opportunity to comment today. My name is Chelsea Bars and I am from JM, Wyoming. I work on my family's ranch. And today I speak in opposition of this grant and the application. I submitted comments to you guys and hopefully you had a chance to read them, but I would like to hit some of the highlights of them. I believe, in my humble opinion, the action taken in favor of these items are a direct and blatant government interference in the disruption of our community's free enterprise system. For those of you unfamiliar with the Goshen County community, we are already well served by a variety of agriculture businesses. Those include Z&W Mill, Baumgars, Panhandle Co-op, Westco, and more recently, M. Lazy Heart Feeds, just to name a few. The oldest of these businesses have been staples in our community for decades, withstanding economic hardships, labor and housing shortages, and the ever-changing government rules and regulations. They have all managed to find a way to thrive in our competitive free market economy, all the while ensuring they continually find ways to support the many youth projects, endeavors throughout the regional area, including those of myself. All of these businesses are vested into the positive growth and success of our community. I did speak in opposition of this project at the council's public hearing, the City of Torrington's public hearing on June 15th. And I mentioned some of the state statutes that talk about projects of this type, including State Statute 15-1-705. And of those are the considerations local municipalities are to review when contemplating industrial development projects. Of those considerations are to create new or additional employment opportunities, expanding the tax base and increasing sales, property, or other tax revenues to the municipality or county, and maintaining and promoting a stable, balanced, and diversified economy among agriculture, natural resource development, business, commerce, and trade. Without repeating the comments already said, it's already been proven that there are several challenges to increasing any of those, including the tax exemption on livestock feed, the housing and labor shortages. And as I said in my notes, how will this in a tight-knit agricultural community where we have our neighbors' backs through the ups and downs, how will that, singling out one business to promote a stable and balanced economy among business and agriculture, how will that do that? Worthy of your consideration is that I am not opposed to the growth that comes from thriving of a competitive free market enterprise system. If the owners of any of the previously mentioned agriculture businesses, or any others for that matter, want to grow and expand, I'm all for that. That is excellent. However, it should be my choice, a taxpayer, a person who spends my dollars in the market, whether or not I support those businesses and their efforts. To support a singular private business by the government's hand is to give it an unfair advantage. And as a young concerned taxpayer of Goshen County, I ask you to consider how your actions will impact the community that my generation, my children, and our grandchildren will know. And I hope that future generations will see this as an area where the opportunity for business and growth will be fair and just, not where there is one of fear of government partiality. I also have today a resolution that the Goshen County Farm Bureau Federation recently passed at their resolutions meeting, if you'll bear with me. The Goshen County Farm Bureau Federation represents 380 plus member families in the Goshen County area. 380 plus member families. And this was unanimously approved and adopted at the annual meeting of the Goshen County, Wyoming Farm Bureau Federation, September 21st, 2021. Whereas the state of Wyoming has established a business council for the intent of growing the state's economy. And whereas the business council is flush with appropriations of public monies by the state legislature. And whereas these monies should only be utilized for legitimate public purposes that benefit the public at large, such as public infrastructure, including but not limited to water, sewer infrastructure, road and bridges and the like. Now therefore be it resolved that the Goshen County, Wyoming Farm Bureau Federation opposes the expenditure of public monies either directly or indirectly by the state of Wyoming through its agencies and or departments, including the Wyoming Business Council, and any political subdivisions, including municipalities and counties via loans and or grants for the creation, development, building and or expansion of any private business that would directly compete with an already existing private business within the state of Wyoming. Be it further resolved that the Goshen County, Wyoming Farm Bureau Federation believes that public monies of any kind held by the state should only be expended on and for legitimate public purposes that benefit the public at large and not for private businesses that benefits private individuals. Furthermore, it is historically noted that any undue influence on the private business market by any government body has more adverse effects rather than positive. That concludes my comments. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for sharing that. I know there's a lot of questions here around the, I'm going to say the legitimacy of these funds being used in this format. And it's my understanding that we have maybe Devin Kinney, our AG counsel, on the phone. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, that is.
Devin, can you address that from the perspective of the AG's office and any comments you may have to that end?
Yeah, as to this specific project, I would suggest if you want to hear those that we have an executive session or something, but just generally to the BRC program generally, yeah, that these sort of, I mean, the sort of objections that have been raised as to that extent could be raised the project that involves a private corporation, and the office has consistently opined in the past that those projects were consistent with and the relevant statutes. I would note, however, that if the commission moves forward with this, I mean, this is not the final approval of the project. I pointed out earlier, but the way that this works is that you approve or deny. If you approve, the Attorney General's office completes its statutory basis, the legality of the project, which it then provides to the investment board, and make the final determination. So I can't opine as to the constitutionality of this particular project because our office is reviewing that, but as to the general legality of the BRC program and the sort of objections that have been raised, again, as they relate to this particular project, as they relate to the way that the program works, that it is constitutional. Answers your question.
Thanks, Devin. You broke up a little bit, but I think the gist is fair. Jason, you have a question.
Yeah, this question is just for probably my banker friends, John, you included. Okay, sorry.
Oh, okay. We're going to go ahead and recuse Eric based off of association with the Wyoming Bureau, we're correct? No, that's okay. That's the appropriate thing to do. Thank you, Eric. Jason.
This might be for you because I know you handle, and I don't know if we have any left that are in the ag sector in the room, but my question is, don't we as a state provide either subsidies or beet grower loans or all these other things to individual ag people in the state? I mean, those are individual businesses, correct?
Yeah, I mean, as a general rule of thumb, there are all kinds of subsidies, whether they're federal, state, or even local, that can come into play as we look at various projects from time to time.
And I guess my point in that obviously is it's not a novel idea to help a business either through hard times or grow through other times or whatever it is that we have these programs in place. So.
But once again, to accentuate, we help the municipality. Yes.
You know, obviously we're extending over time, and whatever we caught back up with Kathy's programming, I have now blown completely, but I will ask, because it is such a topic, if there's anybody else from the floor that would like to speak for the purposes of being fair to everybody in the room. If you have something pre-prepared, please limit it to anything that would be kind of new information exchange for us through that process. That would be greatly appreciated. Ms. Miller?
Make we'd make show feed, texturized feed, pelleted feed for multiple species. The project began us looking to make a show feed to market nationally. The mill would be capable of making all types of livestock feeds. Some of them would be the ones that Z&W Mill does manufacture. Some of the ones that to my knowledge, Z&W Mill does not manufacture that would involve a significant portion of our feed sales would be the high rock, low inclusion rate feedlot supplement that's popular through the North Platte River Valley that comes from a distance, for example, Denver or Columbus, Nebraska. That would be a significant piece of our business. The other piece that we would be mixing, and hopefully a huge piece of our sales of tonnage, would be range mineral for cows. Range mineral for cows is the kind of thing that Dr. Kelsey Swires spoke about on the phone that she's selling. I know that some of her clients she represents include Wagon Hound and Silver Spur, large ranches in the state that are having to source those custom mixed product in Colorado because they can't have it made here. That's what differentiates our business from what Z&W does would be the size and scale, and also the addition of multiple products that, to my knowledge, they do not produce. And there's several things that I could say, but for time I won't. I will say, most of the ag people have left the room, and I've been a member of the Wyoming Farm Bureau Federation for years, served on Goshen County's board for 6 years. And it dismays me that people would bring forward a resolution from a county Farm Bureau meeting last week. The grassroots way that the Farm Bureau Federation works is we bring forward resolutions, there's approval or disapproval at the county level, then we go to a district or region level, and then it goes to the state. So this is not Farm Bureau policy. It's a resolution that's coming forward at a district level next week, I believe. So I just wanted to share that Farm Bureau resolution is not Farm Bureau policy. It has yet to be voted on at the district and the state level. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the crowd? Yes, sir.
Madam Chair, Mr. Coyne, Chair of the committee. My name is Kevin Bars. I'm a rancher at Lusk, Wyoming. And I've known the Millers for years. I've known the Victorins for years. So I've been torn on this whole project. So I decided to do my own due diligence to try to figure out which side I wanted to be on. If there is a side, I guess. There are some things about the application that caused me concern. First off, it really doesn't sit well with me to have taxpayer dollars going to fund a business that will compete with another business. And I realize that's been stated before, but if I skip through my notes, I'll be lost and it'll be ugly. I think the competition is good, but I think through the traditional avenues is the way to do it, not through redistributed taxpayer funds. The other thing that got my attention in the application is the number of full-time jobs that will be created. The only mill in the area that I know of that is fairly modern, probably the newest mill, is the one at Guernsey. There's a mill there that is operated to feed the hog farms north of Wheatland. So we talked to the guy that owns that, or not owns that, that operates that. His name is Mike Andrews. He does 20 to 24 truckloads of feed a week, sometimes as many as 26, which is 528 tons a week. That's 27,456 tons a year annually, basically. So that's 42% of what the millers are proposing. So it's less than half. He does that by himself. That's one guy that does that. And he doesn't bust his tail doing it. He's a bow hunter. He takes his archery stuff to the mill and he practices his archery, and he grows a garden there too. So the automation of these mills is really pretty neat. He said that they feed about 20,000 sows a week. They get 15,000 bushels of wheat, 300,000 pounds of distiller's grain, 4 tons of pallet ingredients. I think that would be the the minute ingredients that Paul talked about, they would put in just a few ounces in a ton. So where does he get that feed? He said he started mixing corn and wheat as of May 1, because the corn is running out. With the early frost and the hail in the Nebraska area and the drought, as of July 1st, there was no corn. So they haul their feed from, they get their distiller's grain out of Marion, South Dakota, or Ravenna, Nebraska. Like I said, there's no corn to be had. They're buying a little bit of wheat out of local fields at Niobrara County, Goshen County, Platte County. And I realized that last year was probably a special year with the early frost, and maybe they exported too much corn, whatever. But cycles repeat themselves. I think it's going to happen again. So the main point of that story is that he does that all by himself. So if you double that, or take his 42%, it could be 2.5 employees, or make it 10, whatever you want to make it. But I think 19 is pretty optimistic. So the application states that with 19 full-time employees, the average wage will be $25 and whatever an hour, which is $52,915 a year. The lowest of those wages being $37,000 and the highest being $105,000. That's a total annual payroll of $1,005,000 a year. And that plus the approximately $250,000 a year lease payment plus benefits, that's a lot of money to roll to make this deal work. It makes me nervous. I don't know that it'll work. I'm hoping that the millers have done the number crunching and that it'll work. One thing that does concern me is the government money or the taxpayer money being infused into the project. I know you're from Grable, Mr. Coyne, and I suspect if you came back to Grable and you saw the chair of the Bighorn Co-op, Darrell Horton, I believe is his name, and said, we just gave $6 million to the city of Grable so they can start another co-op, it'd probably be pretty tough to look that guy in the eye. And it just doesn't seem right to me. I like the old fashioned methods of borrowing money if you have to, but don't get 550,000 taxpayers to join you. I think the letters were mentioned. I was a little concerned. There was 2 letters from the same guy with different letterheads. That sounded a little, I don't know, deceiving to me. The letters of opposition seem to have a whole lot more substantial content and many good points. I hope you all had a chance to read those. And like I said before, I appreciate competition. It's always good, but I don't think it should be done with taxpayer money. And that's all I have comments. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments. Mr. Law.
I appreciate your comments. I've been pretty quiet here, but I've been in agriculture for 35 years, I guess, something like that. And if you look at, I'm a taxpayer too, and there's a lot of things they don't ask me what they're spending money on. But I mean, if you look at Wyoming, just Wyoming from 1995 to 2020, there's been over close to $1.2 billion in federal subsidies into the ag market. If you look in Goshen County, for example, from 1995, total subsidies of about $174,964 in subsidies from commodity subsidies, conservation subsidies, disaster subsidies, and crop insurance subsidies. And I don't think we're even talking about subsidies. I think, Jason, you mentioned that there's a recapture thing and that sort of thing. So And suffice to say that Wyoming is one of the smaller ones receiving it because I lived in Minnesota and I worked for Sugar Beet Company there for a long time. And there were counties that got $1 billion there. I mean, it's the numbers are, they didn't ask me when I sent my tax dollars in. And I'm not even making that same comparison. All I'm saying is that this is a funding project with a recapture rate. It's not a subsidy.
Ms. DeVore.
I'd like for all of you who've spoke today to know that we appreciate your comments. Please know that like the level of detail that you went into the application, we do that for a minimum of 4 months on every application. This is not our first application. This is not our first time in this realm. This is statutorily given to us to do. We don't get to set the rules for it or set the law for it. So the constitutionality is outside of our realm. But these business people are brought to the table to get into the weeds on the numbers, and they're really good at it. And they get into the weeds. So we have performance measures, and you may not know this, but concerns about jobs. We have performance measures in every contract. They have to provide us data on a regular basis that they have to hit those numbers if they ever want the opportunity to take this off on their own. It's owned by the municipality in the meantime. So there's every single deal we look at has those exact same concerns. Every time someone brings up, we're going to create 50 jobs, 19 jobs, 100 jobs, it's speculation. It's always speculation, guys. That's why it's projections. So we're here to dive deep into that and make ourselves as comfortable or not comfortable with the project. And everyone has an equal opportunity to apply in this state. We do not go out and recruit municipalities to find businesses to apply. Everyone in the industry, every industry has the opportunity to apply. That is fair. Now, those that choose take their lives into the public realm, big time. You had the opportunity not to answer the question I asked you. These folks don't. They have to share everything about their project with us and with the general public, but everyone has the opportunity to apply. So I appreciate everyone's comments. This board has spent a long time on this project. And in the interest of time, committee chair,
Start to call for a
I
vote,
think we
correct?
should move forward.
Madam Chair, I'd like to just sum up. I appreciate the opportunity to comment. In regards to Mr. Law, nobody asked me either. But I came to give my opinion anyway, so.
Absolutely.
So. So, thank you.
No, thank you very much.
Don't
Appreciate
we
that.
all?
All right, what we'll do real quick, recognizing there's obviously some opposition to this. Let's just ask for a quick voice call on the vote and make sure we have consensus or not. And if we do not, then we'll go for a roll call vote through the process. Yeah, so that's kind of the intent of moving this forward, but that's under the assumption that we have a motion to move this project forward and vote for its approval or disapproval.
I would like to make that motion that we move ahead and vote.
There's a motion for a vote on the project. Is there a second?
Second.
There is a second from Jason. With that, let's have a voice call. All in favor of approval of the project, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed, please signify by the same vote. With that said, we have a motion to approve the project. Let's see, with that, we now have red grade, Mr. Welding.
Madam Co-Chair, Mr. Committee Chair, Brandy mentioned earlier that the Red Grade Trails project was under construction and moving ahead. And typically, you know, there are things that happen in projects that might require an amendment. They need a little bit more time or whatever. When it involves the scope of the project or in some way is different than what the board approved, staff doesn't feel compelled to just approve those amendments, you know, on our own. We felt like this was something that the board should look at. And then I'll let John just give you a couple of details on it.
Thank you, Julie.
Hello, Madam Co-Chair, Mr. Committee Chair, members of the board. The Sheridan County, their project, the Red Grade Trails System Phase 2, which was recently approved, they are looking for a modification to the project. The project as a whole is still the same. The county is just changing the order in which the trails parking lots are going to be done. Originally, it was 12 miles of trails and 2 parking lots that the board approved. The modification includes 10 miles of trails now and 3 parking lots. The reason for this is because of BLM property that was originally part of Phase 3, the plans of that, but it came available a lot earlier than they anticipated. And it's much more conducive, centrally located to where the trails are now. And if you look at the pictures on your board materials, the images 64, 65, it kind of compares how those change. But the blue trails is actually the BLM property. And that's approximately 2.25 trail miles. They are planning on building those trail miles with privately raised money already. What they are asking is to be able to use the funding that we approved or that the board approved to build another parking lot instead of 2 miles of trail that was originally approved in another area. At the end of Phase 2, though, we'll basically have 12.25 miles of trail and 3 parking lots. So there's still, you know, there's just more private funding involved. And nothing has really changed. They're just changing the order of what things are being done. So if you have any other questions, I'd be glad to address those. But we just would appreciate your consideration on this one.
I have a question, if I may, on this. So as I read the proposal, really all this is being predicated because they've received some outside monies that are just going to enhance the project and move it faster. And it's a reallocation of our monies to take advantage of kind of the best opportunity in the moment through this. Is that a fair kind of synopsis as I kind of was trying to put that together?
It is, it's the funding and also the accessibility to the BLM land, because they didn't expect to have that this early, because it is a very substantial piece to that system and very important to it, but they didn't think that'd be available till Phase 3. With it being available now, it's a really important piece that they'd like to get done. So the additional funding plus that BLM availability to access and construct those trails is very important.
Thank you. And staff's recommendation is to move this forward,
Yes, sir.
correct?
Yes, sir.
Any other questions? Go ahead, Mark.
Just comment, just as a resident, that project has a ton of traction in the community, just so, you know.
All right, with that, I'll go ahead and open it up for a motion to approve the adjustment to the funding cycle, really is what it is, correct, Julie?
Mr. Chairman, motion to approve the requested adjustment, staff recommendation.
Thank you, Chuck. There is a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a second by Aaron. All in favor? Please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Same sign. Motion carried. I think that is it for mine. Do I hand it back over to you now, Kim? Or Julie, do you have anything else to add? Okay, thank you. Kim, it's back to your show. We're almost on time, so you can cause the problems now if you want to.
Yeah, minus 20 points, John. Okay,
Thanks,
we're
John.
gonna wrap this up with just the final other board matters. So tomorrow morning, 7 a.m. if you want breakfast, 8 a.m. if you want to sleep, your choice. We're gonna meet at Art 321 and we're gonna have a work session with Engage. And it should be a wonderful opportunity to hear from a demographic which frankly is not represented on our board. Looking around at all of us. God bless us all. I know. Standing committees, your next meeting dates and times are in your packet. And December 9th, we intend to meet remotely. And it sounds like we will have 3 projects for consideration at that time. 4? It's growing. -5 points. No, just kidding. All right. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Move. Second. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Wait, I really want to do this. I haven't got to do.